26 Hunt. The mage city which is floating above the oceans is called Ether. The course changes are totally random as far as we can tell. Capabilities, no information. Size, roughly 100 square kilometers. Population, no information. Bottom line, no information. P.S. Why do I have to write reports while knowing nothing? Damn bureaucracy. Secret government file. Soul system, secret base of the faceless. Ed. The room's projectors flicker to life and Satan's avatar is projected into my office. Where did Gideon go to? I drop my work and hurry to the door, slamming it shut. Are you mad, woman? What if my superiors find out that I am having contact with a criminal? Satan snorts. Like I care. If I wanted to, I could end your career right here and now. All it takes is a call at the elders and having a little chat with them. That would be your downfall too. I quint my eyes at my personal little nemesis. That doesn't change my question from earlier. Where is Gideon? He doesn't answer my calls. She asks with a fierce voice. Such a shame, is she really that desperate to toy with him? I punch a few codes into the console on my desk to start the tracking function. If you had bothered to think for yourself, then you could have deduced that he belongs to the enlisted pilots. Probably he doesn't answer your calls because he has something better to do. Satan's avatar flickers for a moment, then she starts pacing up and down the room like a cat. He was indeed enlisted. And he even got a co-pilot. Suddenly a jolt runs through the avatar's body and it freezes. Did she just access the mainframe? It's highly unlikely that she managed to do that without getting discovered. A few moments later Satan starts moving again. Ow. She starts massaging her temples, an expression of pain on her face. I wish Sanguine wasn't that good. One day I'll find a way to fry his brain. But you got what you wanted. I raise an eyebrow. Sanguine is one of the best technomages I know. He isn't the elder without reason and he has access to the most powerful computers. Satan's ability to snatch information away from him shows that her skills are beyond good. If she hadn't taken the wrong path she could be the elder right now. Oh, no. The co-pilot is a girl. She starts pacing again. That wasn't planned. I already had someone in mind. This could ruin the plan. And to send my project out of my reach. It's like Sagan knows. I frown. That's good. Everything that doesn't go according to your plans regarding Gideon is fine. I think the mission he got from the SDF lasts at least few months. That's plenty of time for two young people to succumb to their hormones. Ugh. I've to go over my plan once more. She growls. So what's your great master plan for Gideon? Am I allowed to know, or will I be able to stop you once I am privy to the matter? When he returns and is in a relationship I'll definitely support it, just to anger Satana. It doesn't matter if you know, so why not? Listen well, I won't repeat myself. What I plan for you and Gideon is this. She spreads her hands in a dramatic gesture and I raise an eyebrow while waiting for her to reveal her plan. Enlightenment. Then her avatar vanishes, leaving me not a bit smarter on what she is planning to do to her, our son. Bitch. Seoul, Earth, Australia Central Government Building. Galia Alvar. It's so nice to have you at my side, Samantha. I wouldn't know what to do without you. A man couldn't wish for a better aide. Rob Sheffield, the president of Earth takes the coffee cup and the files from my hands. Yeah, sure. As if my employers would send someone unprepared as a spy. Thank you, sir. Is there anything else you need? Maybe some research regarding the incident in Africa. I tilt my head and beam my best smile at him. I always wanted to do something exciting with my life, so I joined the Mage's security force right after graduating. Who would have thought that I would become a spy? I hardly believe that I could have gotten a position which is less important. Of course it would have been exciting to join the SDF. Real aliens are also a kick, but sadly the SDF is only enlisting pilots and their ships so far. I wonder if Gideon is doing fine. The president dismisses my suggestion with a gesture. Forget about Africa. We need to find out what happened at Jupiter. It seems like the mages are a far bigger problem than anyone suspected. They didn't move their city for centuries and we grew accustomed to the status quo of ignoring each other. The last thing we detected from their city is that they left Earth's atmosphere. He starts kneading his hands. The big political factions are pressing me for answers. How can I give answers if we have no link to them? How can I lead Earth's government if there is obviously a big and powerful faction of humans hiding in the shadows? Haven't you read the reports about them? I shrug my shoulders. Mr. President, Rob, I don't see any problem with that. Whatever the mages are, they are not our foe. Nor do we have to fear them. The president looks at me with a haunted expression. Didn't you read up on the powers of those we caught? No human should have such abilities. It's like all their civilians are running around with inbuilt bazookas. And we've no idea what their intentions are. I roll my eyes. Rob, from my point of view they don't have to fear us. They have a cloaked, levitating city for God's sake. All we see of it are radar shadows most of the time, if at all. What else can they do? Yet it doesn't seem like they even want to talk to us. And those whom we caught were obviously outcasts of their own society. At least that's my interpretation. Finally the president stops his erratic behavior. Outcasts. Yes. They can float a huge city through the air. Don't tell me that you believe that they can't break one of their own out of our jails. They didn't even try. That tells me that the people whom we caught breaking our laws are of no interest to them. I point at the report. It would be far better to concern yourself with the problems at hand. We don't want to go on another witch hunt, do we? If my history teacher is right, then those were dark times which we don't want to repeat. And no. Finally the president takes the files to skim through them. Nash. Gideon. Sabik, 82,396, 84,143, Blatt, Cos Borealis, Acela, Nash, Cos Australis. Scylla rattles down the names of the stars on our course. 3 weeks. How long are we going to hunt those murderous bastards? I am fed up with it. Just let us blow them to bits once they enter the next system. We'll wait until we find out where they are coming from. I try to take a more comfortable position in my chair. What do you want? I already gave you my bed. Sleeping on an improvised mattress is no fun. I am aching all over my body. She raises a hand while sitting in the pilot chair at my side. Then she starts counting on her fingers. I am caught in a tin can with 6 rooms. There is no space to go for a run, even if we converted a part of the storage room into a training facility. And there is simply nothing to do. You are just mad because you didn't like the ending of Game of Thrones. I throw in. Yes. How could they do that? They simply killed the only likable character and returned him as a zombie. She throws up her hands. And you do realize that we are leaving charted space? From here on out most systems are just numbers in the database. We are very, very far away from home. I noticed. I mumble. Though our time together went astonishingly well if you consider that we have to arrange ourselves in such a tight space. She isn't even complaining about me, but about our living circumstances, which I find odd. But you do realize that we are learning a lot about them even if we are just following their ship. I ask. The Rabbit, as we came to call the other ship, arrived after us in Rigel Kentaurus. They used the gas giant for a flyby maneuver and crossed the system from where they continued on towards the star Sabik. We overtook them once more and set up our recon platforms in an industrial node. The rest of the time we mined asteroids for fuel and resources. Our little hunting game continued like this for a long time. We took great care of not being seen by them. By observing our enemy we learned a lot of valuable information. First of all their average speed and fuel requirements. They already stopped 2 times to dive into the atmosphere of a gas giant. The only reason for that can be refueling. I raise a finger to emphasize my point. The most important thing is that they avoid using their FTL drive over long distances. They always jump from star to star, probably because they fear running into something. I think they are using pathways which are known to be free of matter. That forces them to take such a strange route. Yet their course is as straight as possible. But they are shearing off to the left, further down the spiral arm. I think we are close to their destination. Scylla whines and gestures for me to go on. Fine. I am just frustrated. Let's make the jump. We'll have to go dark and observe the system for a few hours anyway. We can use the time to refresh ourselves. We make our preparations in silence and plot our next transition. Everything goes smoothly and we arrive at our next destination. Cos Australis, once again a binary star system. 143 light-years away from Sol. I'll go first. Scylla stands up and leaves the cockpit while I grunt my acknowledgement. Our standard procedure for entering unknown territory is going silent for a few hours while accelerating away from our entry point. During that time we only collect data and let the computer puzzle it out. I take the necessary steps and wait until I get the first results. Our close neighborhood is empty, which is to be expected. A faint electromagnetic signal from the other side of the system hints at a presence. There is no way to judge it at this point, so I order the computer to continue with gathering information. There is no need to die of boredom while sitting in the pilot chair. Even if someone saw our entry we'll see them coming long before they reach us. The next point on my list is getting a shower, so I get up and stretch. My cramped shoulders hurt and crack loudly as I stretch myself. Afterwards I head over to the bathroom. A little dazed I open the door and freeze. Scylla is standing naked under the shower and looking at me. I force my eyes away from the godly side of her body. Sorry. Then I close the door. What did I just do and why didn't she lock the bathroom? For some reason I've the unreasonable urge to attack her. A few moments later the door opens and Scylla steps outside, wrapped in a bathrobe which is kind of disappointing. It's free now. She smiles and heads to the sleeping room, which she practically took over from me. Okay. Seems like I wasn't killed. My grandmother was very exact in her lessons regarding the intrusion on the private sphere of women. I try to recall what I've seen and realize that Scylla had a really strange expression on her face with her hand between her legs. For some reason I start feeling dizzy while thinking about it. I guess women need it too? My next action is to enter the shower, not bothering to remove the clothes. Then I activate the water and set the temperature to 10 degrees. After a while my raging blood pressure lessens a bit. Then I try to empty my mind. What are you doing? Scylla's voice stops my vain attempts at clearing my thoughts. She returned, but is still in her bathrobe. Cooling down. Obviously. I answer. You'll get sick. Don't let it bother yourself. We are both adults and not in a relationship. She starts playing with her fingers. Do you want a massage? A massage. I blink. Well, cold water didn't do a lot against my muscle tenseness. Come to the living room when you are done. In a bathrobe and dry. She leaves without sparing me another glance. Was that an invitation to do more, or was it just what she said? Either way, both possibilities seem like a good offer. I hurry to get myself ready and follow her. In the living room I find out that she spread the mattress which I used to sleep on the ground. Lie down. I do as told, only to get a rebuke for lying on my back, so I turn and lie on my belly. Apparently she really doesn't intend more than giving me a massage. She slowly starts working her way upwards from my legs and towards my back. Her fingers are stronger than I imagined, but she is good at what she is doing. Slowly I feel my muscles relaxing. You are good. Where did you get that skill? Without answering she sits on top of me and starts working on my shoulders. That's a secret. So did you like the sight of my naked body in the bathroom? I tense up as I try to imagine what Sodden would advise me to say. You are beautiful. You are really tiring. She pulls down my bathrobe and in the next moment I feel her bare, ample breasts touching my back. Her breath whispers into my ear. Have you ever been with another techno-mage? I raise both eyebrows. I am not a virgin if you mean that. I didn't mean that. She places an electrifying kiss on my cheek and runs a hand over my shoulder. Little sparks are dancing between her fingers and my skin. The sensation is turning me almost mad. There are things only two telepaths can share. If they trust each other, that is. Her voice is questioning this time, which makes my heart sink. I think we shouldn't cross that line. I try to get up. But Scylla clings to my back, not giving up her position. Wait. Don't destroy the moment, you oaf. I was going out of my way to go on the offensive and you ruin it. What did I do wrong? I close my eyes and try to judge if I should let Scylla into my personal life. During the recent weeks we came to know each other more than a little. She even endured my hobby of watching old movies and playing the normals video games. Something only Sodden and my grandmother did so far. I make up my mind. Having to spin lies isn't to my liking if I can avoid it. So if Scylla isn't able to deal with me as I am, then so be it. I just don't think that you'll like what you find in my mind. Then I try to come clean with her, telling her about my life and my peculiar circumstances. Cause Australis. Scylla. Gideon's life story is sad and horrifying at the same time. I am glad that he couldn't see my face while he was telling it. Surely my expression slipped more than one time. He is lucky that he encountered people like his grandparents. Gideon, I am sure that your grandparents won't care about your origins once you get the chance to tell them. And neither do I. You don't? He asks astounded. I purse my lips while still clinging to his back. No, not really. It may be different if I hadn't come to know you better during the last weeks. You are a nice enough person once I got used to your strange way of thinking. I would call you an innocent gentleman if you hadn't confessed that you are able to throw a real tantrum if you are threatened. Shaking my head I add a downside. Your mother though doesn't seem like someone I would like to meet. A smirk steals itself onto my face. Did I already tell you that I have a fetish for dark types? More than once. He mumbles, obviously trying hard to keep himself under control. I run my hand across his chest, pulling a few sparks out of his skin. My second hand reaches for his face while I start moving my body against his. Then I open my mind to him, let him feel what I feel. His feelings also rush through my being and for a brief moment we are one. Just before I reach between his legs he stops me. If you do that I'll lose control. My heart jumps. Who says that you have to keep control? He pulls me in front of him to kiss me. His hands return the favor and start caressing me until my mind consists of nothing but him. My shivering is his undoing. He pushes me down on my belly, fixating me in place by holding my neck. Both our minds flare in delight. I gasp in pleasure as he spears into me and starts moving. After a felt eternity of being one with each other and drowning in our emotions my mind goes white. I've never felt something like this before. Hours later we are lying next to each other while staring at the ceiling. My heart still feels jumpy, even though I am holding his hand. We are a good match. I exhale. His voice is thoughtful and a little relieved as he answers. Does that mean I get my bed back? You can have the mattress from now on. On the other hand, maybe I've just made the worst mistake in my life. It means that we share the bed from now on. Oh. His answer sounds a little disappointed. So let's go and sleep a little before we get the results from the sensors. He sits up and I grab his hand. Wait. I feel like I am not in control over my legs, could you carry me to bed? I always wanted to be carried like a princess by my lover. Gideon nods and lifts me over his right shoulder, carrying me like a caveman to his den while grabbing my ass. I let myself hang like a sack of potatoes and drown myself in self-pity, not resisting. Yes, being too horny definitely caused me to make a mistake. 27 Encounter 398:39440 Draza ship leaving standard patrol pattern detected. 398:39441 unknown ship detected. 398:39643 weapons fire recorded at Draza base 349, Draza are engaging unknown ship. 398:39698 entering record mode. 398:39752 accelerating out of system to report new situation. Empire's spy drone. Sol system, Ether. Melon Alvar. It isn't as bad as it looks, mother. My daughter is patting my shoulder while I am resting my head on my office desk. We'll get it done. I'll help, I promise. I raise my head to look at the 3 huge stacks of folders in front of me. This isn't fair. Just because we are the representatives of Ether we can't be held responsible for the failure of our cloaking barrier. The elders were the ones who ordered us to leave Earth in the first place. If they hadn't put us under such time pressure we could have avoided flying over the Philippines. I ripped the mobilization order in front of me apart. And Hedian ran away when he saw the pile of regulations, explanations, and reports which have to be filed. We lost the cloaking barrier just for 5 minutes. Our government shouldn't make such a fuss when it was their fault in the first place. Earth's government knows about Aether's existence, so what's the problem if they get to see it with their own eyes for a few minutes? It's doubtful that we'll fly Aether back to Earth anyway. I never understood why we were entertaining such a huge base of operations there. A small outpost without civil personnel is in much less danger of getting nuked if the normals start feeling itchy. I'll stay and help you file those reports. It's not like anyone is blaming us, we just have to do the necessary paperwork which is required for such an event. Rhiannon gestures at the folders. It's just that Hedian is the one who should be doing this. I sigh. I wish that Gideon would come home. His little trip around the solar system turned into a catastrophe. I am sure he'll be fine. And we'll finally be able to see Sodden more often if we relocate to the forge. Did you already hear that she and Paul are intending to marry? My daughter asks happily. Paul? The rich kid? I ask astounded. That fits. A money bag and a money grubber. They'll surely be happy. At the same time we are moving farther away from Gallia though. It's not like we get to see her less because of that. Keeping up her cover doesn't allow her to make up too many excuses to disappear for a long period of time from the radar. Rhiannon sighs. And please don't call Sodden a money grubber. It may be accurate, but it's still not nice. She and Paul like each other. I snort. I call my granddaughter whatever I want to, but I admit that they seem to be a good match. I contemplate the pile of work in front of me for a long moment and let out a deep sigh. It can't be helped. Let's get this done. Cause Australis. Gideon. There is definitely something going on in this system. I mumble while inspecting the map which is projected in front of me. We've identified a Mars-like planet with a big orbital base and a gas giant where a mining operation is taking place. I think they are gathering fuel at the gas giant. Is there any chance of deciphering their signals? Scylla shrugs. It may be possible, but first we need to sort out the data. Then we can search for patterns to create a template for decryption. I massage my knees while thinking hard about our possibilities. Sadly, this seems to be just a small outpost. The settlement on the planet isn't large at all. If they weren't emitting signals like crazy we wouldn't have seen them. There are 12 ships in the system which we can see. Should we try to wreak some havoc before ship number 8 arrives? Scylla growls and starts plotting possible attack courses. I furrow my forehead. Isn't the proper order of things to try to talk to them before we cause a war? Our instructions were to catch the ship and take whatever measures necessary to keep them away from Sol. If this is really a small outpost, then giving them a bloody nose will surely teach them not to mess with us. Scylla gestures at the red dots on the map. I flick my fingers. Okay, but we've to do this with a plan. I am not confident to take on those juggernauts with our ship. The only real advantage we have is speed. I am inclined to play a little total annihilation with them. Sorry, what? She asks confused. We haven't played total annihilation yet? Supreme Commander? Forged Alliance? I ask. Scylla shakes her head. I've never heard about those. Are you talking about games again? Of course. Every couch general should know about those. I've yet to teach her a lot of things. First we need to sneak our way further in towards the asteroid field. Then we'll rig up some surprises there. I gently nudge the ship forward and Scylla checks our course. As long as we don't run into one of them they shouldn't be able to see us. We wait while our ship creeps forward and I use the time to introduce Scylla to Forged Alliance. It's about 3 hours later when the ship's computer calls a new development to our attention. They changed their course towards us. Scylla starts chewing on her fingernail. How likely is it that they are flying accidentally in our direction? I shake my head. Very unlikely. I think that they have some means to detect us, but I doubt that they know what we are. The ship is just investigating us, maybe they think we are some kind of rogue asteroid. What if we entered a part of space which they are keeping clear of debris? The ship that's approaching us could be the housewife with the mop. Scylla starts making some calculations. We could avoid them if we go full power. No, I lean back. Probably we've to fight them sooner or later. We could retreat and try another approach vector, but it could turn out to be the same because we don't know their means of detecting us. And then we would have lost our advantage of surprise. I think we should try to punch right through towards the asteroid field. In there we should be just one pebble under many. And while doing so we'll get to see their capabilities. Do you also still think that speed is our best bet? Scylla asks. I nod and connect myself to the ship. Scylla sends me a possible course. I go with it, then I power up every system our ship has and activate the drives. Both our seats rotate forward to protect us against the acceleration which we aren't able to compensate with counter fields. We'll approach the other ship at maximum possible acceleration, counting on the fact that the enemy's computers aren't able to get a targeting solution for our ship. Even if we'll almost touch each other in interstellar perspectives, we'll still be at the edge of each other's reach. Or at least that's the plan. A few seconds after we started our wild dash towards the enemy ship it reacts too, trying to steer towards us with its puny drive. It took them long to react. We are almost on top of them. I notice. It feels like we are fighting people without sped-up minds. Scylla confirms my hunch. Then we wait for the confrontation. It's almost laughable if you think about the fact that the actual battle will be decided in fractions of a second. I plot the enemy course and start firing the plasma cannons, rail cannons, and sand rockets, which are basically just a pack of explosives with shrapnel inside. I devised them for nothing more than to place obstacles in our opponent's paths. Scylla's voice enters my head. Isn't it a waste to use the cannons like that? The lasers have a much greater chance of hitting them. I contemplate her words. After my first battle I made a few important changes to my ship. The first was that I dumped the huge torpedo launcher completely and added a second rail cannon instead. The second cannon may as well give the ship a much needed second punch in a close-range encounter. Rockets in their current form are completely useless. It would take dozens of them to overwhelm the laser defense turrets of a puny freighter. The huge tube launcher just gave them a little unnecessary extra speed. Instead we replaced a few of the plasma cannons with rocket batteries. Though the rockets don't need to fly very far as they are primarily used for electromagnetic warfare. Other plasma cannons also had to go for a few more lasers, which are the ship's primary weapon now. They are the only weapon with reasonable reach in space battles. Sanguine also gave us the plans for a molecular disruptor, but the changes to the ship would have been hilarious and we didn't have the resources. I would have had to strip both railguns to make room for the disruptor. I decided that it's better to wait until we reach a real shipyard. There are limits to what the IMS can do. I just want to see how they react to it. They are accelerating towards us, so if they realize too late that we are filling their general flight path with surprises, we may as well get lucky. My voice trails off. Close your suit. The decisive moment is almost there and I use the gravitational fields around our ship to force us into a series of evasive maneuvers. Our laser arrays fire at the same time as those of our enemy. I notice in relief that their first salvo missed us. But the second shot shears off a part of our hull, breaking the shields like a thin layer of glass. The seat bucks away from under me and I bite my tongue as I am suddenly hauled in a completely unexpected direction. We are free. The ship is out of range. Scylla's voice reaches me from a distant place as I call up the damage report. One of the enemy lasers grazed us, evaporating about 20 square meters of our hull. I cough and wipe the blood from my lips, gulping down the rest which is slowly filling my mouth. It was a good idea to place water tanks on the hull. The evaporated water formed a cloud which dispersed the laser energy. But why is one of our energy banks out? I think that's my fault. I burned it out when I used the energy to deflect the third laser strike. Scylla confesses with a groan. Apparently the sudden forces didn't leave her untouched either. How? I ask. I created a gravity abnormality and poured enough energy into it to create a gravity lens. It worked and I almost managed to deflect the laser shot back to the enemy. She explains. A gravity lens? Good thinking, but we shouldn't get into the habit of burning out our energy banks. I return my attention to our course and the enemy ship. Then I curse. They are completely unharmed. After taking a look at the recorded sensor events I find out why. They shrugged off our lasers and entered FTL flight to punch right through our cloud of projectiles. That's cheating. Apparently they can fly right through the amount of mass which we can throw into their path. It's like breaking through a wall. I wonder what happens if they don't use their drive, though I suspect that they did it because their shields can't take such a beating. We've confirmed once more that their FTL drive takes the inertia and speed from the real universe. This time they flew much slower than the ship which we were following. My co-pilot concludes. I nod absent-mindedly. Then let's get over to that asteroid field and rack our brains on how to break that shield of theirs. 28 presents. The Forlorn Empire is one of the so-called civilized powers in the Milky Way. They joined the collective of intelligent races after they managed to unite their people under one government. Though due to the fact that their worlds are located a long way from the collective's main assembly location close to the Milky Way's center, they don't pay them many visits. Galactic History. Cause Australis. Gideon. A strange bouncing motion wakes me up and I shudder as I have a very unfortunate accident. Damn. It's one of those annoying nights when your body does what it wants. But why does it feel like something heavy is on top of me? I open eyes. Scylla? What are you doing? Relieving stress. She answers with a satisfied expression while circling her hips on top mine. A certain someone pulled down my pants and why do I feel so used? We are hiding here since 4 days and working in shifts to keep the cockpit manned. She sighs like something heavy was lifted from her and smiles at me with a weak and tired expression. When I returned to wake you up I couldn't help myself after seeing your sleeping, defenseless expression. So I used the opportunity which presented itself to me. She gets off of me and rolls herself into the blanket on the bed. Oh, it's your turn to watch the IMS doing their thing. Good night. I take a look at the clock and realize that I should be on watch duty since 10 minutes ago. Cursing simply because it feels appropriate to do so, I rise and dress myself. Then I hurry to the cockpit. Upon connecting with the ship I realize that none of the Draza ships are nearby. Hiding inside the asteroid swarm worked out really well so far. Whatever the aliens are using to detect us, it can't distinguish between our ship and rocks. The chances are high that they are working with really good mass detectors. It would explain why they can find us despite the information barrier. Hiding the gravitational effects of our drive completely is almost impossible. I call up a map of the system and request the computer to share the newest results regarding the enemy's communication. Sadly there aren't any new results. Our new position allowed us to intercept much more of their communication, but it didn't help much to decode their language. At least we could make out how they call themselves and how they look like. The Drazi are about a meter tall and arguably humanoid. They have 2 joints on each appendage and are covered in fur of mostly brown and reddish colors. The legs are short and stubby while the arms reach to the ground and have strong claws which aren't of much use when it comes to manipulating small machinery. Their dexterous, hairless tail makes up for that. Though their flat faces are reminding me of hamsters, their general demeanor is more like that of rats. I frown while watching another intercepted video stream with the killer rat hamsters going about their business. If the translation of their way to measure time isn't completely incorrect, then they are also reproducing like rats. They settled the world under us just 10 years ago, and according to their closest thing to a news channel, they started the colony with just a few hundred settlers. Yet the town on the planet's surface is bursting with at least 300,000 of them. Their numbers seem to 20-fold every 3 years. Everything that comes to my mind after learning about this is that they are vermin. They seem to be unable to control their population, spreading randomly across the stars. There must be trillions of them out there. We didn't stay idle while gathering intelligence and thinking about ways to increase the fighting power of our ship. Though I still have no foolproof idea on how to guard against such powerful lasers. Even if we had a huge mirror which is able to reflect 99% of the energy, the rest would still melt it down like nothing. I switch my attention to the IMS which we let loose on the surrounding asteroids. The swarm is slowly growing while gathering materials and creating a hidden network of surveillance platforms. It's a lot of work to set up a computer that is capable to create a working connection to the quantum net, but the IMS are workers who don't know sleep. The only issues which are limiting them is finding the needed resources and providing enough energy for them. After establishing a direct link home, Sanguine instructed us to use all means necessary to gather intelligence, then retreat and return home. It's really beneficial to us that we set up a line of relay points for our quantum network. Though Sanguine was very vague in how we should acquire the information, dropping the responsibility of thinking something up on us. In the end we decided to put the IMS to the test. Together with Scylla I set up a swarm structure which is controlled by a set of hidden computers. The hollowed-out asteroids which were left by our mining operations came just right for that purpose. Afterwards we covered them additionally in information barriers and sent them on random courses through the system. It should be safe to assume that at least some of them will survive to control the behavior of the IMS. Our last action was to send a few small asteroids which were crawling with IMS out on slow trajectories. If everything goes according to plan they should land on the planet and the stations. As soon as they touch ground or metal, they'll start to reproduce and attempt to hack the Draze's computers. I wonder what the Draze will think when their systems start having malfunctions and they encounter the IMS for the first time. A cackling escapes my lips and I force myself to control myself. Losing control over my body like this feels strange. It would be really cool though if we get a look at their means of generating power. The FTL technology isn't really that interesting to us. I watch our plans unfold until Scylla joins me in the cockpit a few hours later. She seems to have slept well. Are you ready to go home? I ask. Yes. She answers without hesitation. We could teleport directly from here, but I don't want to show them what we can do. That's why we'll sneak out in a way that shows them that we left. I explain. Scylla starts grinning. You mean we'll use my trick? I nod and engage the drive. At the same time I launch a set of rockets which are duplicating the signature of our ship. Many are flying towards important targets, like the planet, mining facilities, and ships. Others are on completely random vectors. The Coeus is escaping downwards from the ecliptic while the Draze start chasing false targets. At least the Draze are bad at thimbling, none of them chose the right shell. Forlorn homeworld Admiral Tullius. My nostrils flare and I use my third hand to call up the information from the spy drone and the message drone. This situation is bizarre and not at all in my interests. Especially because it now looks like I withheld information from the Emperor and the Senate. The only hope I have is to make it look like I did my best to confirm the situation with second sources, but I've no doubt that there will be chopped off hands. Sadly it looks like it'll be mine. One of the guards beside the big door to the Senate's hall signals me to enter and I step inside. The elected senators are sitting in 4 rows to my left and right, each one with a communication set in front of him to hear the speakers clearly in the big hall. It's not the first time I am talking in front of the Senate, but this time is different. The silence is ominous and the Emperor who is sitting on the opposite side of the hall is looking at me expectantly. I swallow down my saliva and walk into the center of the hall. Senate, Emperor, I've requested an assembly because there is a dire situation going on. My eyes wander through the hall, but nobody wants to interrupt me. They seem to be more wary of what I have to say since I've requested their presence unannounced. 7 weeks ago one of our battleships left their guarding position to hunt a Draze raiding group. They fled into the Forbidden Sector and our ship followed them against standing orders. One of the senators gestures for me to stop and I feel a knot forming in my throat. And why did you fail to report this? He hisses like the snake he probably is. It wasn't reported because there wasn't anything that could be done about it, except for sending more ships into the Forbidden Sector. And because the Admiralty thinks that it's stupid that we aren't allowed to hunt the Draze down when they attack our shipping routes. A day ago a message drone from the missing ship Rai returned to one of our outposts. It took the drone a long time since it was low on fuel after having used almost everything to escape. The drones don't have the ability to refuel, so we got the message late. I call upon the hall's projector to ensure that it's ready. They followed the Draze deep into the Forbidden region until they almost caught up to them in 34-85-83. Then this happened. I activate the recording from the Rise bridge. The Senate watches the fate of the star cruiser Rai in stunned silence. The hectic moments when the Draze engaged an unknown enemy with unknown stealth technology. And then the escape of one of the Draze raiding ships while the others were destroyed, followed by the destruction of the Rai by inferior lasers. The escape of the Rise message drones and their record is just the tip of the iceberg. The explosion of the huge alien station and the bodies which are flung out into space only ensure that everyone who didn't believe this to be a total mess is changing his opinion right now. The hall turns loud and messy as the senators start screaming in an attempt to voice their opinion. It's only after the emperor starts hammering the ground with his huge scepter that the hall finally calms down a bit. He sets his grim eyes on me and gestures to go on. I call upon another recorded log which arrived just a few hours ago. Of course I immediately informed you when the first drone arrived at Cirque. We checked our sensor logs after the arrival of the drone and found the same strange gravity anomaly appearing at Cirque outpost, 2 days before the drone arrived. I cough. The Admiralty is relatively sure that the drone was followed by one of the foreign ships. They now know where Cirque is located. I shuffle through a stack of documents which I brought with me. Our analysts are relatively sure that the unknown race has superior stealth technology, superior propulsion, and faster-than-light communication. Something we don't have at all. According to the sensor recordings, some of the gravity anomalies reacted to the station's destruction before the light of the event reached them. We are currently trying to adapt our sensors to their stealth tech, but we still see only shadows of them. Still. The Emperor asks with a growl. We are currently finding those anomalies all along our border, but so far the others haven't tried to communicate and stayed out of our reach. It seems like they are just mapping the star systems which are occupied by us and gathering information. I activate a final sensor log to drop the hammer on my career. Just recently we got intel from one of the spying drones which are observing a Draza base close to our borders. We were already planning to force them further back since the base already launched several raids against our shipping lines. One of the phantoms appeared in the system, half a day before the Draza ship which attacked them got there. We identified the ship by comparing the light frequencies which its drive is emitting. They followed the Draza and overtook them. Then they tried to sneak into their system. I swallow once more. One of the Draza tried to engage the sensor echo, which caused them to drop their stealth partly. They briefly exchanged fire with them. Unfortunately the drone couldn't make out any more than that. Then the ship hid itself in an asteroid field further into the system. A flick of my wrist forwards the log to another point. They hid there for 4 days while the Draza searched the asteroid field for them without results. Then 22 sensor echoes left the system, obviously fake signatures. The Draza engaged several of them, but obviously not the right one. My voice trails off. They left something behind though. We listened in on the Draza communication and they are talking about a disease or vermin. Their chatter never made much sense to the linguists. In another communication it seemed like they are fighting bugs and losing the battle. Once again the hall turns chaotic. The one who stops the noise is the Emperor with his scepter. After the Senate has quieted down he turns his attention to me. Admiral Tullius. I think you already deduced that the forbidden sector is forbidden for a reason. A few hundred cycles ago, during the time of unrest, we already encountered those phantom ships. Like today they refused to communicate and retreated as soon as they encountered us. The Emperor draws a deep breath. Like you probably know, the time of unrest was a great trial for our people, as we had a civil war on our hands until the Empire finally managed to unify the forlorn. The government back then decided, hoped that this new race would stay away from our borders if we don't provoke them. We guessed at their origin by looking at the systems in which we encountered them, assuming that they found us by searching the stars in a straight line away from their home worlds. Then we banned everyone from adventuring into that sector. He puts on a grim expression. Apparently the attack on one of their bases caused them to become active. We have to ensure that we aren't pulled into a senseless war when the real culprits are the Drazi. Ready your best ship to transport a group of ambassadors and scientists into the forbidden sector. 29 Return. The Drazi are one of the very few species which got marked for extinction by the civilized races. Their inability to control their population and live in peace with their surroundings is the reason why they got this judgment. Yet they are avoiding their death sentence due to their nomadic nature and the explosive growth rate of their population. They are an aggressive and treacherous race which is responsible for the extinction of several weaker races. Galactic History. Soul, en route to Forge. Gideon. I enter the coordinates of the Forge and accelerate the ship. Finally home. I can't wait to see my family again. I clap my hands together. It's not often that I feel anticipation, but after being for over 2 months on the Coeus it started to feel a little tight, even for me. The return trip consumed a little more time since we took another route back. We stopped in several systems to set up relay points and recon platforms. The network of nodes is growing steadily around Earth, which should give us enough time to react when the aliens show their furry noses again. According to the latest information from home we have to deal with at least 2 different races. It's not confirmed, but after analyzing the wreckage of the ships and the battle at Jupiter it looks like the last ship in the attacking formation was chasing the other 3. It's too early to judge their relationship though. Why are their ship designs so similar for example? There must be more to it, maybe a necessity of FTL flight? Gideon, we have to talk about something. Scylla wakes me from my daydreaming. She disconnected from the ship and is kneading her hands while sitting in the chair at my side. Yes. I ask. What are we to each other? She asks me, taking me off my feet with the question. Luckily I am already sitting. I am no good at relationships and especially when it comes to talking about them. We read each other's minds. I know what I feel for you. Yes, to cut the topic short, that's sexual attraction, Gideon. The question I am asking is if there is more than that between us. Do you like being with me otherwise? To the point of entering a real relationship. Scylla points at me and then at her. You mean like in marriage? I ask, licking over my lips. Let's not overdo it. I meant like lovers, boyfriend and girlfriend, mutual partner in crime. She waits for a moment, but apparently I didn't answer fast enough. Let's give it 2 weeks to cool down. You have to talk about a lot with your family, just like me. And when we've sorted out our personal stuff we'll go on a real date. The ship will also undergo a heavy reconstructions in one of Paul's docks. We won't go anywhere for a while. That sounds reasonable. I ask. Though it feels a little like being put on withdrawal. What if you'll survive 2 weeks without attacking other women? She suddenly calls out. If not, then we don't know each other as soon as we leave the ship. Seems like that was the wrong choice of words. That's not what I meant. You know me. 2 weeks, give me at least a status update over the net. And you remember everything I told you about my mother? Don't let yourself fall into one of her traps. She'll surely show interest in you. If I meet that bitch, I'll do my best to break her legs. Scylla nods and folds her arms in front of her chest. Sadana is showing herself just as an avatar though. How does Scylla intend to break the legs of an avatar? Sol, Earth, Australia. Galia. I pace up and down my room without finding any rest. What I found out yesterday doesn't leave me any rest. I've let myself falling into the belief that the people of Earth are doing well on their path to a unified society. But today the president and I were taken on a little tour and what I saw there let my blood turn cold. Rob Sheffield, Earth's president, was elected into his office by vote just 7 months ago. He was a Canadian Ranger up until then. That doesn't mean that Rob is unqualified, he got a good education like all Russian citizens. After working for 10 years in a small and unrecognized job he decided that he wanted to do more, so he founded his own party and went for becoming president. It was only then that he discovered his real talent. And that's inspiring people with his simplicity, which is by no means meant in a bad way. What's important is that everyone who hears Rob talking knows that he is an earnest and good person. He has his faults like being forgetful and being too emotional from time to time, but that's how he turned from an underdog with almost no support into Earth's president. He is a people's man and the common folk loves him. It also means that he isn't introduced to many of the inner workings and politics behind the big political powers. More than once I had to do my best to force him to be pushy when dealing with officials who tried to treat him like a figurehead. If I hadn't done that we would have never found out about the secret operations of a certain government agency. They are dealing with all matters regarding mages. We were led into a secret facility in South Africa, far away from any settlements. There they were holding captured mages like animals inside secured cells. I know my government's policy regarding those of us who didn't want to leave Earth, but this isn't right. Some of them even had kids and families, children who never had the chance to choose what they wanted. And then their research and the human experiments. They are trying to create some kind of super soldiers to hunt down the last remaining mages on Earth. Rob voiced his objections to the inhumane treatment, but the official who led us through the facility simply ignored him and explained to us that we would be removed if we told anyone about this. That day Rob found out that he is really just a front for other powerful people behind the scenes. Without any powerful backers he is just for show. I've sent a full report to the Faceless and the Elders, but so far I didn't get an answer. It's infuriating how slow they are from time to time. But then again we have another crisis on our hands which threatens the entire solar system. The buzzing of my apartment's doorbell stops me dead in my tracks. I don't have any relationships on this world. If I don't count the nice guy in my office who is trying to invite me to dinner every day. There's no reason for anyone to visit me here at night. I head over to the door and activate the security system to see who is on the other side. It's a man in a grey suit. I activate the speakers. Yes. Samantha Helm? There is something we need to speak to you about. The man's voice answers over the microphones. Who are you? I wouldn't know what there is to speak about in the middle of the night. I reply and step back from the door. The whole situation is fishy. Have they somehow found out that I am a mage? We ran through a lot of checkpoints when we entered the facility. That's when I hear something smash through my apartment's window right behind me. I instinctively turn around and send a bolt of electricity at the people who broke into my apartment. One of them is flung right out of the window, falling to his doom. This is the 6th floor, they must have roped down from the roof. The 2 others are already advancing, shooting at me. I feel fine needles piercing my skin, sending jolts of electricity through my body. I use the energy to fuel and charge myself with it, firing lightning at the other 2 attackers. But they move inhumanly fast, throwing off my aim. The first one who reaches me attempts to hit me, but the built-up energy within me releases itself as he touches me. The resulting spark chars his flesh and the tensing of his muscles throws him backwards. The 3rd attacker reaches me and throws a violent kick against my belly. The force sends me flying and I impact the wardrobe behind me, breaking it. Strangely enough I feel no pain. He lunges forward, but a ball lightning from my open palm slays him before he reaches me. I try to get up, but my legs don't move. I can't feel my lower body. With horror I realize that I was kicked 7 meters through the room. That's when the door to my apartment opens and the grey suit steps in. I wish this would have gone down a little easier, Mrs. Samantha, but we really want to know how a mage managed to become the aide of our beloved president. How? I gag and my body convulses suddenly. Don't be too hasty, we have more than enough time to talk. There was a powerful toxin on those needles. Though I believe that we should remove the stun function. The electricity did nothing else than charging you. My head drops to the ground and the world turns dark. Soul, ether. Gideon. I am home. I call out as I enter the big mansion. My grandmother peeks around a corner of the entrance hall and rushes towards me. Then she hugs me fiercely, pressing her cool silver hair against my chin. Gideon, I am so glad that you are back. It would have been horrible if we had lost you too. She starts sobbing. What are you talking about, Grandma? You won't lose me so fast. I am a genetically enhanced, something human. It would be very uncool if someone with my case history would die for something less than saving his loved ones. That never happens in comic books. You mean you didn't hear it? Finally, grandmother lets go of me. Galia died during her mission. They don't even have her body for us to bury her. She wipes away the tears from her face. Suddenly it seems like the world drops away from under my feet. What do you mean, died? The brute can't be dead. She is sturdier than a steel bar. Galia is like a small sister to me. She may be older, but the fact that she was mentally younger than me when we met makes her the smaller one. Melon wipes a tear from her eye. What's that outfit of yours? I look down on my black and grey uniform, which is similar to the outfit of a faceless. That's the official dress of the SDF. I got forcefully enlisted, if you remember. I'll deal with it for the time being until it doesn't suit my purposes anymore. Grandmother leads me back to the living room, where the rest of the family is gathered. I greet all of them and listen to their story. All I knew about Galia's work is that she joined the Office of Foreign Affairs, which is dealing with all matters concerning Earth. They are handling the immigration of mages from Earth into our society. There are actually still quite a few of them left on that shithole of a planet. They refuse to leave their home. But that doesn't mean that their children want to live a life of hiding, and so there is a small, but steady stream of people who turn their back our planet of origin. Apparently Galia got appointed as a spy on Earth's government. And in a high position at that. She was the advisor of Earth's president, which isn't much more than being a secretary, to be honest. Her secret identity was Samantha Helm, a university graduate who was working her way upwards until she ended up in the president's party. According to the reports, she had a fucking car accident and the vehicle burned completely out, not leaving anything behind. The OFA is relatively sure that she got found out, but they refuse to send anyone else into danger. I lean back after listening to the story as it was told to me by Uncle Arend. Auntie Rhiannon broke out into tears while he was doing so. I thought she had some kind of desk job. I furrow my forehead, realizing that someone is missing. Where is Sodden? She's with Paul. Hedian smiles weakly and takes another sip of something alcoholic. The two of them want to marry soon. Ah. Finally. I wondered when Paul will collect the guts to ask her. I answer with a sour voice. The two of them were beating around the bush since years. Right now it feels like sharing my own adventure to the family can wait. I don't even want to tell it to them when they are already suffering. Though wouldn't it be better to tell it to them now? They can't feel any worse from it, can they? I activate my ability to think over it long and hard. This is one of those delicate situations which grandmother warned me of. When I return from my forced isolation, I stand up. I've got to go somewhere for a few days. Don't worry, it's just a matter of the SDF. They have to debrief me about the mission in enemy space. I hug my grandmother and storm out of the room before anyone can stop my hasty retreat. On my way out, I access the net to get the location of the Office of Foreign Affairs. Outside the mansion, I hurry to the closest teleportation chamber and teleport to the street which is pointed out on the virtual map in my head. From there I walk directly to the OFA, which turns out to be a really big and expensive looking building. I head through a huge double door and end up in front of a secretary with red hair. She is smiling at me. Stealing myself for what I am about to do, I go over everything what I know about human interactions. I am always saying that I don't understand the actions and reactions of the average human, but that doesn't mean that I am unable to push their buttons if I want them to do something. I don't return the gesture of her smiling face and pull an identifier card from my pocket instead. My name is Gideon Alvar, captain of the SDF. Where is someone who can give me access to the reports of your active agents? The secretary looks intimidated, just as I intended it. She answers with a stuttering voice. Floor 2, Office 43B. Thank you. I leave before she can think about my right to be here. To my luck, the SDF is a fairly new organization which got tasked with the military defense of human-occupied star systems. Not many people know how far our arm is actually allowed to reach, but it's not much shorter than that of the Faceless. Scylla and I already reported back to the SDF right after returning from our mission. We had to hand over all our gathered data to a staff of analysts and were debriefed on our mission. After we gave our recommendations on which changes have to be made to the new ships, we headed our own paths as we bargained. We also got a provisional rank inside the SDF, as we are the only people with actual combat experience. The SDF as it is now is just a random bunch of people with useful skills. To my luck, the black and grey uniform which we got looks halfway intimidating. Since mages are just humans with a little enhanced and mutated genetics at the end of the day, they are still bowing to authority. All I have to do is being bold enough to play my role. A security guard falls to the same trick on my way up, then I search the office in question. After having figured out the system behind the office labels, it takes just a short walk to my destination. I open the door without knocking and enter. Inside I find a blue-haired woman behind a desk. She is looking at me in a displeased manner. I draw my card once more, carefully ensuring that my finger is above my family name, and rub it into the woman's face. My name is Captain Gideon from the SDF. I have to research an important issue which is involving one of your agents. Give me access to all reports on and from Galia Alvar. You have the battle axe in front of me, starts mocking up, but I hammer my flat hand onto the table in front of her. I wouldn't delay this matter, or did you fail to read the new guidelines regarding our offices? We have an alien incursion on our hands. You guys from the OFA went down 2 stairs when it comes to importance. So where are those fucking reports? My voice went from low to screaming during my little speech. The woman looks at me like she just encountered a faceless who intends to hold her responsible for mass murder. She types a few commands into her computer. 2 rooms to the left is an empty office with a free computer. I made all the reports available to that device. I nod and return my card to my pocket. I swear to you. We'll protect the world from the killer hamsters. They will not overrun this system. Kill killer hamsters. She gasps, not getting what's going on. Oh, sorry. You weren't cleared for that information yet? Don't worry. It'll be all over the news tonight. I turn around and leave the office, hurrying to the indicated computer. Probably I have only a handful of minutes until she gets over her shock and asks someone above her about my authorities. Luckily technomages can read really fast if they have to. I enter the office which was pointed out to me and connect to the computer on the table, then I start reading. Half an eternity later I am reading Galia's reports for the 9th time. Suddenly the device in front of me is forcefully disconnected and the screen goes black. A projection of Sanguine appears in the room. He looks royally pissed off. You do realize that you just misused the power which was given to you? You got your rank just 2 hours ago. I wave a hand at him. Yes. Yes. And do you realize that you wrote my cousin off as dead without even checking what the normals did to her? I stab my finger at the black screen. A car accident which completely burns the body? How stupid do you guys think I am? Cars don't burn in this day and age, even if you drop them off a cliff. It would take a damn tank wagon to do that. Our policy regarding Earth says that we stay out. Sanguine answers with a blank voice. It's a normals report. We didn't come up with that car shit. Yes, and our policy with the aliens says we stay away. Worked fine it seems. I scowl, feeling something burning inside me. The difference is just that they took one of our own this time and not just any wild mage. He tries to calm me down. We are trying to find her, but the chances aren't good. What's there to find? Her report says it all. Go in with your guns blazing and get her out. I call out. Sanguine closes his eyes and rubs the bridge of his nose. You don't understand. We made agreements with the ruling powers of Earth. They don't touch those who stayed behind and in return we stay away. I gesture at the computer. They don't touch those who stayed behind? Worked fine it seems. Looks like a major breach of contract from their side. They only catch those who break their laws or are too stupid to hide their powers. Sanguine replies weakly. Galia knew the risk. Either you get her back, or I'll use my not-so-small financial resources to tear that planet apart. I whisper. Sanguine starts chuckling. That's the first time you are threatening to use your wealth. I wonder why you didn't do it when I enlisted you to the SDF? Your mother would be proud of you. So what is your answer? I ask. Sanguine shakes his head. I can't overturn the decision of the council. We will not show ourselves on Earth in numbers. Then I'll go there alone and give them a little show of force. I answer and mumble. Maybe I should also drop a few words in front of the faceless about this dubious agreement. The elder's eyes turn glassy for several seconds. That might just work. In the treaty we promised to never return in force. But sending a single ambassador might just work. I could get that through the decision process. Don't call me an ambassador. I answer. What then? Sigan asks astounded. Call me a reminder of the past. 30 Earth. The civilized powers of the Milky Way are a collection of species who have attained a certain level of technology and social stability which other races lack. There are currently 107 such races. All of them gather every 10 cycles close to the center of the Milky Way to talk about matters of importance and dangers which threaten all of them. It would be wrong to call this gathering a political government, because it isn't. It's just a platform to exchange information and thoughts between each other. It's been long understood that there can be no unified government between groups who are so different that some have problems to follow each other's thought processes. Galactic history. Sol, Mars colony. Scylla. Gideon? This is madness. You can't go down to Earth alone. I answer him via the secure link over which he called me. Actually I am already on Earth. They have a small and neat little base with a long-range teleporter down here. Who would have thought that the disappearances in the Bermuda Triangle are for real? Gideon's voice answers me jokingly. I didn't mean that you should go and kill yourself when I said that we'll do our own stuff for 2 weeks. Isn't there anyone else who can do this? I mumble disheartened. We are talking about my cousin, she is like a little sister to me. Actually I want you to do something for me. I can't do it myself because I think that Sanguine is going to supervise me. That old fart is as much a meddler as my mother. You are speaking about our esteemed elder way too casually. But sure, I am currently on Mars though. I answer and Gideon starts explaining what I have to do. When he is done I nod to myself. That sounds simple enough. Are you sure that you'll be okay? Sure. Have a nice time during your holidays. He hangs up without waiting for a reply. Holiday? Gideon, we still have a lot to talk about. Mrs. Esteen? Where should I transfer the money? The bank employee asks from across the table. I raise my eyes and realize where I am. Gideon called me just when I was about to set the starting stone for a new business. Make a new account and transfer half the money there. I want no limits on that account. I answer and wait until the banker is done. When I have all the data and access codes I leave the bank. The Mars colony is a gigantic complex beneath the surface of Mars. Despite being the second colony which was settled, it's the biggest one in terms of population. The Moon, which was settled first, offers a harsher environment and requires more energy to sustain it. That's not the case with Mars, which isn't an easy place to live in either. But it's much easier than living on the moon where people have to import almost all of the needed resources. My family was among the first settlers on Mars. One of my ancestors developed the quantum computers which are used all over the solar system. Luckily we managed to keep the control over our invention. Though the network of relations to other companies, relatives, and contracts spread too wide over the generations. It can be hardly said that we are still controlling the market or have anything to say regarding the company. It's a little troublesome if a great fortune gets divided and subdivided again and again with each consecutive generation. That means nonetheless that I've no trouble with money, though the loss of Oibras and my friends hit me. I check once more on their status and realize that one of them is on Mars. My heart tightens when I realize that it's Amy Jeffrey, the very one who managed to lure my current, future boyfriend to bed. No, rules. What happens in that club stays between the people in question. And Amia is my friend, I should be happy that she survived. I draft a generic message in which I tell her that I am happy about her survival and ask to meet her. After having sent the message I take a deep sigh and head home. My family of 7 already welcomed me with tears. The only one who didn't show his happiness was my father. He didn't welcome my decision to stay in the SDF for the time being. My mother, 2 brothers, and 2 sisters were overjoyed about my visit though. I walk the streets of underground City 7 towards home when I get a VR request from an unknown source. With a bad feeling in my belly I step towards the wall to be out of people's way and take the call. It's regarded as rude when a technomage simply takes a call and freezes up while standing in the middle of the sidewalk. The one who appears inside my own virtual reality is nobody else than Sadina Alvar. Gideon didn't hold back when telling me about his mother in detail. She is everything that a mad scientist should be. Sadina's avatar smiles. Child, do you know where Gideon is? He is refusing to answer my calls. It's a bit annoying if you take into account that I am his psychiatrist. Oh, so the reason why she is calling him is that she can't track him. I think there is a reason when a person refuses to talk to someone. Whoever you are. I've to point out that she didn't introduce herself. There is also no need to give away that I got a very detailed story on her person. I am sorry. I am Gideon's creator, so to speak. You are Celestine, you shared the bed with him for the last month. What did you think of my handiwork? She asks, but I don't give her the satisfaction of betraying my expression. I am very sure that she is trying to get a hint on how we stand towards each other. Yeez, I think he mentioned you once or twice. Always in connection with some kind of curse. I answer slowly. He got very creative the second time. She claps her hands together. That's so like him. It's good that I got to talk to you. And you didn't even deny my idea of you 2 sleeping together. She starts pacing left and right in front of me. Ah, it feels like I am learning so much, just by talking to you. But if you are in Seoul and the Coeus is in Seoul, then that means that Gideon is also here. But I can't find him, so he is somewhere without connection. That means he is on Earth? But he shouldn't go there until much later. She happily continues rambling on until I have enough of it and interrupt her monologue. So what's the deal, bitch? You want to tell me that you don't even care to track what happens to your own relatives? I don't think that Gideon is the one who needs a psychiatrist. You do. Her expression tightens for a moment as if she intends to lash out at me, then her eyes start flicking left and right. Oh. Galia, the experiment I left on Earth. Without another word the connection is terminated. I didn't fully believe Gideon's description of her, but Sadina is really messed up. But if I put her last words into context with what Gideon told me about Galia's report, then it makes sense. I shudder as I dial Gideon's number to tell him the most likely reason why the humans on Earth suddenly have the means to hunt mages. Seoul, Earth, Australia. Rob. I enter my bedroom and sigh in relief. My days are very tiring since these bastards took Samantha. They probably did it to show me that they can get anyone. I still don't believe that she really was a mage. If there was something that I could do. Anything. But I don't have anyone I can trust. It feels infuriating to be the representative of Earth and yet I am completely powerless. I approach my bed, but suddenly it feels like I am falling. What? Ah, I am floating? What's this? I want to puke. If you scream, I kill you. If you put your hands somewhere where I can't see them, I kill you. If you don't answer my questions, I kill you. A voice whispers right next to my ear. Who? No. It's a mage. There is no doubt about that. I am floating freely in mid-air. Who took the person called Samantha? The voice asks. I don't know. You can kill me, but I really don't know. I answer. Please let me down. I am too old for this. I won't scream. Slowly I am lowered into the chair beside the small table right next to my bed. I look around, but I still can't see anyone in the room. How? Magic. And now start answering questions. I want the names of the people behind all this. A file appears out of nowhere in front of me and drops into my lap. I take it and start reading. It's a detailed report on that horrible secret facility. Oh, my god. If the world finds out. Only Samantha and me could have known about this. It's written from our point of view, so she was a mage. I lower the report in shock. I can't. They threatened us. I don't care about myself, but I have a brother and he has family. Mr. President. I was sent by the Society of Mages. Many are still thinking that we should stay away from Earth. But certain parts of our society are thinking that enough is enough. I hear steps wandering through the room, but I still can't see anyone. I was allowed to take steps against the people who orchestrated this incident. A pen drops into my lap. So you'll start writing the names of those bad apples, or I'll pluck the information directly out of your brain. And that is a very unhappy experience. Don't you want your secretary back? What will you do to them? I ask. Don't you know everything you need from that report? I don't know anything definitive. There is only one man whom I know for sure to be involved, and he is just a middleman. Making an example out of them, of course. And no, I want them all. They broke the contract. If you don't know for a fact, then guess. Give me the names of suspicious people. I'll do the rest once I get my hands on someone who is involved. I'll even allow you to choose a few names of your own agenda. We'll call them collateral damage. What do you think? Whom do you want to permanently remove from a position of power? I gulp. This proposal isn't right. There are laws. What are laws worth if they protect evil? Sometimes a tumor can't be cured without cutting it out. I thought you worked as a ranger. Haven't you seen the sickness of human society? Earth has the chance to unite under a good government. Nobody will know that you wrote those names. Sometimes a single person has to decide the fate of the world. Right now you are the one who is given that chance by writing the right names onto that paper. My eyes wander to the pen and the file. All you need to do is to choose. I'll be watching the outcome of your decision. Can you do it? I ask. You are talking to someone who walked past 50 guards, right into your bedroom. Without triggering the security system or being recorded by any of the surveillance cameras. With a shaking hand I start writing names. 31 dispatched. The Xene are one of the oldest and most advanced known races. They are holding the position of a chairman among the collective of intelligent races. Many races seek their advice when they are confronted with the unknown or first contact situations. The reason is that the Xene's gift for languages and understanding gives them the ability to communicate with almost all known races. Galactic history. Sol, Earth, South Africa. General denies. What do we have? I ask, sitting down in the conference room. We only know that our opponents or opponent have to be professionals. One of the 3 agents in charge of the investigation pushes a stack of photos to me. There was no sign of someone breaking in. Nobody was recorded on camera. The bodies were found where they were working. The guards were lying around throughout the house and the chief executive officer was found in his bed, together with his wife. None of them looked like they saw anything coming. They were neatly executed. A second agent huffs. Executed is too nice to describe it. If you follow the probable sequence of events as it is told by the bodies, then the bastard started with slitting throats and got more creative with each victim. The chief was slit open like a pig from neck to belly and left to bleed out. I try to wrap my mind around the new situation while I flip through the gruesome pictures. Is there an organization with the capabilities to do this? And how are the chances that our good old chief was interrogated before someone turned him into stuffed turkey? The third agent shakes his head. There is no way to tell that for sure. We suspect the guys from Russia, or an Australian agency. Nordas could have done it too, but we are fairly sure that they have no reason to interfere. I squint my eyes at the pictures. Position one of our enhanced soldiers close to each remaining politician who is backing us. This may have been for entirely different reasons, but I don't want to risk losing the people who are ensuring our operation. And those old farts will start freaking out if they learn that someone found out about our project. Yes, sir. The 3 agents salute me and I return the gesture. Sol, Earth, Australia. Gideon. There is still so much work to do. I scratch my head and tick another name off the list. It took quite a lot of time to gather solid evidence. A few people were indeed innocent, while others were just dumb asses who were used as possible straw men. The people behind the facility in Africa are smart ones. They control the world parliament while giving their subordinates only information on a need-to-know basis. Many of those poor idiots don't even get the big picture despite having more than enough hints. I sigh and dangle my feet through the air. 4 names remaining, then I am done. At least with those who infiltrated the world parliament. The facility and General Denies are last on my list. I would have liked to go there first, but I had to show them somehow that I am interested in their organization and not in who they might or might not hold captive. If Galia is still alive, then her life depends on the fact that those people don't realize that I want her and nothing else. Otherwise they would surely devise a stupid hostage situation, and that's the last thing I want. I reach for the lock of the chest next to me and twist it off. A little body enhancement is more than enough to do the trick. I stole the chest from a nearby military facility. It wasn't a big deal to walk inside and carry it out. The normals have no way of dealing with the combination of electronic warfare and illusion magic I am capable of. It's easier than taking candy away from children. No, seriously. Children are holding onto their candy like drowning men. I tried it. You can't snatch a lollipop out of a child's hands without the child noticing that it got robbed. Then the screaming starts. I am sure that those guys from the military don't even realize that one of their rocket launchers is missing. Of course I manipulated their inventory list accordingly. The launcher is a big model with 4 rockets. Shouldering it isn't easy, but it's manageable. There aren't many people on the street since it's night. Hiding myself inside an information barrier is protecting me against discovery even in broad daylight, but I decided to attack during nighttime to add another point of uncertainty in regards to my identity. I take the sheet with the instructions out of the box and study it. Let's see, safety. Off. Seems like this thing was developed for being used by idiots. Soldiers in other words. I aim the launcher at the bedroom of Maven Russ, a top-ranking politician. The scope confirms that he is indeed in his bed, so I don't waste time and press the trigger to send the rocket on its way. An explosion ends the night's silence and I nod satisfied. Killing the targets with conventional weapons reduces the chances of them realizing what's going. It would be nice if they keep thinking that they are up against another one of the countless human factions. Suddenly a person breaks through one of the many windows in Maven's house. He drops to the garden below and crosses it in 3 big leaps. I whistle through between my lips as he leaps onto the lantern beneath the 4-story penthouse on which I took position. The next leap carries the human powerhouse upwards in my direction. If my mind wasn't so freakishly fast I surely would have been impressed by the display of speed and physical powers. No, let's correct that. I am impressed. What this guy is doing is beyond human. But he lacks in the brain department. I tilt the rocket launcher slightly and take aim. Whoever this person is, he doomed himself in the same moment as he decided to leap up to the roof in a single big jump. I've no doubt that he would have been able to dodge the missile if he had a solid hold on something. As it is now he is just a big target on a predictable ballistic trajectory. I press the button and send the second rocket on its way. The strange human attempts to grab the rocket, which would have been successful if I was unable to interface with the detonator. Why should I steal the stupid rockets if I can control the smart ones with my mind? The explosion tears his arm off and maims the rest of his body badly, which is a second surprise to me. He took that relatively well. Could this be the project which my mother spoke about? Scylla warned me about the possibility. Up until now I didn't believe that the bitch was stupid enough to let her work on enhanced humans fall into the hands of Earth's government. Maybe it was an early stage of the project? The man's trajectory was altered by the explosion. He slams into the penthouse's wall and leaves a big red stain behind. Then he partly slides, partly falls down to the sidewalk. Not wanting to take any risk, I aim the rocket launcher downwards and send the third rocket after the falling man. Having accomplished that I level it again and aim at the freedom statue above the deceased Mr. Maven's house. I am doing it to make a statement to the world. With the fourth and final rocket on its way I push myself off the roof, relying on my gravity magic to slowly float away. A look to the ground confirms that the human powerhouse was blasted to pieces by the second rocket. His remains are littered across the road. Screaming people are rushing out of nearby houses. They are the perfect example of the stupid masses, fleeing in panic without even knowing where to run. Some are even slipping on the gooey innards which are distributed along the street. I drop the empty rocket launcher onto the street so that my opponents can find it. Then I soar off into the night sky. Seoul, Earth, South Africa. General denies. They killed 3 more of our supporters and the enhanced soldiers. They are good. It's clear that they are trying to influence the government by replacing our people in key positions. One of the agents informs me. We've only the Minister of Defense left. He is bitching after finally finding out what's going on. I glare the agent down. It was already clear what they are after when they killed the second of our figureheads. They even got our men behind the scene. For God's sake. What about the president? Are you sure that he isn't the leak? The agent shakes his head. We've him under surveillance 24/7. There is no chance in hell that he is the leak. We shouldn't start hunting spies without reason. 3 of the politicians were killed in a manner which allows for the possibility of interrogation. They surely spilled the beans. It would be smart to regard all our operatives in Australia as uncovered and not safe. Another of my subordinates steps in. I hit the table and hiss, feeling rage welling up inside me. Then why aren't they publicly throwing dirt at us? They surely could shut down the project if they wanted to. One of the researchers at the table raises his hand. That only means that they don't want to shut it down by going public. Either they want to take it over, or they want to end this problem without anyone knowing. He narrows his eyes. Or they are a faction which we didn't take into account up until now. The mages? Neither have they the organization, nor the training to do this. Maybe not the ones on this planet, but what about the ones who flew off in their city? One of the men asks. It doesn't matter at this point. We've to force our enemy to reveal himself. Move all our remaining assets in Australia to cover the Minister of Defense. Seoul, Earth, Australia. Gideon. I rock back and forth while sitting in Rob's rocking chair. It's similar to my pilot's chair and somehow reassuring. The old man is sitting in his bed. He has dark shades under his eyes and looks very tired. Matthew Canberra, David Reiner. He ends the long list of names which I made him learn by heart. Could you please stop sleeping in my bedroom? It's disturbing to have someone in here whom I can't see. And you snore. I stop rocking in my chair. Be glad that I am saving your stupid ass and training you to be the president you should be. It's safer by the way, just in case that they decide to kill you. One may never be sure. So tomorrow morning, right after I make a show of killing the Minister of Defense. Rob interrupts me. I take my personal guards, whom you confirm to be loyal, then I seek out the people whom you suggested. First I go to General Ronick and have him put together a force that's capable of defending me and my relatives. Then I go and make everything public. The solid proof is in a chest buried under the flag in the Parliament's garden. Can I sleep now? No, recite the names once more and go through the plan in detail. I expect heavy resistance tomorrow. I start rocking again. 32 Evolution. The collective of civilized races assumes that its members have catalogued and visited less than 2% of the Milky Way's stars. Galactic history. Seoul, Earth, Australia. Gideon. Massimo Lucchini strolls out of the World Parliament's main complex without a care in the world. Yet he is covered by 10 bodyguards. My little killing spree is the main topic among all the news networks. They have all kinds of conspiracy theories going on. From an attempted coup to a war between secret agencies. My last strike is intended as a public statement to everyone who wants to watch. I've made preparations and instructed Scylla to give me a little aid from the shadows. While I was busy with killing people and gathering information, she hacked all the uncovered bank accounts and government facilities which aren't completely disconnected from the net. I sigh and wait while Massimo Lucchini walks across the plaza directly towards me. 10 meters in front of me, one of the bodyguards raises his hand and stops the entire group. Astonishment causes me to hold my breath. I've encountered these enhanced soldiers several times by now. Somehow they are able to tell that I am there, but they can't see me. It must be either by smell or sound. The information barrier around me is covering everything else perfectly. Mage, show yourself. Massimo calls out, startling several passerbys around us. You've had your fun. Now it's our turn. The guards spread out while Massimo steps back, covered by 2 of his watchdogs. I drop the information barrier and walk towards him. Such a shame. And I thought I would tear you guys apart for the entire world to see. It would have been cool if an invisible force had snatched you away from your guards while the scene is aired on every news channel around the world. I spread my hands for all the world to see. Several cameras all over the plaza are recording this scene, sending their information directly into the internet. Today your inhumane genetic experiments will end, and you will be taken down by one of those very experiments. Me. I'll end your attempts to create genetically enhanced super soldiers. By claiming that I am one of his experiments I can go wild while shifting the attention away from mages. Get him, one of the bodyguards calls out and 3 of them lunge at me. Others draw weapons, but I've already taken precautions against that. The bullets veer off skywards without doing any harm due to the gravity anomaly that's surrounding me. One of the bodyguards enters my personal sphere and is flung upwards, quickly reaching a height of 50 meters. A scream escapes his lips as he realizes what happened. I reach for the other 2 men and cast force on each of them. They try to struggle. But since they aren't mages they have no way to stop me from doing as I please. Both of them crash into each other with the sickening noise of breaking bones. A 4th guard pulls an oversized gun from under his trench coat and aims it at my feet. The movement was shockingly fast and the recoil of the gun makes even the enhanced soldier's arm tremble. I attempt to get out of the way, but my body isn't up to the task. The bullet's trajectory is altered, but not enough because of the higher velocity. It impacts my shoulder and I scream. The pain feels like my arm is being torn off. Without my shield spell it would have punched right through. The force lifts me from my feet and out of my protective sphere. My own spell lifts me forcefully upwards and I have to cancel it. Unlike my opponents I don't care about being airborne, but being thrown upwards too high isn't desirable. I feel other bullets impacting my shield, but their small caliber isn't enough to punch through my shield. If they continue firing like this I'll have to look for another source of energy than my own body. Up until now the drain was manageable, but this is taking longer than I anticipated. I try to right myself when something hits me in the chest. It's the soldier who shot the heavy artillery at me. He jumped after me. His gun fires once more. This time from point blank at my left upper thigh. I wince as the bullet punches through bone, but it doesn't take me out of the fight. He raises his hand and aims the gun at my face. I catch it and channel electrical energy through him. His body twitches and his mouth opens to a voiceless scream. I don't care and watch as his arm gets charred. The gun looks interesting, so I pry it out of his cramped fingers and drop him to the ground. It has a big magazine and looks like a Desert Eagle from Counter-Strike. I aim it at Massimo. The people on the ground were looking at me with disbelieving eyes. Probably they've never seen a real mage before. All they've hunted so far were some minor mages without proper education who stayed on Earth. I doubt that any of them got the same training as me. The gun roars and the recoil almost kicks it out of my hand. Pain surges through my injured shoulder and I am grateful about the body enhancement magic which I taught myself. I've no aptitude for it, but it's very useful. The enormous drain on my powers can be countered by supplying myself with other energy sources. The oversized bullet pops Massimo's head like a balloon, leaving only the lower jaw attached to his body. At this point the remaining bodyguards realize that their smaller calibers are failing to do to me any harm. They turn and try to run, but I gun them down without hesitation. That's when something grabs my foot and I am whirled around like a toy. Out of the corner of my eyes I register that the opponent whom I electrocuted got back to his feet. What's with this guy? He is even stronger and faster than the others. He lets go and I am thrown back down to the plaza, crashing right into one of the restaurants. People searching for protection scream and hurry to flee. Debris and parts of the restaurant rain down on me while I contemplate the situation. I wanted to put on a show of force, but that bastard is simply overpowering me with his superior speed. My ability doesn't matter if my body isn't able to react in time. When I struggle like this with just one of their soldiers, then it can be hardly called a lesson. But I've already achieved my target anyway, so I should go for the grand finale. A crying waitress is pressed to the wall right next to me. She has a bottle with expensive wine in her hands. Just what I need right now. I take the bottle from her and snap off the seal while hobbling out of the restaurant. Normally I don't like alcohol, but it relaxes me and lifts a few unnecessary mental restraints if I don't overdo it. I learned that back when I was a child and got abducted. After a big mouthful of the stuff I drop the bottle and focus on the approaching man. He looks angry and raises a normal gun this time. Apparently he picked it up from one of his comrades. As he starts firing a helicopter appears above the parliament and 3 heavy vehicles crash at full speed through the barrier which is hindering cars from driving onto the plaza. They come to a screeching halt and more troops spill out. This time they look like real soldiers. That's when my eyes fall onto a big power cord which connects the restaurant with the city's power grid. The fight took more of my resources than I anticipated, and this would be a possibility to recharge myself. Why not? It doesn't work much differently when I use the ship's fusion reactors to power my spells. There just happens to be a few safeguards between me and the energy, that's all. The safeties aren't really needed if you know what you are doing. I've already used electric energy to recharge myself before, and I've never felt as if it was even scratching my limits. The bullets ricochet off of my shield as I raise both hands. Then let's see who is the stronger one. I cast force on the power cord which is connecting the restaurant and the main power line. It is supplying the main street towards the parliament with electrical energy. The big and heavy cord snaps loose and jumps into my hands. Energy surges through my veins and I feel my body healing as I channel the excess power into healing magic. My eyes flick towards the helicopter as its minigun aims at me. It's easy to take over the highly automated device. Cars can't be controlled to that degree, but the military helicopter is completely controlled by computers. The pilot screams as his machine suddenly veers off and unloads all its arsenal into the approaching soldiers, blowing up the 3 vehicles. Then I crash the helicopter into the soldiers. I pull more energy from the city's power grid, which is similar to using the power of my ship's fusion reactor to cast spells. One of the surging sparks of energy hits the battered bodyguard who gave me so much trouble. This time the energy knocks him out for good, charring him to a crisp. The cord lights up and melts as I channel the energies into a final spell. A quick search for one of the satellites in the sky gets me my location via GPS. Seoul, Earth, South Africa. General denies. I still watch the screen in a daze as Channel ONE airs the gruesome interrogation of several politicians who were backing us. On another channel Massimo Lucchini was just brutally shot. Stop these broadcasts. I don't care what you have to do. Send a strategic missile at the responsible news stations. It's impossible to stop them, it's all over the world. Someone took over everything. One of my subordinates hammers at his keyboard. Suddenly the ground under our feet vibrates. We just lost the connection to the surface. I shove the man at the cameras out of my way, then I flip the switch which overrides the network. This activates an old safety feature which doesn't rely on computers. The screen remains empty, so I start selecting other cameras until I reach one which is surveying the base from a hill a few hundred meters away. What's shown on the screen is the devastated surface part of our base. A 20-foot crater is in the center of the landing field. I continue cycling through the cameras until I reach the one which is showing the entrance to the underground facility. The very same person who was in Australia just seconds ago is standing in front of the entrance to our underground facilities. His eyes are glowing blue and electrical sparks are coursing over his body as if he is a damn plasma globe. Then the door opens and he steps into the lift. Who let him in? I scream and turn to look at the men behind me. The technician at the other side of the room shakes his head. The whole facility is in lockdown. We can't even escape out of this room. Escape? Free the experiments. Get the guards to the elevator. I don't care how. Call for support. Seoul, Earth, South Africa. Gideon. I whistle the tune of Once Upon a Time in the West while waiting for the elevator to arrive at the lowest floor. Are you ready, Scylla? Of course, but remember that you owe me one for this. I did nothing but hacking into computers over the last 7 days. And even if Earth's computer systems are easy to penetrate, it still takes a lot of time if you do it on this scale. Her voice answers me over the headset on my ear. Okay. I promise you a real date when we see each other. I'll watch some romance movies and study how it's properly done. I'll even learn some pickup lines. What do you think? I ask. Just try to survive and don't give me any false hopes. I've already been in your head, in case you forgot. She disconnects and leaves me to my own devices. Relationships are hard to unite with your own personal agenda. Though I would like to meet Scylla again as fast as possible. Scylla hacked this facility for me while I was busy with mopping up the dirt in Rob's front yard. I notice that I am almost at my destination and check the weapon which I acquired from the super soldier. It's a real bitch to fire, but the design is cool and I always liked annoying people in Counter-Strike. At least up until to the point where I got banned for cheating. The doors open and I kneel down. Seoul, Earth, South Africa. Guard. Fire. All of us open fire to turn the elevator into Swiss cheese. After several seconds the Sarge lifts his hand and signals us to stop. There is nobody inside. So I edge further to the wall's corner, having a bad feeling about this. Then someone appears in the top right corner of the elevator's door, sweeping his gun across my 8 comrades and the Sarge. 9 shots are fired almost as one while I raise my rifle towards the unexpected target. My eyes widen as I realize that his gun is centered on my forehead. Seoul, Earth, South Africa. Gideon. Bam. Ha. This is easier than I thought. In Counter-Strike you need 2 shots if your opponent spot a helmet. Holding the deagle with 2 hands makes it a lot easier to fire in rapid succession. I step out of the elevator and walk across the ceiling while exchanging the ammo clip. The pistol has 20 shots, but I want more ammo in case of encountering something unexpected. So. Let's see. I think the cells are to the left. I take the left corridor and wonder if using gravity magic to walk along walls and ceiling is considered as cheating. When I started my attack on the facility I sent it into lockdown mode. This means that all doors are shut, hence the weak resistance at the elevator. The downside is that upon reaching each door I have to activate the override and open it manually. After the 3rd door I stumble across a group of 5 scientists. There is something in their eyes which I don't like, so I execute them without warning using a lightning spell. At that moment an inhuman howl from behind me causes me to freeze up for a moment. Then I turn to face whatever is behind me. It's Hulk. I gape at the thing which escaped straight out of a bad movie. Okay, it's not Hulk because it's not green. But it's close. Like someone took two bodybuilders on steroids and mashed them together into one person. Then it explodes towards me and this time I decide to cheat. I create a strong electromagnetic effect along my gun's barrel and press the trigger, turning it into a railgun. The bullet hits the thing in its chest and creates a fist-sized hole, but it's still coming. Having no other choice I expand the gravity field around me. The monster drops head first into the ceiling, which is the floor to me right now. Slowly the gravity increases, but the thing is still trying to get to its feet. I add another 10 gravities and another 10 until it's pinned flat to the ceiling. The struggling muscles are still visible though. Suddenly the whole corridor rocks and shifts, so I hurry to put a round into the thing's head and reduce the gravitation again. Whoever led the experiments in this facility is even sicker than my mother. Hopefully this is recorded on camera. I am on a real roll since I supercharged myself with that power cord. Maybe this is how it's supposed to feel when you are on drugs? After another corner I arrive at the holding facility and release the automated cell doors. People are stepping outside, but there is no Galia. Hey, you. There was a girl with blonde hair brought in a while ago. Where is she? I point at one of the men who are looking up to me like I am the eighth world wonder. The last cell. They rolled her in, lying on a bed, one of the released people calls out. I drop to the ground and rush to the last cell where I find Galia on a bed. Gideon, she cries out upon seeing me. What did they do to you? I ask, ripping away the restraints and taking out the infusion needles in her arms. They are monsters, Gideon. They took samples from me, treating me like some kind of lab rat. She starts sobbing. I touch her forehead and cast a healing spell on her. Can you walk? I think my back is broken, she answers between the sobs. I am just so glad that someone came. I growl, feeling something surging up from deep within me. Then I cast gravity magic on her to negate her weight and pick her up. We'll go home. Once I am outside the room I head back the way I came and address the other prisoners while walking past them. This facility will be destroyed in a few minutes. Whoever doesn't want to be here by then should follow me. Your new eyes look cool. Do you intend on walking in grandmother's footsteps? Galia presses the words out from between her lips despite being in pain. I honestly don't know what you are talking about. I walk faster with about 30 prisoners following me. Some of the stronger ones have to carry the injured. All of them are weakened, so it doesn't go as fast as I want to. In front of a door Galia grabs my hand. In there are the labs. Please make sure to destroy everything. I instruct the door to open and take a look. Inside is a huge lab with several computers. In the center of the room is a hologram of a DNA strand with a double helix and a second strand with a triple helix. There is also a quadruple helix displayed further behind in the room. They've found a way to quickly check our mutated DNA strands against their normal double helix. That's how they found out that I am a mage. Galia winces at the sight of a table with robotic arms and needles on them. A woman in a white coat is cowering behind it. A simple thought snatches the woman from her feet and forces her onto the table. It's easy enough to instruct the medical device to do its work. I release a surge of power through the facility to wipe the computers clean. Without looking back I leave while the scientist is being mutilated by the machine. The rest of our return to the surface doesn't offer any more hindrances since the facility's personnel is locked behind the doors. At the surface is a stealth transport shuttle already waiting for us. I requested it from the mage's headquarters to escape quickly. I head inside and wait until the other prisoners have boarded the transporter. It's essentially just a long box with gravity circuits in a cockpit, but that's all I need. When the last man is inside I close the loading bay and instruct the shuttle to head back to the headquarters. After a minute of flying at full speed I connect to the shuttle's communication circuit. Activate Skyfall. Seoul, Earth, South Africa. General denies. I wipe the sweat from my forehead and sigh in relief. The monster left and didn't even bother to hunt us down, though he could have cleaned the facility room by room. Our reinforcements are almost here. It sucks that we lost our research objects. This incident will throw us back by years. Suddenly the command room's big screen activates and shows a familiar face. My eyes widen. Hello, General denies and everyone else. I've got a message for you. All your bank accounts and financial backers had their accounts erased. It's not like you need the money, so I distributed it to educational, industrial, and social sectors. And there is a second small asteroid heading your way. The first one was just intended to wipe out any resistance from the surface. This one is the size of a bus, that should be enough to flatten the base and smash everything that's underground. So, goodbye. The asteroid should arrive about now. 33 appointment. 674:40011, fast cruiser Tall Agan departs. Destination, Forbidden Sector. Galactic history. Soul, Ether. Melon. I and my husband enter the sick room where I find Gideon and Galia in their beds. The room is big and for 2 persons. At the wall is a table with 4 chairs for visitors and a big vision screen above it. They are watching one of Gideon's old movies. It's been just 2 days since he broke her and a whole bunch of wild mages out of that hellhole on Earth. Our news networks are going wild since then, asking who was responsible for sanctioning such an operation. Bombarding Earth with asteroids is a serious breach of our policy, no matter how you look at it. Strangely enough, the elders kept absolutely quiet about Gideon's actions. They even went so far as to hide his involvement in the entire matter, blurring out the close-up images of his face. Grandma. Galia waves at us with a tired smile. Gideon just smiles and nods, returning his attention to the movie. How are you doing? Do the doctors already have a diagnosis? I ask and take her hand. Galia nods and smiles. They think that they can fix my back. That's good to hear. What about the others? I stroke her hair. She shakes her head. Most of them are fine in the physical department, but mentally it doesn't look so good. The doctors are considering to erase the memories of 5 of them, since they were imprisoned for the longest time. I try to smile. You know that you can always come to me if you want to talk about it. Maybe later. She answers. My attention turns to Gideon. And you? We have to talk. I grab one of the chairs and sit down next to him. Don't worry. He shrugs his shoulders. I don't even know why I am here. I've never felt better than now in my entire life. Those doctors are overreacting about a few minor changes. I smile and draw him closer to hug him. Thank you for saving Galia. But at least tell me what you are planning to do the next time you simply run off without explaining yourself. Then I let go. And don't take magic-inflicted mutations on the light shoulder. I cup his head between my hands to take a look at his eyes. When he returned with Galia, his eyes looked like flashlights. At least they returned back to a slightly normal appearance after the excess energy was drained from his body. The iris and the rest of his eyes have their normal colors back, but there is a blue shimmer coming from inside his pupils where they should be black. What separates normals from mages is our mutated and highly adaptive DNA. If our bodies get exposed to stress, they change their genetic makeup to guarantee survival. Sometimes in really drastic ways which aren't always pleasant or desirable to the individual who is trapped in such a body. I sigh. I am just glad that you don't have lightning rods sprouting from your forehead. Hey. Hedion reaches for the horns on his forehead. I told you, they aren't lightning rods. I roll my eyes and ignore him. Another point. You forgot to tell me about your little adventure, Gideon. Gideon raises an eyebrow. Didn't I send you mails all the time? I lick over my lips. I am not entirely sure if those one-liners, which can be hardly called coherent sentences, classify as mail. Oh, sorry. There was so much to do. I admit that I was a little lazy. And when I returned home I had better things to do than sit down and add to a bad time. He starts telling me an adventurous tale about finding his origins and being sent on a mission to a planet over 100 light years away. What halts my breath is what Sadana did to him. When he is done I just sit there with the greatest shock I've ever received in my life. I would have never thought that I would want to kill my own blood. It's good that she doesn't dare to contact us. Gideon's expression turns troubled. That's when I realize what I've just said. Of course I didn't mean you. You'll always be a son to us. I take his hand and squeeze it to reassure him. In that moment the door opens and Sodden steps into the room. Let's party. She wields 2 expensive-looking bottles in her hands, but freezes upon seeing us. Why are you guys looking like someone died in front of you? Didn't we just get my sister back from the dead? I laugh and gesture for Sodden to take a seat. It's nothing important. It can wait. Let's just be glad that we are together. K. If you are sure that there is no problem. Her eyes wander to the screen with Gideon's old movie. That doesn't look like one of the movies Gideon is normally watching. And I am pretty sure that it isn't one of his games either. My attention changes to the movie for the first time. Normally I am really not interested in his strange hobby, but the movie looks really different. There are no explosions, no guns, no strange technologies. Just a man and a woman flirting with each other. Yes. Please spare me. He is watching these toe-curling romance stories since we got appointed to this room. Galia starts bitching and raises her hand, showing 2 fingers. 2 days. Can you imagine that? Normally I am not against bad love stories, but too much is too much. If he doesn't stop soon I'll get up and walk out of here without treatment. You can't walk. Gideon points out the obvious. And I need someone who explains their reasons for doing strange stuff. His eyes wander back to the movie. Why are they feeding each other? They are grown people. Can't they eat themselves? Only small children have to be fed. His expression turns disgusted. I already explained that. Listen for once. It's supposed to be romantic and shows affection. That's why they are doing it. Galia shakes her fist. Grandma. Get him out of here or I'll strangle him. I know he saved my life, but I've gotten only 4 hours of sleep last night. Are you sick, Gideon? It's a total breach of your usual behavior to be interested in this genre. I ask while wondering if grabbing the power line fried something important up there. Nah, Gideon makes a dismissive gesture. I am just studying. Studying? I ask with a blank expression. For the date. Gideon's eyes remain on the screen. Date. I know, it's not fair of me to want to strangle him right now. But if it continues that I have to pull every piece of information out of his nose, I'll kill him. I'll simply kill him. Yes, with my co-pilot. We made an arrangement to meet this weekend. I was tasked with arranging the location. Gideon answers, oblivious of the atmosphere inside the room. I force myself to smile. It can't be that Gideon is gay. It can't be. I haven't made that big of a blunder in my education. First I completely failed my responsibilities with Sadana and now I've done it to another child. You are going on a date? With a guy. When did I say that Scylla is a guy? Gideon's expression turns perplexed, but his attention stays on the screen. I draw in a deep breath and let out a long sigh of relief. His co-pilot is a girl. No. I guess I simply assumed that your co-pilot is male because you managed to tell your entire story while calling her always just co-pilot. I did. Gideon furrows his forehead, searching his memory for his wording, but he simply gives up and returns his attention to the screen. Enough is enough. I connect to the hospital's network and search for the video screen in this room, then I forcefully switch it off. Hey. Finally Gideon turns his attention towards us. My expression must have betrayed me somehow. Upon looking into my eyes he flinches backwards and places the cushion protectively between himself and me. Not that I've ever had to hit him, but right now I really feel like it. I take his hand and start stroking it slowly, gently. So from what I gathered the co-pilot, whom you shared that small cabin of yours with, is female? You two have been together for 2 months and she is still willing to go on a date with you. Either she's hit her head somewhere or those two are soulmates. Your relationship with that girl developed to the point of taking her on a date? On a real date? There wasn't some kind of misunderstanding. Gideon nods slowly, like realizing that he just walked into a minefield. Then he answers with a questioning undertone. Yes. And apparently you care enough about this person to plan this date of yours. I ask, still stroking his hand. He nods once more. My interrogation continues. And you are doing this by watching those romance movies? Memorizing lines from brain-dead authors. I point at the empty screen. Not good. He asks. I shake my head. Probably you'll place an unfitting line during an important part of your conversation, freaking her out or making her very uncomfortable at the very least. Not good. He confirms with a sour expression. Let me help you in planning the date. I pull him out of the bed. Wait. The doctor said that I've to stay here until tomorrow. He blurts out. You are discharged. I decide. Soul, ether. Satan. I watch Grandma as she pulls the fool out of the room. Gideon and a girl? Is it possible? Galia bends over and wrings the bottle of Venusian bourbon out of my limp fingers. I hope that's alcohol. I am the oldest of us and yet the only one who isn't in a relationship. Even that dense dolt was faster than me. If only I had just died down on that dirt planet. Seconds later Grandfather Hedion and I have to try our best in stopping Galia from drinking the whole bottle in one go. Soul, ether. Scylla. It was really nice. I comment, taking in our surroundings once more. It seems like Gideon invited me into one of Ether's most expensive restaurants. And he gave me a necklace with a healing circuit. He made it himself, so it's not like he simply used his money for this present. I guess he is really trying hard. I let my eyes wander across his neat, black dinner jacket and to his smiling eyes. Luckily he warned me about the locality, so I could get myself a proper dress. In the end I chose a tight black dress which shows a little leg. He didn't even fail to compliment me on my appearance. Which is strange. Not what I expected from him at all. I mean, I was expecting that he'd try his best, but I was anticipating more mistakes which could spoil the mood. This evening is going surprisingly well. Thanks. He smiles and refills my cup with orange juice. So how was your week on Mars? Oh, really stressful thanks to you. I had to do my best to stop my family and friends from assuming that I experienced a trauma. They assumed that I was trying to drown myself in work right after my return. I beam a smile at him to ensure that he got the hint. How much did this cost? He shrugs his shoulders. Peanuts. If anyone else had said that I would have questioned his sanity. But Gideon is holding the most profitable patent in the solar system. To him a visit in a restaurant like this must be cheap. I see. He takes a sip and smiles. So what do you think about taking a walk? Sure. We already had a sightseeing tour across Ether and watched a movie. Strangely enough it wasn't even a bad one. Though it didn't fit Gideon's taste at all. I empty the cup and take the hand which is offered to me. He pays and guides me to the exit. Then I let Gideon escort me out of the restaurant and across the street. For a while we walk in silence with linked arms. I've to fight a few dirty thoughts which are coming to my mind. I can't help myself. It has been 2 weeks since we last saw each other. I take his hand and intertwine his fingers with mine. So, what's afterwards? Do we rent a room? Gideon smiles and leads me around a corner. I've a room ready, though I would like to introduce you to someone. Introduce? I ask dumbfounded and realize that we are on an access walkway towards a mansion. Yes. I want to introduce you to my family. Don't worry, they already know about you. He pulls me towards the staircase which leads to the mansion's entrance. I almost stumble as my mind blanks out. WWW8. That's too sudden. Don't you realize that the whole introduction to family business is the same as sealing a contract? Once we've done that we are an official couple. Yes. That much I gathered from my grandmother's explanation. Don't you want to be official? He asks, opening the door. My mind blanks out. No. Yes. It's just so sudden. Though the date was great. No, wait. Now I know. You had help. You told your grandmother beforehand. Is that a problem? He asks, closing the door behind him in a manner which tells me that I already stepped over the point of no return. Well, fuck. Or glorious. I am not sure how to feel about being set up like this. But him being on the offensive for a change is a nice feeling. On one side I am sure that he wouldn't do this if I was just a sex partner. On the other his modus operandi is very aggressive today. Since I am already inside the house I guess I have no other choice than meeting his family. 34 parents. 448 ship detected en route from Coeus Australis to Nash. Classification, unknown. Quantum Recon Network. Soul, Ether. Gideon. This is an interrogation. And you aren't helping. Scylla's thoughts flare up inside my mind. She connected telepathically to me when my grandmother started questioning her. It's rude to communicate telepathically in front of others, I answer in my thoughts. I know, but you brought me into this awkward situation. It's your fault, she mentally screams into my mind while keeping up a nice facade. You are doing fine. My grandparents are just trying to get to know you. They may be a little intrusive, but our family always acts a little bold, I answer in my thoughts. My whole family is assembled in the living room. Scylla and I got to sit next to each other on the sofa. My grandparents, aunt, and uncle are opposite to us on chairs while Sodden is sitting on a bench to our left. Galia is also here. She was discharged 2 days ago, but is still in a wheelchair and has to visit the hospital every day for treatment. So how is the sex? Hedion asks and gets elbowed by grandmother. That's not just bold anymore. Scylla moves closer and slips an arm around me while keeping up her smiling face. He's good. The main reason why we are together is sexual attraction. Originally I had hoped that he would bring me to a hotel to do this and that when the date was done. Yet you are shooting back with the same weapons, I comment her reply. It's so nice that you two found each other. They are a really good match, don't you think so too, Hedion? Melon asks grandfather, who nods, and returns her attention to us. How did the two of you meet each other? Gideon stayed awfully silent about that part of the story. She asks. Now I have them, Scylla's thought flares through my mind. No. You wouldn't use that knowledge to my poor grandfath, but it's already too late as Scylla starts explaining. To tell the truth, the first time we met was inside a swinger club for singles who are searching for a little fun. She answers and seals Hedion's fate. My grandmother's expression turns sour and her eyes flick towards me. Gideon, I would have never thought. I am sorry, Grandpa. But this is about my reputation in the family. I would have never been there if Hedion hadn't recommended it as one of his favorite restaurants. Suddenly Grandpa's head rocks sideways and he drops to the ground, unconscious. Did she hit him? I saw nothing. How fast is she? I swear, I didn't know she could do that. A formidable opponent. I've to stay on her good side. After 2 seconds of stunned silence, Melon claps her hands together. It seems like my dear husband got tired. Why don't you stay here for tonight, Scylla? Everyone has their own floor. There is no need to rent a hotel. She turns to face Arend, whose eyes are transfixed on his father-in-law. Would you be so nice and help me to carry him to our rooms? Arend nods enthusiastically and picks up Hedion to carry him outside, closely followed by Melon. Rhiannon also stands up to retreat. I really hope that it works out between the two of you. Sodden stands up and hugs Scylla. I like how you played the two meddlers against each other. You fit into this family. Scylla's expression turns troubled. Thanks, though I am not entirely sure if that's a compliment. It is. Sodden turns to Galia. I'll accompany you to your room and then I'll return to Paul's place. Galia gives me a thumbs up. I also think you two are a match. Make sure to let me be the maid of honor. TTT, that's much too early. Scylla stutters. The both of them leave, so I face Scylla and take her hand. See? It wasn't that bad. They are all very nice people. Your family is very... I don't know how to call it. Lax? But I like that somehow. They gave me the feeling of being at home. She starts massaging the base of her nose. My own folk is much more focused on political gain and status. They are thinking of themselves as some kind of aristocracy. That doesn't match you at all. I ask while leading her up the stairs to my part of the mansion. Yes, you could call me the oddball and rebel in the family. That's why I asked my mother to give me a starting capital and went my own way. My father would have never allowed it. It doesn't mean that I am on bad terms with them, but I can't deal with having them around me for too long. We enter my floor and I lead Scylla into my bedroom. Wait. Don't I get my own room while I am here? She asks dumbfounded. I can't hold myself back any further and hug her. Why? Didn't you say yourself that you expected something special after the date? Your family is in the house. What if they hear us? There aren't any cameras in here, right? She starts searching the walls. That's actually a disturbing thought. I admit while caressing her. But right now I've something else on my mind. Do you know that I've slept over a week in a chair? Right next to Earth's president. I gathered that. It's not helping to get me into the right mood. She answers and freezes up when I start kissing her neck while using my hands like the videos showed it. When I open my mind to hers, her knees give way and a gasp escapes her lips. I use the chance to push her onto the bed. Where did you learn that? I studied. Studied what? Dirty movies, obviously. That's cheating. It's cheating that I know exactly what feels good to you. That goes both ways. An hour later we are lying in each other's arms. It feels very relaxing to me. Do you know that I couldn't sleep well without you? Me neither. She admits. But what you did tonight calls for revenge. You know that. Revenge? I ask dumbfounded. Hopefully she isn't too angry for my grandmother's little plot. I went with Melon's enthusiasm because I somehow wanted to introduce Scylla to my family too. Scylla rolls on top of me and pulls at my cheek. You have to go through the same ordeal. In 2 days we'll travel to Mars and there you'll meet my parents. I snort. I guess you already know exactly how to introduce me. Yes, we'll start with you being a pilot of the SDF. It isn't even a lie and it will infuriate my father. When he has shown himself as the bastard he is, we'll reveal the fact that you have more money than him. Just to humiliate him. She starts chuckling. That'll teach him modesty. All you have to do is being yourself, Gideon. I get my fair share of Scylla's emotions on the matter, so I start smiling too. Scylla, deep down in your heart you are evil. Sol, Earth, Australia. Rob. I am so glad that you are fine, Samantha. Or should I call you Galia from now on? I ask, talking over the phone with her. She just called me to my complete surprise. I already thought I had lost a good friend. We've a lot of trouble down here on Earth. It's not easy to explain everything that happened. The general public wants proof that we are doing something about the illegal experiments and the higher-ups in the parliament are going nuts about those asteroids. Ha ha ha. Sorry. The agent who aided you overstepped his boundaries a little. Our elders failed to draw a clear line on what he is allowed to do. She answers. I am sure that I'll be able to get the situation under control. Your man was very thorough in cleaning up the main culprits of this plot. He even left me with more than enough evidence to draw the attention away from your society. I don't want our idiotic politicians to start a war with people who can throw asteroids at Earth. Actually, our elders informed me that they intend to send an envoy to Earth. Of course, completely incognito. This whole situation wouldn't have happened if we would have had a way to talk directly to Earth's government. It's certainly better than having a voiceless threat hanging above our heads. I think that's a really good idea. I guess the situation simply went out of control. I'll do my best to ensure that something like this is impossible in Earth's future government. Your agent left me in a position to do a lot of good and I intend to use it. Will you return once you are better? Maybe. But surely not as full-time spy. Maybe I'll apply for the job as envoy. She answers hesitantly. That would be a wonderful idea. I want you to know that there is absolutely no problem with it. And please inform your agent that I am really thankful for his help and for not killing me. He threatened to kill you. Several times. I think he was a little edgy about his assignment. Ah, and one more thing. Yes. Could I have my rocking chair back? I really liked that one and I think I know exactly who stole it. I don't think it's still on Earth. Sorry. I see. Sol, Mars Colony, Underground City 7. Gideon. Scylla is pressing the buzzer on her parents' door like a madman while holding hands with me. She got really enthusiastic about showing me off. You'll destroy the button. I point out and take another look at the ceiling of the huge underground city. The Mars colonies were built underground inside huge caverns. The ceiling is about 200 meters high and plastered with dozens of miniature suns unlike the single one on Oibris. If I don't do this it'll take my parents an eternity to get going. They always bury themselves in work and refuse to answer the door. Scylla smiles. This cavern is huge. I should have visited this place sooner. If you take into account that Mars has one of the biggest populations, where did they transport all the excess materials from digging these caverns? The surface of Mars must have visible marks of the work down here. She raises one eyebrow. What do you think Olympus Mons is? I guess that makes sense. My thoughts are interrupted when a woman with flaming red hair and Scylla's green eyes opens the door. There are red patterns running all over her skin. At first glance I thought that they were tattoos, but they look more like a natural discoloration of the skin after a closer inspection. She seems to have gone through a mutation like my grandmother. Her face is slender and her whole appearance screams that she is a strict person. I notice that she is wearing an office suit despite being caught at home and by surprise. Syl? What are you doing here? She asks. Hi, Mom. Surprise. Scylla steps forward and hugs her mother. Then she lets go and takes my hand. I want to introduce my boyfriend to you. Gideon Alvar. Boyfriend. Her eyes flick back and forth between me and Scylla. I step forward and offer my hand. It's nice to meet you, Mrs. Cassidy Esteen. Scylla already told me a lot about her family. Cassidy takes my hand with a dumbfounded expression. Then she squints her eyes upon noticing the light in my pupils. How old are you? 1 year older than me, Mom. Scylla jumps in. It's rude to ask someone for his age. I guess it's a legitimate question. I reply. I am 23 and the reason for my eyes being already a little affected is that I got into an accident. I see. She steps aside and I take her up on the offer to enter. Behind my back she starts whispering with Scylla. Why didn't you say anything? Since when are you two together? We know each other since 3 months, but it's only after the first real date that we decided to become official. Scylla answers. 3 months? How can you be in any kind of serious relationship when you were on a SDF mission for the last 3 months? Her mother barks. Scylla simply gestures at me. He was on the same ship as me. We were together day and night, so I am fairly sure that our relationship isn't a fluke. Cassidy starts massaging her temple. Your father won't be happy about this. That's the point. Scylla grabs my hand and pulls me further into the house. A few minutes later I am facing Gregor Esteen, a grumpy man with a beard and a really impressive physique. I can tell from afar that he is taking care of his body. He is filling out the jacket he is wearing quite nicely. He has also a mutation, but it's minor compared to his wife. All he's got to deal with are long, pointy ears. I must say that he is a really sad excuse for an elf. Long ears and a muscular body don't mix. Up until now he avoided interrupting Scylla's story, who did the talking so far, but now his patience is at an end. Scylla. What are you doing to this family? Not only are you never showing your face at home, now you also introduce a random freighter pilot as your boyfriend. He jabs a finger at me. Does he even have the proper bloodline qualifications? Not entirely sure of what to say, I open my mind to Scylla. Are you sure that this guy is your father? Yes, he is an asshole, isn't he? There are times when I actually think that my mother cheated on him when she got pregnant with me. I wouldn't rule that out. I don't like him. I mumble, which earns me an angry glare from Gregor. Then I compose myself before giving an answer. Excuse me, sir. I am a full technomage with access to a great part of the spells which are attributed to electromagic. My family is mostly working in the area of public service. My grandfather is the representative of Ether, if you heard about him. At least he isn't a complete nobody. Gregor looks down on me like a flea. That's when we are interrupted by a couple entering the living room. The woman looks similar to Scylla, but is clearly older with a rounder face. She has a curly mane in contrast to Scylla's straight ponytail. The man looks like the average businessman with brown hair and brown eyes. I can't recognize any redeeming features on him. The woman's expression turns into a smug smile upon seeing us. Scylla. How nice to see you. Scylla introduces me to her. That's my sister, Yara Esteen, and her fiancé, Riles Brenton. His business owns several IM production lines and is the main provider of electronics on Mars. Then Scylla follows with a mental remark towards me. She is Dad's favorite. Sis, this is my boyfriend, Gideon Alvar. I greet them, taking an interest in Riles. You own several IM lines? It must cost a lot to pay those off. The elders don't like it when this technology is used in the commercial sector. Riles's cheek twitches. Yes, most of the profit disappears into paying the patent holder. But it's still a lucrative business. Why don't we stop talking about money? We should be happy that Scylla found someone she likes. I'll get all of you something to drink. Cassidy dusts off her clothes and stands up. Gregor sighs. Well, a loser will always stay a loser and mingle with his own. Did he just insult us in a very roundabout way? I ask Scylla mentally. Yes. I think it's time to spring the trap, Scylla answers. Scylla raises her hand. Yes, about IM lines. I actually wanted to make that the topic of my next business. The old one got busted, as you've heard. I've bought myself into Stardrive Corporate as a subcontractor. Gregor snorts and stands up. Then he walks to the window. Don't be delusional, child. That's a big fish you are talking about. They'll eat you, chew and spit out the bones. Don't expect me to get you back to your feet afterwards. Oh, I think that'll be no problem. As it happens, I got acquainted with the fiancée of Stardrive's owner. She is a really nice person and Gideon's cousin. As it happens, I also have the patent holder for the IM line sitting right next to me. She turns my head towards her and gives me a French kiss. A rumble from the window prompts me to glance sideways. Apparently Gregor just lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Gregor. Cassidy runs over to check on her husband. That's exactly how I imagined it. Scylla's thoughts in her amusement echo through my mind. You are so evil. I love you. 35 Cos Borealis. Earth magic is settled in the area of influencing physical matter in your own body. It's prone to body enhancement spells and allows the summoning of golems. Magical affinities. Sol, Mars Colony, Underground City 7. Gideon. Do what you want. I don't care. Gregor waves his hand at Scylla. He had a short blackout and is now lying on the living room sofa. You were always the most independent one. Why are you even here? I am sure that you'll do what you want to do. No matter what we think about it. Just to show off Gideon and to introduce him to you. Scylla answers. After he maneuvered me into meeting his folk, I had no choice but to do the same. Not that it bothers me, since I am earnest about the relationship. Cassidy sits down next to us and hugs Scylla. If it's like that, then I am glad that you've found someone you care about. Be sure to pay us a visit whenever you have the time. Whatever this husband of mine says. We continue our conversation with Cassidy while ignoring Gregor, Scylla's sister, and Riles, who turn strangely quiet. It's well after evening when we finally part ways. After having had more contact with Scylla's family than I ever wished for in my entire life, I let out a deep sigh upon leaving the house. I reach my hand around Scylla's waist and pull her closer while walking back to the teleporter, which is scheduled to take us back to the forge. Your mother seems to be the only sensible person of the whole bunch. Somehow I don't want to meet your other siblings. I voice my thoughts. Yes, Mom is the heart and soul of the family. Without her, everyone would only care about his own business. It's not like my father is a person whom you look forward to meet on a regular basis. Even if he is related to you, Scylla leans into me and smirks. Though I think you won't get around introductions once my brothers hear about this. They are very protective of me. Great. More trouble. That's when I get a message from the SDF. I overlay the text with my field of vision and whistle. Seems like we are getting visitors. I believe I got the same message. Scylla informs me. I quickly read through our orders. Seems like they are putting a whole fleet together to stop this one ship. The question is, do we take this assignment? My eyes wander to Scylla. She answers my questioning gaze in the same manner. Then she shrugs her shoulders. We're the most battle-experienced pilots. As long as they don't get any strange ideas like putting us on different ships or forbidding our relationship, I am inclined to stay within the SDF until they get their act together. I am not a fan of military organizations. I want to see them try assigning me to a ship other than my own. That I really want to see. I shake my fist at an imaginary enemy. Then another thought hits me. But I like the idea of being alone with you for a few more weeks. You've read the part where they assign scientists, linguists, and other academics to your ship? They added 2 big crew modules for them. They hope to communicate with the aliens. What? I read the whole message again in a frenzy and find what Scylla was talking about. 100 new crewmen were added in place of one of the resource storage units. Your ship was designed with a lot of extra space to fulfill the requirements of a freighter. Apparently the organizational staff of the SDF used that chance to add a first contact team to the Coeus. Scylla analyzes the situation. The other new SDF vessels in the fleet are designed as pure warships. Even the mobile battle station doesn't have enough life support to carry that many people. Something stirs inside my belly upon thinking about having random people aboard my ship. How many years will I get for jettisoning them to space? Scylla purses her lips. I think locking our compartment will do. It's not like they are allowed to access the cockpit. They aren't pilots. She starts scanning through the list of names who were assigned to my ship. Oh, I like that one. Such fortune. I wanted to meet him anyway. A tight feeling wavers through my chest as I search the list of names myself. Who caused Scylla to call out in delight? Is this what jealousy feels like? Then I find a certain name among the faceless who were assigned as security guards. Ed. Your dad. You two will get to spend a lot of time with each other. Scylla pats my back. He isn't really my father. More like a provider of gene material, but saying that loud sounds awkward. Even to me. Cos Borealis, Fast Cruiser Tal Aegon. Ilan Kaleo. They are mocking me, Ao Ekan. I draw a Zine meditation rune into the sand to emphasize my impossible situation. The ambassadors are requesting a full profile of the alien race. Don't they understand that it's impossible to make such a report? I follow with an obscene gesture by my third hand to show my emotions on the matter. All we know is that we know nothing. We don't know how they look like aside from a few blurry images by the first drone. We don't know how they live. The only thing we know is that they are obviously not interested in talking and that they are pissed off. They sent that Draza colony back to the Stone Age. Those robots ate all their technology. I shudder upon remembering the images. Those robots took everything apart what they got their tiny pincers on. It was almost as if they were studying everything besides the Draza. They were simply ignored while the robots kept reproducing and eating. The Draza tried to destroy them, but they multiplied faster. I hope the Phantoms never use this weapon on one of our worlds. In the end the Draza even blew up their Zero modules to stop the infection. It didn't help. What's destruction to us may be information gathering to them. Ao, my old friend, wobbles amusedly and uses one of his stick-like appendages to draw a line into the sand. The Zine are a strange cross of an insect and a jellyfish. They have 4 chitin armored legs and an almost transparent body. Their head has no neck, but it isn't needed since they have 8 eyes which give them a view of 360 degrees. Their 2 arms are long with 2 joints and many chitin pincers and tentacles at the end to manipulate small objects. The Zine need a very dry environment. That's why Ao is spending almost all his time in his habitat, which is an empty room that's filled with sand and has controlled humidity. He stays buried in the sand most of the time and only comes out when he has a visitor. That's why I volunteered as a translator. It's exciting to be the first one who gets the chance to study a new language. One of Ao's round eyes focuses for a moment on me. Your leaders seem to be very dependent on their subordinates. Maybe you should focus less on what you can't tell them. Tell them the obvious instead. Once they realize the stupidity of their demands they will stop making them. I raise my real hands and signal that I give up. Okay. What would you tell them? Ao answers by curling up the thin membrane with which he creates sound to speak. I would tell them that the others value their privacy since they like to hide. They are very patient since they never sought contact with your people. That might have other reasons. Back then we were fighting each other. I interrupt. They could be pacifists. It doesn't change the fact that they are patient. And they are on a completely different technological level than the other known races. I am hoping to find a complete new worldview. Maybe they are offering us a new philosophy like the Arapiops. The Zine wriggles in anticipation. We are currently translating one of their holy stories about the beginning of the universe. Nobody besides the Zine understands the wicked minds of the URR. Talking to a plant is easier. How much did you translate and how long did it take you? I ask. The URR are a living hive mind which encases an entire world. There is a hypothesis that the URR may be actually older than the Zine. The only problem is that talking to the URR is like talking to a person with multiple personality disorder on world level. Ao pulls his hands close to his body. We think that we've identified 8 coherent sentences. Oh, 8 already? Last time I checked you had also 8 and you have been working on it for over 100 years. If you keep it up you'll have the book translated when the universe ends. All it takes is one big breakthrough and all the other pieces fall into place on their own. It's like that with all languages. Ao answers in a chipped manner. I think it's just bugging your species that you can't talk to the URR. You should stop seeing it as a problem of translation. From our point of view the URR are crazy. You never know if you are talking to a child, the most brilliant mind, or an idiot savant. I think something went wrong when they fused their minds together. It can't be healthy to have the minds of your entire species inside your head. My little speech is suddenly interrupted by an alarm. The habitat's warm, white lights turn bluish and a hologram appears in the middle of the empty room. AO scuttles to the hologram and starts manipulating it. As a representative of the Zine, he has full access to the ship's sensor logs and can observe everything that's happening on the bridge. The captain's voice echoes through the room. It seems like we are about to have our official first contact with the Phantoms. Weren't we supposed to arrive in a week in their system? AO asks, interrupting the hectic work on the bridge. The Phantoms apparently don't know or don't care about our schedule. At least the technicians were able to improve our sensors. Otherwise we wouldn't have seen them. The captain answers and forwards a tactical representation of the situation to AO's hologram. AO gestures with one of his appendages and the tactical display is enlarged. So the tall Aegon took the explored FTL route from Nash to Cos Borealis. From there we wanted to go to 93,825, which is the shortest way to our destination. It just so happens that the Phantoms are parking their butts at the entrance to that FTL route. One might think they are intending to deny us going any further. I snort. One might think? There are a little too many red dots for my liking. There seem to be at least 50 ships with the mass of the tall Aegon. In addition there is a big, huge red dot which has to be several times more massive than any other ship I know of. Did they pull an asteroid into the FTL route to block it? The Zine points at the cloud of red dots. I think they knew that we are coming and came out to greet us. It makes no sense to dispatch that many ships to block a single FTL route. Of course it could be that they simply have a lot of ships. But if they have so many ships to spare for each FTL route, then your people and the Drazi are. AO gestures for help. How do your people say? Cut off your hands instead of fighting a lost battle. I blink. I think you mean, better not to fight a losing battle and cut off a hand, than fight it and die. But I get what AO means. If they have that many ships at each possible FTL route to their systems that far out, then they could simply overrun us. If that's not the case, AO. It would mean we are at their mercy. Don't worry. For some unknown reason most known species are at a similar technological and expansive level. That's why I favor the possibility that they knew we were coming. Your people already assumed that they have FTL communication. Probably they have installed stealth sensor platforms in every system they visited. The Zine calls up a map of the previous star systems. There were some systems with many asteroids on our course. With their stealth tech it should be easy to monitor us without being seen. I start gnawing at the thumb of my third hand. It's all wrong. AO turns his body to face me. What's wrong? Their technology. They have FTL communication. Their ships have laughable shields, but they have gravity propulsion. Their stealth tech gives us nothing to see but shadows, but their weapons are mediocre at best. Yet they have self-replicating robots. And we haven't even seen their method of traveling from star to star. It's like their technology took a completely different path from ours. I complain. AO starts jumping on all fours. Isn't that exciting? Oh. Look. I think they are dropping their stealth. 36 Nonverbal. Shamanistic magic allows for a whole group of healing and clairvoyance spells. Many people who are gifted in this area choose the path of a doctor. Magical affinities. Cos Borealis, Coeus. Gideon. We are sitting together in the canteen of Living Module 2 and drinking coffee. For some reason Scylla organized regular meetings with Ed. She likes the idea of us getting familiar with each other. I heard you called one of the linguists a lazy sod. Ed asks me in an inquisitive manner. There were several complaints about you insulting people in public. I shrug my shoulders. If I said something offensive, then I did so because it's the truth. What did he do? Ed asks. He wanted me to reconfigure one of the ship's military class lasers to a communication laser. Apparently there isn't enough bandwidth for all the linguist's communication attempts. I told him in a friendly manner to fuck off, but he didn't give up. I take sip from my coffee. So I took a look at his attempt to create an alphabet based on the periodic table of the elements. Apparently the periodic table didn't have enough elements for his purposes, so he simply invented new ones and added them where he saw fit. And you didn't like the idea of inventing new elements. Scylla shortens my story to the essential point. I put down my cup. Hell, no. The periodic table is there for a reason. There is no such thing as new or unnamed elements. Someone who doesn't understand that has no reason to be out here in space where a small mistake costs lives. Raising a finger I start making my point. I've read countless stupid stories where the author simply uses a new element to solve everything. Bullshit. Once a book starts like this you can as well throw it into the campfire. Then I return to the actual story at hand. Regarding the idiot who intended to use the table of the elements. Let's suppose that the aliens realize that he sent them a table of the elements. How the hell are the aliens supposed to understand the random addition of imaginary elements? They'll think we are nuts when we add Vocaloid number 9 between hydrogen and helium. Who let this guy onto my ship? Maybe that's the reason why he didn't get the bandwidth to try it. Ed mumbles to himself. How are the communication attempts going? Scylla asks. We were too busy to set up the asteroid habitat for the contact team. Do they really intend to invite the forlorn over? Is it even safe to have them in the same environment as us? Apparently there should be no problem. They are breathing the same gases as us. I answer. Of course our doctors will check them for bugs which could harm us. They already got a few samples from them. But so far it looks like we can't infect each other. The forlorn chemistry is based on copper and the zine seems to be something that doesn't even classify as alive according to our doctors. You've informed yourself well. Scylla raises an eyebrow and studies me. I've no interest in dying to something that I can't even see. I answer. Ed spreads his hands. The eggheads are trying their best, but there are some translation problems with the alien language. Apparently some of their concepts don't really translate to ours and vice versa. We are stuck at the level of simple concepts and pictures. We can show them what we want and hope that they are interpreting it right. I snort. So it's the cup problem. Cup problem? Scylla asks. I raise my cup of coffee. Here, nimm das. Then I place it back on the table. What did I say? This is coffee. She asks. Why not liquid? White? Black? Milk? Hot? Good? Inedible? I could have simply offered it to you or given you an order. I ask. I get the problem. So what did you really say? She asks. That you should take it. I answer. Ed nods slowly. Maybe meeting the forlorn in the habitat will get things going. Cos Borealis, asteroid habitat. Ilancolio. They built all this in just a few days. I wander through the foreign habitat. It's nothing fancy, but there are a few buildings to live in and something like a small sun is shining above us. AO seems less impressed than me though. They did nothing more than pulling an asteroid to this location. Then they hollowed it out and sealed it airtight. That's something my people have been doing for eons. What's far more impressive is the artificial gravity. I don't understand how they are doing it, but it has something to do with those runes. The Zine are far more advanced than us, so AO has less reason to marvel at the achievements of these outsiders. I let my eyes wander to the strange bipedal aliens. Our linguists and theirs are trying to work out each other's languages for days, but it doesn't look like we'll ever be able to understand these people. Shouldn't you be over there, AO? You are here to learn their language, aren't you? I ask. I am learning. I am listening to every word they are saying over there. AO answers. Actually, I've almost worked out their syntax. Though I am not sure about many of their words. I am missing a vital point. AO can hear them from here? Your race has keen ears and you people seem to like doing things the hard way. What's the point in learning the grammar before you know what the words mean? I could also ask why you aren't doing your job, Ilan. AO replies. I am a psychoanalyst. I can't do any more than I've already done without being able to speak to them, or visiting one of their cities. I answer. Then what have you gathered so far? The Zine asks and starts digging inside his tool sack. Nothing much. They seem to fulfill different roles in their society, much like us. I am not sure if they have jobs or a caste system. There seem to be the linguists and scientists who are trying to communicate with us. Then there are those with the masks. They are passive and doing nothing besides stopping us from entering their ship. I suppose they are guards or warriors. Have you noticed the ones in black clothing? AO asks and unearths a strange tool. I scratch myself with my second hand. Yes, but they are rarely here. I thought they are some kind of leaders, but it doesn't seem so. Otherwise they would be here more often. I've placed a great amount of attention on them. Do you know that there seem to be only 2 of them? AO asks while manipulating the tool. No? I can't tell their faces from each other. I've only noticed that they seem to have 2 genders and some of them made very eccentric changes to their bodies. The linguist with 3 eyes and 2 mouths is especially disturbing to me. Aren't they screening their children for abnormalities? AO kneels down and starts chipping away one of the runes on the street sidewalk. I think they are technicians. And I've built a special relationship to one of them. What are you doing? They'll get angry if you destroy their habitat. I try to stop AO, but the Zine ignores me. I've damaged this rune several times in the recent days and the male technician always appears to fix it. He is also very angry at me and chatters a lot of words which I never heard from the other linguists. AO explains. Ah, so you are doing it to complete your dictionary. I mumble. Like I said. Sometimes you are missing just one piece of information and once you get it everything else falls into place. I am also interested in those 2 because they communicated with each other without talking. Though that's just an assumption of mine. AO finishes destroying the rune and starts floating. He stretches one of his long arms towards me. Give me your hand. The effect is restricted to a 3-meter radius. I take AO's hand and pull him to me. You took a great risk in destroying that rune without knowing what could happen. Are all Zine insane? It wasn't a risk. I saw the technician fixing it before I destroyed it to call him back. AO answers and points at someone behind me. There he is. I am still amazed at how fast he is. One might think that he is always waiting close by. I turn around and find myself being glared at by one of the aliens. Then it starts talking to AO, which sounds definitely less friendly than the conversational tone of the other aliens. AO turns to me. He is a very creative one. Do you know that he never repeated himself while calling me names? The alien walks past us, apparently unaffected by the zero-gravity zone. Then he starts repairing the chipped rune with a melting tool. I try to walk closer to see what he is doing, but AO holds me back. You'll float away if you approach before he's repaired it. He has his own gravity field and is cold-hearted enough to let you float until he's repaired the rune. Then you simply drop to the ground. How can they have a mobile gravity field small enough to be carried by a person? I gasp, then I return my attention to the alien's work. It doesn't do more than melt the metal. There is nothing inside or behind the rune. No electronics. When the alien is done, it returns to stand in front of us, like daring us to destroy the rune once more. I whisper to Ao. I think it's really angry this time. Suddenly the alien reaches out and touches both of us. Interrupt me once more during my free time and I'll space you fuckers. Then the alien lets go and walks away. Did it just talk in my mind? My head snaps to Ao. The Zine nods. Yes, cool, right? And I think he just gave me the final hint at solving the language mystery. I'll provoke it a little more to get more information. I've got to get it to tell me a sentence in voice and mind language at the same time. Then Ao hurries to follow the alien. I wouldn't anger someone who just threatened to space me, Ao. But the Zine doesn't listen. Damn. 37 State of things. Pyromagic allows control over temperature. It's basically energy manipulation in its simplest form. Yet all pyromagic is bound to the law that energy can't be created or destroyed, just transferred from one form to another. Magical affinities. Cause Borealis, Coeus. Gideon. I hate it. I grumble. Why? You were the one who found out that telepathy works. The others were all too afraid to use it on the aliens. Who knows what could happen if you connect to an alien mind? Ed takes another sip of his coffee. At least we now can understand and talk to each other. The Zine is very quick on the uptake in regards to languages. It would be fine if he wouldn't stick to me as soon as I enter the habitat. He also found out that I was trying to confuse him by speaking German. I answer, annoyed. You shouldn't have used your second language to confuse him. Maybe he would have learned English even earlier without your misdirection. You've found your first male friend aside from Paul. Isn't that something to be happy about? Ed asks. Then he raises his cup of coffee to gesture at the people around us. It's just sad that you seem to be better at dealing with aliens than with your own race. He isn't a friend. I am not even sure if the Zine have a gender. Ao just wants to know how the gravity runes work. I answer. And did you tell him? Ed leans forward. Of course not. I just gave him a rough outline on the theory behind magic to distract him. It was by no means helpful to create their own rune circuits. I am not even sure if the aliens are able to use magic. Even a magical circuit needs an operator with magical abilities. Maybe I should try to let them use one of the small circuits. I think their nervous system is missing the ability to sense energies like ours. Ed nods slowly. Our scientists are assuming something similar. How is the situation with the battle station? Have they seen it? No, I think the upgraded stealth systems are working just fine. Of course we can only guarantee that it's undetectable while it doesn't move. We let it drift very close to the alien ship and they haven't moved nor mentioned the station. I doubt that they would simply ignore the weapon platform with a length of 3 kilometers while praising the asteroid habitat. It may be that they outperform us in terms of energy production, but they have nothing like our stealth tech. I let my mind wander to Ilankaleo and Ao, the two aliens who are frequently bugging me and Scylla for communication sessions. The forlorn are bipedal humanoids with sturdy, backwards bent legs. Though someone decided to give them more arms than any being would ever need. They have two big main arms to manipulate heavy objects, though they also use them to move around. On the chest between the main arms are 3 smaller arms with delicate fingers. The head is configured similar to a human's, but is missing nose and ears. The forlorn contact team was very focused on apologizing for the initial meeting between our races. They confirmed that the 3 ships which initiated the battle at Oibris belonged to the Drazi. The 4th ship belonged to the forlorn and was hunting them. They are hoping for trade and to create a peaceful relationship with us as their neighbors. Though I am not sure what we could need from them. The only thing that comes to mind is that energy source of theirs. They call it a 0-point generator. We already tried to steal the information from the Drazi, but whenever my IMS got close to their power generators or computer cores they blew them up. Apparently there exists something like a galactic society of races which the Forlorn and the Zine are a part of. They regularly meet close to the galaxy's center. I am not yet sure what's needed to join this exclusive club. The Drazi don't belong to that society. They are regarded as pirates and a pest which you can't coexist with. The civilized races charged the entire species with crimes from piracy to genocide and found them guilty. That's why they are free game to exterminate for any race that encounters them. Like I already observed, they have a real problem with population pressure. That's the reason why they are slowly spreading across the galaxy despite being treated like vermin. Their point of origin was close to the galactic center where they had several hundred star systems under their control. At some point they started waging war on one of their neighboring species and brought them to the brink of extinction. A coalition of older races who saw them as a threat started to form. Especially since communication and making treaties with them is almost impossible. Once the Drazi reach a certain population threshold they split into multiple groups and start fighting each other. That apparently happens on a regular basis in their society, which makes it impossible to have them as neighbors. The races who felt threatened by the Drazi formed a coalition and crushed the Drazi's core worlds. Unfortunately they only caused a huge transmigration wave by doing so. By now the center of the galaxy is almost cleaned up, but the fleeing waves of Drazi settlers are slowly wandering outwards along our spiral arm while being chased by said coalition. Their sworn task borderlines on fanaticism to me. Yes, the Drazi are a threat, but hunting them down among billions of stars seems to be an impossible task. The only reason why the coalition isn't fighting a completely lost battle is because of the Drazi's low technological level. Apparently they need worlds to settle because they aren't able to build independent habitats with closed environments. The Forlorn are located closer to the galaxy's center and experienced attacks by the first Drazi scouts since several years. They also try to keep a bubble of several dozen light years clear of Dre's settled worlds. Seoul has a few more years before the shit really hits the fan. Once the real emigration wave reaches our worlds, we'll have a lot of trouble. All this is causing me headaches. Did the elders already give their opinion on the situation? I ask Ed. He shakes his head. They are still searching through all the information and trying to make sense of it. We are learning a lot about the galaxy's political state. The Forlorn and the Zine also invited us to visit the next gathering of civilized races. I think I'll search for Scylla and relax a little. I stand up and say my goodbyes to Ed, then I make my way to Scylla's current location. The ship's computer says that she is inside the habitat. After leaving the living module, I head directly to the habitat by using the gangway which is connecting the asteroid with the Coeus. I find Scylla standing on the habitat's central plaza. She is with Ilan and Ao. The Forlorn turns her attention immediately towards me. I am happy to see you. I just learned that you and Scylla are broodmates. That explains a lot about you two being always together. Broodmates? I ask. Two people who are sharing close proximity for the sake of procreation. Ao follows with an explanation. The Forlorn don't have a concept of platonic love, though they care for offspring that's related to them if they get old enough to talk. They lay one egg every 2 years and dump them where they are standing. It's up to luck if they hatch or not. The hatchlings aren't even regarded as people until they start talking. Sometimes it's quite depressing to talk with Ilan about her offspring. Platonic love. My eyes wander to Scylla. What were you guys talking about? It's hard to explain. They started asking about relationships between members of our species. Then they got fixated on our relationship. I see. Then I ask. Though I wouldn't call us broodmates. Don't they have a lighter form of relationship? Scylla crosses her arms in front of her chest. Apparently not. And what do you mean, lighter form? I for example want to have kids at some point. Kids? Me as a father? Could we postpone this discussion? I don't think I am ready for such a responsibility at this point in time. Yes. That was a good answer. Thank you for your training, grandmother. I think they are doing it again. Ao interrupts our conversation and saves me from an annoying discussion. Are all members of your species born with the ability to talk to each other's minds? It reminds me of the URR, though you are doing it on a much smaller scale. No, there are affinities for certain abilities among the bloodlines. Telepathy belongs to that. Scylla answers. I continue to follow the conversation without much interest until Ilan reveals that her scientists have analyzed the blood samples which they got from us in return for their own. Your DNA seems to consist out of 2 or more intertwined DNA strands which are able to recombine randomly with each other upon breaking up. The fascinating thing is that while they are forming new combinations, they only allow those which work out for the organism. Ilan makes a gesture for the unknown among her people. We've never seen something like it before. Your ability to mutate seems to be without limits. Maybe I should introduce them to my mother. She likes manipulating DNA. Now that I think about it, I've avoided taking her calls for a while. I should probably answer her the next time we are in Seoul. Just to see what she is up to. We spent 2 more hours with the aliens until Ao calls it quits. The Zine can't be in our environment for extended periods of time. He needs much drier air. Preferably close to zero water. He is actually slowly poisoning himself while running through our habitat. On our way back to the command module, I get an update on the Forlorn Society from Scylla. Apparently they live in something akin to Earth's Roman Empire during the time in which the Emperor didn't have absolute power, but had to share it with the Senate. All in all, I am surprised that the Forlorn and Zine are similar enough to us to have a conversation with them. But if their story about the civilized races is true, then there is much strange folk out there. We arrive at the command module and I close the door behind us. Upon turning around, I suddenly find Scylla standing directly in front of me. We haven't finished a certain discussion. Which discussion do you mean? I ask, finding myself being cornered against the door. She reaches for her chest and starts unbuttoning her uniform. The one where we have kids, and you sounded very unhappy about such a future possibility. I just want there to be no misunderstandings on such an important topic. Having no clear understanding on something like this could prove fatal for a relationship. No, unhappy is a too strong word for it. I just said that I am not ready to take care of a kid. I answer. I've honestly no idea why I should want one. Her clothes drop to the ground, piece by piece, in a very erotic way. She places my hands on her chest and starts removing my shirt. Yet you are willing to take the risk of floating my boat every day. We have the treatment, so the risk is small. All young adults get a chip implanted above their collarbones. The chip prevents conception by releasing chemicals into the bloodstream. It's necessary to control the birth rate in a society where the people stay in peak condition for up to 200 years. But the risk is still there. She reaches into my pants and starts moving her hands while kissing my chest with electrifying kisses. There is no such thing as complete safety, and we are doing it almost every day. The sensation is mortifying, so I close my eyes to enjoy being served like this. But one moment before sending me over the edge, she pulls back and steps away. So you weren't saying that you'll run off if the contraceptives ever fail? Of course not. This woman. I didn't mean it like that. She wanders over to the sofa and gets onto it on all fours. I am just warning you that I won't abort a pregnancy should it ever happen. She is evil. She brought me to the brink and now she is waving her butt at me while telling me something like this. I shed the rest of my clothes in a hurry and grab her hips to take her from behind. You know very well that I couldn't be without you. She moans and moves herself against me. Then she curls backwards to kiss me. I love you too. Especially when you are attacking me like this. 38 Bad Dreams. Summoning magic allows the creation of magical constructs with their own minds. Sprites and artificial intelligences fall under that category. It's very important not confuse them with simple elemental summonings which have no mind of their own and can be called forth by almost all magicians. Elemental summonings don't move on their own and can be regarded as pure puppets. A magician who creates a sprite copies a part of his own consciousness into the new being. Therefore the creator of such a being has to take responsibility for his creation. If the creation is independent enough to be regarded as its own being, it gets all the rights of an independent being. Sprites don't necessarily have to be created from dead material like metal. They can also consist out of pure energy or even living matter like plants or flesh. Magical affinities. Cause borealis, Coeus. Scylla. I awaken to the moans of pain. At first my consciousness doesn't want to fully awaken, but then I rub my eyes and realize that I am in our bedroom. My mind reaches for the computer and I switch on the lights. The light blinds me for a short moment, then I look around. The one who is moaning right next to me is Gideon. Gideon. I reach for his shoulder and shake him, but he doesn't wake up. He is shaking and burning hot with fever. His body is covered in sweat. Reaching for his mind I get no answer and that's when I really start to get frightened. The energy within him is just a small, flickering spark. I roll over and hug him. Then I concentrate on the teleportation spell, abandoning all regulations. The newly attached living module 1 has a complete healing facility with 2 competent doctors. There has to be medical personnel on a ship with a crew of this size. I quickly check my point of destination by accessing a security camera in the medical facility's wardroom. Then I teleport us, taking a part of the bed and Gideon with me. We appear in a white clinical room. Before I could do anything, the half of the bed which I took with me, tilts and falls over. I try to shield Gideon as we drop to the ground and he falls onto me. Voices of surprise call out around us. Help! He doesn't wake up. I call out, but even as I do so medical personnel lifts Gideon off of me. I get to my feet and try to get to Gideon, but 2 nurses, a man and a woman, are blocking me from doing so. The man looks rather embarrassed while the woman gestures for him to turn around. That's when I realize that I am standing butt naked in the middle of the room. I bent down and cover myself with the part of the blanket that got teleported with us. I can't help myself. Clothes are kind of inconvenient when you are sharing a bed with your lover. One of the men who are tending to Gideon turns to me and asks. Did he have a recent magic-induced mutation? Yes. I answer. But that was weeks ago. He grabbed a power line to cast a huge spell when he was forced to do so. The doctors already discharged him. It seems like he has a relapse. We've to stabilize him. The medical personnel lifts Gideon onto a bed and wheels him out of the wardroom. I try to follow, but the 2 nurses stop me again. You have to stay here. The female nurse offers me a plain robe and I take it. The man is still staring at me, so I give him a glare that says everything about his future, should he continue to check me out. After he's turned around I hurry to put on the robe. The woman steps closer. Please explain in detail what happened. I woke up and he was in pain. I tried to wake him up, but he didn't react to me. I couldn't even connect to his mind. I win CE. That's bad, right? I know that it is. She steps forward and takes my hand. Don't worry. We've the best medical personnel here. He couldn't have fallen sick at a better place. He'll surely be up and about in no time. I feel her thoughts and realize that she is trying to comfort me. Please don't lie to me. Or at least don't take my hand while trying to comfort me. I pull my hand away from hers, hating this ability of mine. Then I sit down on a chair and try to think what else could have caused Gideon's condition. But nothing comes to mind. After a while some people appear and carry out the remains of the bed to get it out of the way. It's night time, so there weren't that many patients present to begin with. The nurses are still staying close to me, as if they've nothing better to do. Then I realize that they probably really had nothing to do up until now. It's not like any sick people were purposely sent on this mission. Probably they had nothing but minor complaints up until now. Suddenly someone steps in front of me and I look up. It's one of the faceless. Ed. Yes. Are you all right? He asks. No, Gideon is not all right, so neither am I. Did they find out what was wrong with him? I just arrived here after hearing about it. One of the medical personnel said that they are still doing tests. He answers. Figures. Mutational problems can have nasty side effects. I see. You seem to be awfully shaken. If you could see your own face right now, his voice fades away. I'll bring you back to the command module. He is in good hands. He reaches for my hand, but I stop him. There is no need. I would rather wait here. I don't want to be alone in that room right now while Gideon isn't doing fine. Scylla, why do you care so much for him? He suddenly asks. I look up, baffled. Because he is my boyfriend? You are really great at consoling people. You know that. I don't think you have to be worried about Gideon. He is like a cockroach. Other people would have rolled over and died over 5 times already. Ed looks to the floor where a few of the bed splinters remained. You've teleported him and yourself through the ship. That was dangerous. Sorry for being shocked upon waking up next to my lover who was about to die. If I could spew acid at him right now I would do so. And I thought it would be good to include him in the family. It's just, maybe it's my fault. I have seen a lot of bad people and you just seem a little too attached. That's all. I am not saying that you aren't a good match. I sigh and cover my face. Don't you know anything about technomages and telepathy? I never had a relationship that lasted for over a month before I met Gideon. Ed seems taken aback by my confession. How so? Because once natural telepaths touch someone, we can feel his essence even if we don't want to. I gesture at the door. It's not like you are intentionally spying on someone's thoughts. It's just that most magicians forget to shield themselves properly. Or they don't have the proficiency. It's not exactly easy to have a relationship when you always know that there is something off. The other way around, it's not good for a relationship when you know that your partner is hiding his thoughts on purpose. I count with my fingers. Before Gideon I went out with 12 other guys and it never lasted long before I ran into a repulsive little secret. I don't want to say that they tried to hurt me or violated a law, but being with them never felt right. And Gideon feels right. Ed asks astounded. One might think that he is a strange one. I rub my hands together. Maybe that's exactly why I love him. Everyone else I met so far always tried to hide something from me. Gideon may be a little strange, but when I am with him I feel safe and at home. Everyone has something to hide. Ed answers with a grave voice. Gideon is no exception. I smile. Yes, you are right. But when he decided to let me into his life, he told me everything and there was no deceit. You probably don't understand how it is when two telepaths talk to each other, but when we talked that day I felt that he really tried to let me in. And since then every day was the same. I would be mad to give that away. If I've yet to learn an important truth about him, then it's because it didn't come up so far. I lean back on my chair. I simply can't believe that sharing thoughts and feelings like we are doing it is a fluke. In that moment the door opens and Gideon is wheeled into the room, still lying on a bed. But his eyes are open and he is awake. I get up and run to his side, taking his hand. Gideon, are you all right? He is as pale as a ghost, but he smiles weakly. Yes, though I feel like you sucked the life out of me this night. Are you sure you aren't a succubus? I bite onto my lower lip and look at the doctor. His brain was damaged. Gideon sighs deeply. I tried to make a joke. Do you know what a fright you gave me? This isn't the time for jokes. I answered chipped. The doctor steps in. He'll be all right. It wasn't a relapse of the mutation, though it was caused by it. A special need of his new condition was overlooked. Apparently his body adapted so well to handling electricity that he can't live without it. His body's cells started to deteriorate when his nervous system's energy levels went a little too low. He tilts his head. Apparently he is able to freely convert electricity for his spells. He just has to see to it that he does not overuse his magic, and if he does, he has to recharge by using a power source instead of waiting for his body to regenerate naturally. It's a downside, but being able to charge up with electricity is a nice ability. Gideon smiles. Isn't that cool? It's like being a battery. I just have to see to it that I don't deplete myself completely. I am like Raiden. No, you are not like that Mortal Kombat character. At least not yet. Don't let it get to your head. And why were you even on such a low power level? I ask. Who is Raiden and what's Mortal Kombat? Ed mumbles. Gideon's expression turns troubled. I drained myself intentionally for the purpose of training. After my mutation I wanted to learn everything that happened to my body. The only thing that I got out of it were those freaky eyes. I noticed that they turn brighter the more rested I am. So I tried to return them back to normal by draining my magic as much as possible. In hindsight that might not have been a good idea. My eyes wander to the doctor. You don't have a cure against foolishness by any chance? The doctor shakes his head. I can't tell people what to do with their bodies. I am just here to fix them up. In that moment a message arrives for me, but before I can read it Gideon already informs us on its contents. It seems like our reconnaissance network found something troubling. 39 Trouble. Be everywhere at once and in the end you are nowhere. Believe me, it's true. God tried it. A wise man's idea. Cause Borealis, Coeus. Gideon. I lean back in my rocking chair and start using it to its full capabilities. Everyone else inside the conference room has to use the uncomfortable stools, which don't even count as real chairs. At least in my mind. Are you sure that you feel well enough? Scylla whispers from my left. Yeah, sure. They recharged me with a defibrillator. I am back to normal as far as I can tell. Though it seems like they incinerated the few hairs which I had on my chest. That's it for being a manly man. I grumble and try to forget my awakening. If you believe yourself safely in your bed and wake up being surrounded by unknown people, let's just say it's not an experience I want to repeat. They had to restart your heart. Scylla asks shocked. Gideon, do you have a death wish? No. And I am sorry. The experiment was a stupid whim of mine. I'll never again experiment like that. I promise. There, are you happy? Ed clears his throat to silence the room. There are 3 more high-ranking officials besides us and him inside the room. One is a diplomat from the contact team, Bertram Thug. Another is the leader of the linguists, Paula Swartz. The third new person Philip E. Tully, psychoanalyst. The fire mage Elder Zabil Firestorm is leading this meeting via a secure connection to Seoul. His avatar is projected onto one of the empty chairs and just debriefed us once more to ensure that everyone knows what's going on. An hour ago one of our reconnaissance platforms registered a fleet of 67 ships passing through Terrazed. They were coming from Sham, and if they are keeping their course, then they are going somewhere in the direction of Albalda, Shala, or Antares. The problem is that the forlorn settled worlds are in that direction. Judging by everything which we learned so far, it's very likely that the fleet belongs to the Drazi. Zabil's avatar crosses his arms in front of his chest. So we elders have to decide what to do. The Forlorn are a potential future ally and we got information which they might need. We could hide the fact that we saw that fleet long before they arrived in Forlorn space, but we don't think that the Forlorn will react well if they ever find out that we could have warned them. What's the problem in giving them the information? Paula Swartz asks. I don't see the problem in telling them that possible enemies are on their way. I raise my finger. The problem is that by telling them we give up several of our hidden cards. First, they'll know for sure that we have FTL communication. It's very likely that they've already figured out that one. Ed throws in his own thought. I continue. Yes, but they certainly don't have an idea of how powerful it really is. So far they can only guess at the speed and amount of information we can process. Second, their ship isn't able to carry the information to their people in time. They know that we are faster than them, so they'll surely ask us. The question is if we want to reveal our method of star travel to them. We would have to reveal our weapon platform to reach the Forlorn in time. Probably we would also need to fight their battle. Our weapons platform is a powerhouse with 70 Mark 8 fusion reactors. That's equal to an asteroid colony. It's able to carry our whole fleet over 30 light years in a single jump. Originally we designed it as an armed shipyard with limited repair functions, but someone decided to turn it into a juggernaut for fleet assistance. We also thought about something like a fleet carrier, but we ditched the entire concept. Our biggest ships have a hard time even scratching the enemy. There is no point in creating a swarm of annoying mosquitoes if they aren't able to deliver a deadly punch. Small ships lack the needed power level to take on the enemy and our rockets don't need to be carried to their target. Zabil nods slowly. So we called you to get a few final opinions from the contact team at the site and the fleet's commander. What you say now may very well influence our decision. Oh, that's right. I totally forgot that I am the fleet's most experienced ship commander. That makes me the one who's responsible in case something unforeseen happens. The elder changes his attention to Paula. The blue-haired linguist starts fidgeting in her chair. All I can say is that we seem to be able to communicate nicely. The initial problems were solved. The misunderstandings are getting fewer, so it's not like the Forlorn are too alien. They can be considered as unproblematic neighbors. Philip Itula takes over. From our point of view they seem to be on an understandable level. Their society can be compared to human societies from Earth, though I warn of humanizing them. They are far from that. It seems like bargaining with them is possible. The wiry Bertram is next. From a diplomatic point of view we can deal with them. Though there seem to be things which they try to avoid telling us. But it's on the expected level. We aren't telling them everything either. It's much too early to say anything for sure regarding the Forlorn. But I wouldn't make this decision dependent on the Forlorn alone. We have to keep in mind that they seem to represent just one species among many. I've no doubt that we can afford angering the Forlorn. The important question is if we can afford looking bad in front of the other races. The Zine at least seem to have their fingers in many different pots. And there is one of them with the Forlorn contact team. Zabil nods slowly. I'll forward that last consideration to the other elders. It has to be considered that we could cut off relations with other species if we don't warn the Forlorn. We'll have to publicly emphasize the point that the Forlorn aren't responsible for the Oibras incident in that case. The elder's avatar flickers and disappears. We spend our time with talking until he finally reappears again half an hour later. Tell them. If the Drazi are really as dangerous as they are saying, then it's better if they have to chew on the Forlorn as long as possible. Also assist them if you can, but don't put the fleet unnecessarily at risk. He disappears again. I purse my lips. Well, that was a short set of instructions with a lot of room for interpretation. Ed smacks his forehead. Let's go to the habitat. The faster we get this over with the better. Cos Borealis, asteroid habitat. Ilancolio. Look. This time we get the big bosses as visitors. Ao points at the approaching group of aliens. I turn away from the alien whom I was just talking to. How can you tell them apart from each other? I am still envying you for that ability. The only ones I can identify are the technicians, and that's only because there are just two of them. Ao happily approaches the new arrivals and raises a hand to greet the male technician. May you live long and prosper. I've watched the first 20 episodes of Star Trek, just as you suggested. It was very interesting to learn about one of your race's fantasies. Gideon also raises his hand. I see that you took a liking to the Vulcans, but sadly we have no time to waste in idle talking. We've found something disturbing and we want to hear your opinion on it. He raises a hand and the miniature sun above us dims down. Then a huge star chart appears above our heads. I recognize the part of space which is supposedly between us Forlorn and the mages. The chart also spans a huge part of the space down the spiral arm. A few hours ago we spotted a fleet of 67 ships. They are heading towards your worlds. Gideon informs us. We think they are Drazi. And they are going in this direction. Another wave of his hand zooms in on a star further down the galactic arm and I get to see a map of a solar system with a cloud of ships and a dotted line which is indicating their path. One of our military advisors steps forward, looking at the holographic display above us. By the two suns. There are enough of them to punch through our standing defenses. It'll take days to gather enough ships to stop them. How old is this information? It's happening now. Gideon answers bored. Ao starts dancing and twirling around himself, causing all the aliens to step away from him. Instant communication over several dozen light years. That's even more interesting than gravity manipulation. How far can you reach? The technicians remain silent on the matter. Apparently they have no intention of sharing their technology with us. I already noticed that they are avoiding to tell us how this magic of theirs works exactly. All we get are very abstract explanations. The female technician outright refused to explain magic, insisting that she has no idea how to explain it. When AO asked for her to try anyway, she simply asked back, and how do I explain the sense of touch to someone who doesn't have that sense? The military advisor folds all his hands to his body. This is infuriating. We can't even get this information back to the Senate. There is no time to make a difference. They'll run amok on our worlds. How can they run amok on a world with that few ships? Gideon asks. They don't have the troops. Someone would need 500,000 ships of that size to subdue the population of an entire planet. AO stops his weird dance and freezes up. I shake my head. I think you underestimate the determination of the Drazi. They'll throw asteroids on the planet and eliminate major population and industry centers. Once the planet's population is beaten beyond recovery, they land a small group of colonists and start reproducing. Their numbers can explode within a few years, and they have no problem with fighting a ground war that lasts for generations. The masked one tilts his head. If it's like that, then we'll deliver the information for you. You just have to tell us what you want to say to your authorities. Our military advisor shakes his head. It won't help. The only fleet which is powerful enough to stop them outright is at the home system. We need to collect ships from several worlds to stop them, even if our ships are more powerful than theirs. Gideon turns to Scylla and makes a strange gesture, pointing at his head. It seems like they've spread their forces so thin that they can't stop an incursion. The female technician elbows him. I look to the ground. There is no need to ask for the meaning of that gesture. The worst thing is that Gideon is right. We've made a fatal mistake even though we knew what's coming. But who knew that such a big fleet appears out of nowhere? AO steps forward, facing the aliens. Can't you stop them? 40 a little trip. Ask too many questions and you might get more answers than you want. A wise man's idea. Cos Borealis, asteroid habitat. Gideon. Who would have suspected that the weird alien is the one who asks for our intervention? AO doesn't seem like the overly caring type to me. I suspect that he is able to space someone if it grants him the knowledge he seeks. And if he can match it with his strange behavioral code. Ed raises a hand to deny the request. Why should we risk ourselves? Aha. So that means that you can do something. AO leans closer. You should help the forlorn because it's the morally right choice. That's up to interpretation. Bertram, our diplomat, intervenes. First and foremost, we've a responsibility to our own people. We can't change the universe, and it would be foolish to grant every request just because we're asked. AO wriggles with his strange, stick-like arms. Obviously he dislikes our point of view. But Bertram is right. One who plays the savior of all may end up as a legend in the end. But legends have the undesirable attribute of being dead and in the process of being forgotten. The Zine decides to try another approach. And what if you get something out of it? Like our power generation? You want it, am I right? That may be so, but are we really in a hurry to get it? We've thought about various ways to defend Seoul. I shake my head. There is no need to push for this technology. We can wait. Sooner or later we'll get it. Either by figuring it out ourselves, by trading with you, or with someone else. It's just a question of time. Apparently we just have to go to the center, and there we will find lots of trading partners. Then how about my help? If I write a beneficial report about your species, it'll have a huge impact on the society of civilized races. It'll boost your reputation, AO offers. Does he have that much authority? Ed asks. Do we want to be the center of attention? I ask. Maybe. From what I gathered, AO is a Zine contact agent. Originally he was supposed to study the Forlorn, but when we appeared he forced them to add him to their contact team. The Forlorn weren't able to refuse him because the Zine are influential and operates outside Forlorn law. They are one of the oldest and most powerful known races. It might be nice to have a good word from them should we ever decide to meet this so-called society of civilized races. Just by talking we've already given away a lot. I even was against the idea of trading blood samples with them. But how else are you supposed to know if being in the same room with them is a good idea? It's highly unlikely that any sane person would step even close to something from a completely different ecosystem to play guinea pig. One may never know if their common cold is the Black Death to us or vice versa. I've to propose much stricter regulations on this matter to the SDF. If you give us the technology and put in a good word with the society, we might be able to present the deal to our elders without having violated our duties, Bertram proposes. Your elders? That's your government. AO tilts his head. But that takes too long. Our government is formed by fast decision makers. You don't have to worry. Actually, they've already made up their minds on various circumstances. We got a lot of room to navigate. One of the Forlorn steps in to stop AO. But we can't give them that technology. Who knows what they might be able to do with it? The Zine turns to the one who's upset with the deal. You can't give them the tech, but I can. This is a deal between the Zine and the mages, not between the Forlorn and the mages. I am just accelerating what would happen anyway. The 0-point generators are common knowledge amongst the civilized races. The upset Forlorn doesn't give up. But they aren't even members of the society. AO rummages through his belt pouch and retrieves a blue, cylindrical crystal from it. I've no doubt that they'll be accepted. Their technology alone is an entry card to the society. Their membership will be granted even if they don't share their tech and simply provide black boxes for FTL communication. Why are you doing this? And why do you have educational information crystals with you? The forlorn who is known as Ilan asks Ao. Because I am a contact agent? And I know that your people have an issue with asking for help when they need it. And I dislike genocide. And I dislike the Drazi. Ao hands the crystal to Bertram, who hands it to me. I take it and study the thing. It's obviously an optical storage device. Similar technologies exist on Earth. Of course this wouldn't compare to a quantum computer. Much too slow. Maybe Earth would have taken a similar path as the aliens? Maybe they'll develop these zero-point generators in future if we leave them alone? It seems like our magic caused us to develop our technology in a completely different direction than everyone else. But doesn't that also mean that the mage's way of seeing the universe is unique? I focus a thin beam of light on my fingertip by using a basic light spell. Then I read the information on the blue crystal and task a cold and mechanical part of my mind to copy the information to a safe part of the quantum network. We don't want to catch a virus, do we? When I am done I hand the crystal back to Ao. Thanks. The zine just looks at me like I am a marvel. Did you just copy the entire information on the crystal to your network? Of course. I reply. So, to formulate a plan on what we can do to stop that fleet. Where is your so-called home fleet stationed? We'll transport it to stop the Drazi. Ilian listens up. You will do what? We'll go to where your fleet is stationed, then we'll take your ships to a place where you can intercept the Drazi. Preferably in an empty system where they are fueling up before making the final trip to your worlds, I reply impatiently. It's not like I am really annoyed, but forging plans with slow thinkers like the Forlorn is tiring. The Forlorn who seems to be involved with military questions admits his stupidity. I don't get it. Just tell us where that damn fleet of yours is stationed, I sigh. Ao is the only one who stays up to the task. It's the home fleet, so it would be wise to assume that it's at their home world. Which is Antares. The military Forlorn confirms it. I start giving orders over the fleet network. All our ships have to get as close as possible to reduce the necessary size of the teleportation sphere. Since the Coeus and the Forlorn ship are docked to the asteroid habitat they'll form up around us in the hidden battle station. All right. It'll take us about a day to go to Antares. There we'll pick up your fleet and go to intercept the Drazi. I think it should be possible to get them 2 systems further down their route. I enhance another unnamed star. It's possible for them to change course, but so far they are taking the fastest route. The system has a big gas giant with an asteroid ring. It's not only the perfect spot for them to refuel before they attack your worlds, it's also a good chance for us to set up a trap. I continue explaining the plan until the fleet finally executes the first transition. I want our ships to stay out of the fight as much as possible. The first problem is that our shields don't stand a chance against their lasers and I want to avoid scratching our new hulls. The second problem is that I don't want to show the Forlorn our new weapons and tactics. They may yet turn out to be enemies. It's not like we were idle during the past month. Our people were very busy in playing mind games and thinking up ways to deal with a fleet of those juggernauts on our own. First, we are in the process of installing mines, in the form of stealth nuclear rocket launchers, on every gas giant around Sol. The Draza may have excellent missile defense, but there is a lot of debris around the world. A small satellite with nothing more than a cloaking field and an engine may be able to sneak close enough to overload their defenses by launching dozens of missiles simultaneously. It's not like using the IMS to create those mines costs us much. There is always enough material in a system to set up a basic industrial node. The only pain in the ass is that we have to provide enough energy to the IMS to get the operation going. The entire process takes much too long if the IMS have to rely on solar energy until they are able to set up their own fusion plant. A single one of the little buggers may not consume much energy, but thousands of them most seriously do. So since a fusion reactor is a little complicated to create we either have to carry a whole reactor to the site, or the ship which is setting up the operation has to stay on site until a second fusion reactor is up and running. Currently we are working with the latter option. It's far from perfect if you think about the fact that the ship could be moving to the next system in the meantime. We also had to think about ways to fight the enemies with our ships in case that denying them to refuel isn't enough. Unfortunately there was no idea on how we can reliably protect ourselves. Magic has the annoying quirk that it can't get around certain physical laws. If you want to block a certain amount of energy you have to put the same amount against it. There are ways to play around this law to a certain extent, like diverting or dispersing the energy instead of completely blocking it. But the energy in the laser beams of our enemies is several scales above the energy output of our ships. It's like trying to block a club in full swing with a dagger. So defense is out of the question for the time being. What we have though, is the disruptor technology. It was banned by the elders because of its great potential to be used as a weapon. Though in face of the new threat it was allowed to be deployed on SDF ships. The small disruptor hand weapon which I got my hands on a long time ago was just a very rudimentary way to use disruptor tech. The spell which is responsible for the weapon is called Disrupt, and it weakens or outright inverts atomic bonds. It's an energy manipulation spell and therefore belongs to the fire magic branch. The result of its use are disconnected atoms. The spell normally affects a limited space, but the assassin's hand weapon focused the affected volume into a thin beam. We didn't go for fancy with our military application and created an emitter which projects a disruptor field up to 3 light seconds away from our ships. The problem isn't energy, but focus. So to use the disruptor we still have to get awfully close to our enemies. Another troublesome point is that we can't be entirely sure if it will work, or if their shields can defend them. The Drazi and Forlorn shields are awfully powerful magnetic fields which protect the ship in much the same way as a planet's magnetic field protects it from the solar wind. Since a disruptor field is a part of altered spacetime, it shouldn't be concerned by a magnetic field. It belongs to the same category as gravity magic since it alters the rules of physics. We also had ideas to use teleportation as a weapon, but we put that one on ice. Teleportation is a double-edged sword and hard to aim. Even if we managed to use it to teleport a part of the enemy ship away, the part which we took would appear right next to our ship. The maths of teleportation magic makes it hard to teleport too far away points. The needed energy levels rise exponentially. Maybe we can turn teleportation into a weapon later on, but right now it seems as dangerous to us as it is for the enemy. As for me, I don't want something potentially explosive right next to my ship. I return my attention to the group when I realize that the aliens around us are very flustered about something. Some are sticking to the glassed walls a few dozen meters away like caged pets. They are eyeing the stars. Others are chatting vehemently with their communication devices, and AO is obviously trying to pick up my girlfriend. But that's impossible. We just skipped over several dozen light years. The Zine interrogates Scylla. We already explained that we can travel faster than you. Scylla answers, trying not to get too close to the alien. We know a method to transfer ourselves instantly from one point in space to another one. It's perfectly safe, you don't have to worry. I ignore them and step closer to Ed, then I touch his hand. Was there any sign that they saw the platform? It didn't seem like it, Ed answers, and I nod, letting go of his hand. If we are extraordinarily lucky, we might be able to hide the weapon platform from them. 41 thoughts. Every mage has certain affinities to spells. The greater the affinity is, the easier and less exhausting it is to cast the spell. It's easiest to imagine each magical branch as a part of one huge skill tree. A mage may use any spell in that tree as long as he learns it, but that doesn't mean that he'll ever get as proficient as someone who was born with the affinity. If you are born with great affinity to fire magic, you may be able to use most spells belonging to that affinity without restrictions. If your talent is even greater, you may even have access to neighboring branches like wind magic or ice magic. Techno magic is regarded as a hybrid affinity since it's settled between electro, mind, and space magic. Being settled between so many pure affinities is also a reason why a techno mage has to gain a lot of experience to fully use his potential. About magic affinities. Antares, Coeus. Gideon. Do you guys know that dealing with aliens is tiring? I lean back in my rocking chair and enjoy its comfortability. It has been put to good use during the recent hours. The diplomats, linguists, and other people of similar trade are doing their best to soothe the agitated minds of the aliens. They haven't taken it lightly that a foreign fleet flew right into the heart of their territory. It's coming with their technology. Their way of traveling between stars relies on actually traversing the space between them. FTL routes have to be cleared from dust and debris and checked in regular intervals to ensure that there are no obstacles for the ships. Their FTL drive allows them to ram right through a certain amount of mass by turning it into pure energy, but put too much of it in the ship's path and your ship re-enters normal space right inside an explosion of nuclear scale. It's officially the fastest way to die I know of. Though I am happy that it can't be used to annihilate planets that way. The rules of physics can't be applied in this case since the FTL drive doesn't work that way. A ship inside a warp bubble doesn't really move faster than light, it just slips through the real universe while annihilating all matter in its path. How much matter can be annihilated is dependent on the ship's energy output. Once the reactors of the ship reach their limit, the bubble collapses and the ship re-enters normal space with the same velocity it had before using the FTL drive. Plain and simple. And that's why they have to provide cleared FTL routes for their ships. The longer you fly through uncharted space, the greater the risk of meeting an early end. That's why our method of traveling is freaking them out. We can go right past their line of defense and attack the weakly protected worlds. Not that the Council of Elders would do such a thing, but the Forlorn have no way to be sure of that. I turn my attention to Ed. Have they finally decided to form up on the Coeus? Ed shrugs his shoulders. It looks like the contact team was finally able to explain why we waltzed right through to their home world. We still can simply take what we have and go away. They don't have something we want. Now that we have the secret of their energy production. I offer. There is no way to know that for sure, and it would certainly look bad in front of the society. Ed starts playing with his fingers. He developed a tendency to do that while talking to me. Probably there is something on his mind and he is trying to find a way to ask me. Since we are alone inside the conference room, I can ask him what's wrong, so I do. Ed, what is it that you want to ask? He freezes up. Am I really that obvious? Ed asks, then he starts mumbling to himself. The world must be ending if Gideon manages to read another person's emotional state. I lean forward. No. It's just that you are doing it since we went on this mission, and after a few days even I tend to notice odd behavior. Ed nods slowly. In that case I'll be blunt. Have you heard from Sadina recently? I raise an eyebrow. It escapes me why he is interested in her so suddenly. She tried several times to contact me while I was in Seoul, but I blocked her calls since I had better things to do than being toyed with. I had to toy with Scylla. That's a very good excuse to ignore Sadina. I see. And what do you think of her? I need to know since I want to beg something of you. He asks next. Pursing my lips I lean back again. Well. She dumped me on Earth with brainwashed people who weren't able to take care of me. But it doesn't feel to me like I can make her responsible for that. Who knows? Maybe things would be different if my Earth mother hadn't died in a car accident. But I met Grandma, Grandpa, and Scylla. Things are as they are, and right now Sadina just feels like one big non-entity to me. After a few seconds I decide to revise that sentence. Let's rephrase that. She's a very annoying non-entity to me. If I ever get her between my fingers, I'll probably surrender her to my grandmother. That should be worse than simply killing her, and it feels right to punish her for the way she introduced me to the truth of my creation. I know that I asked her for the location of the Revelation Wing, but she could have warned me. Yes, about that. I wanted to ask you if you could give her to me, should you ever get your hands on her. Since she is my responsibility, I've to tell her a few things in person. And she is showing interest in you, so it's likely that you'll get your chance sometime in the future. He explains with a solemn voice. I tilt my head and try to explore my own thoughts and feelings on the matter. Maybe. Depending on the circumstances. That's all I can ask for. He replies. A beeping sound alerts us to the fleet's readiness. For the sake of taking as many ships as possible with us, we tied the entire forlorn fleet together like a metal ball. It was quite hard to think of an explanation why a huge part of the formation's spherical center has to stay free of ships. In the end, our scientists came up with a few very complicated and impossible to solve formulas. The center is where our hidden weapon platform is lurking. It's quite funny. The Forlorn are still thinking that we achieved teleportation on such a scale by having all our ships work together. I contact the pilots of the platform via the fleet network and inform them that they can go whenever they are ready. Then I send a message to the whole fleet that departure is imminent. Having done my job, I return my attention to Ed. Did you notice that the Forlorn have real crews on their ships? I tried to hack one and found out that their lasers are controlled by an independent station. You need to get physical access to the switches to arm the weapons. Ed stops moving. Somehow the casual way you mention that is troubling me. You hacked their ship? Do you have any idea what could happen if they find out? I just nod and let Ed continue. Their ships aren't automated to the same degree as ours. It's only natural that there are certain problems involved. Yes, isn't that strange? I wouldn't want to fly a ship if my life depends on 100 different people. It's like asking for death. I shudder. Ed sighs. You've come a long way, Gideon. But there are still many things you've to work. I nod. Like my girlfriend. I promised her a date once we get back to Seoul. Do you have an idea where I could take her? System 82456, Coeus. Scylla. I still can't believe that we managed to do this without revealing the platform. I comment while watching the 102 forlorn ships dispersing away from our ships to hide inside the gas giant's asteroid ring. I am together with Gideon inside the cockpit of the Coeus. We are both busy with giving final instructions to the ship and the fleet. I never doubted that our eggheads are able to make up some formulas which are convincing enough to keep the center of the formation clear of ships. Gideon answers. I snort and give the Coeus some commands which bring her in formation with the rest of the ships. We've left our contact team with the asteroid habitat and 2 ships back in Antares. They can do their thing and continue to build relationships with the aliens. I am not too fond of them. The Forlorn have too many arms for my taste and the Xene look too much like insects. It's troubling me. There were never any bugs inside the closely controlled living habitats I grew up in. I hope the plan works out on the first try. I don't want to go on a lengthy hunting expedition. Gideon accesses the 2 sensor arrays to check on the status of all ships. The Forlorn are instructed to hide themselves inside the asteroids. Our fleet will wait further out. Powered down and under maximum stealth, we should be able to hide ourselves sufficiently. It's the plan that the Forlorn use the advantage of surprise to break the enemy fleet. Then we'll pick easy targets and take them out one by one. But that's only in case that the Drazi really escape the trap. From what we've heard from the Forlorn, their ships are about 4 times as strong as a single Drazi vessel of the same size. The wishful thinking of war. People make plans, shove their pieces around in a manner that looks pretty, and once the 2 forces really meet for the first time, everything falls apart like a house of cards. Gideon smirks at the display. Do you know something that you didn't tell the rest of us? I ask. No, he answers bluntly. But you suspect something? I ask. He shrugs his shoulders while studying the map. It's not like I am certain, but I think that the Drazi may have stronger ships than the Forlorn think. I open my mouth in shock. Why didn't you tell anyone? Because it's just a suspicion, and because it wouldn't change a thing regarding the plan. If I am right, it would even be harmful to the battle if we admit that we know something. He closes the tactical display. Just think about it. The Forlorn have several different big fleets stationed in their sphere of influence. Naturally, they are keeping them close to where they are attacked regularly. Gideon raises a finger. But how do the Drazi know that attacking here allows them to punch right through their opponent's defenses? The Forlorn and the Drazi are fighting a long and exhausting conflict. The Drazi surely know the topography of Forlorn space. I argue. Yes, yes. That's for sure. But the Forlorn aren't as stupid as to announce the positions of their military ships to merchants or other vessels. I've studied the encounters between Forlorn and Drazi. Did you realize that they never attacked this sector? Gideon asks. I call up the comprehensive file we got about Forlorn and Drazi history. You are right. So the Drazi deliberately prepared this attack over several decades. He shakes his head. No. The Drazi didn't do it on their own. I think they are being guided by an insider. My head snaps towards him. The Drazi have a spy under the Forlorn? Isn't it much easier to believe that they simply captured information from a Forlorn ship? Of course it's possible. But I am not thinking about a spy. I doubt that the traitor is a Forlorn or an Drazi, for obvious reasons. Who else has access to Forlorn space? He looks at me with questioning eyes. I furrow my forehead. You can't mean AO. Not necessarily, though I am finding it very suspicious that he gave us the new technology. Either his people are very naive or it's some sort of test. Gideon explains. I try to think of the new technology. The zero-point generator is a pretty normal reactor, but it works by using positrons to raise matter to a higher energy state. The result is antimatter which annihilates itself with the rest of the real matter inside the reactor. You end up with generating more energy than you've put in, but it's a dirty and radiation-heavy process. So what reason do the Zine have to give us that tech? To stop the Drazi, of course. Gideon answers. Now I am confused. But didn't you just accuse them of using the Drazi against us? No, no. You see. The Forlorn are a very patient bunch. As are we. Both of our races knew of each other and did nothing for several hundred years. We simply leaned back and told ourselves that everything is fine as long as the other party stays on its side of the fence. He smiles. Things only started moving when a few Drazi ships led that Forlorn ship to Solution. Gideon scratches his chin. They were chased. I point out. It's suspicious if someone gets chased in a straight line to us. The Drazi could have split up and saved 2/3 of their fleet at any point. I think they are taking us for fools. It's a plot to get us involved. I believe that someone inside the society got impatient and used the Drazi to force first contact. I wouldn't go so far to say that the unknown chased the Drazi away from their home worlds to use them against the Forlorn and us. But they certainly used them in some form. He ends his explanation. I don't know who, but I think we'll find out if we visit this gathering of theirs. Ao and the Zine are a very good candidate. It's a really strange coincidence that they sent him here just at the right time. My head starts spinning. You know that you are spinning a story which will cause real headaches to the elders. That's why I want one of those Drazi ships. They are a hint we can legally lay our hands upon. I also would like to take a look inside Ao's head, but that would probably cause a diplomatic incident. He smirks and taps onto his armrest. They are here. 42 unforeseen reactions. Shadows and light. Cryptic message. System 82456, Coeus. Gideon. That's still one heck of a theory. Scylla comments after a few minutes of watching the approaching Drazi fleet. I think your sister mentioned that you like crafting such theories. And that I should be careful in believing them. But you didn't find an argument against it. I point out. I admit that many of my theories don't turn out to be true, but I predicted the plot behind the teleportation spell and aliens. Ahem. Your sister also explained the thing with gods, chocolate, and acquiring limitless power. Scylla raises an eyebrow, looking at me questioningly. Yeah, I guess I started fantasizing on that one. I avert my eyes and notice that it's the first time that I actually can't stand her looking at me. Okay. I admit that I get carried away, sometimes. She is still looking at me. And I admit that reading old religious texts can't be considered as gaining actual knowledge. Her gaze is still on me, but this time I decide to put a stop to it. Give me some leeway, I was experimenting with alcohol and got drunk. Finally my girlfriend stops looking at me in that way and returns her attention to the tactical display. So, what do we do if the Forlorn lose to the Drazi? We turn tails and run. I ask. We just made a deal to transport their fleet. We didn't say that we fight their battles. We also kind of forced our strategy on them. Doesn't that make us responsible for what happens? She asks. I shake my head. It's the best we can achieve within the limited time. Of course we could try to stop the Drazi later, but that would involve fighting them in Forlorn space. Scylla doesn't reply to that. We sit and wait for over an hour while we watch the Drazi fleet approaching the gas giant. Someone once said that war consists of eternities of waiting and seconds of pure terror. The waiting part at least he got right. It's also a little anticlimactic if there is no one on the bridge who updates you constantly on the tactical situation. Maybe having an actual bridge with more people has a certain amount of style. But as technomages we don't need that. Once we link up to the ship there is no need to control it. We are the ship. It's like an extended part of our bodies. Then the Drazi arrive at their destination and 20 ships start descending into the atmosphere of the gas giant to refuel. Apparently they decided refuel in turns so that the others can stand guard while a few of them are trapped in the planet's gravity well. It's understandable if you think about their insufficient drives. Once they are down inside the atmosphere they are pure targets. Firing lasers like theirs inside gas results in creating something unpleasantly hot right next to their ships. I am not entirely sure if it would only burn out their lasers, or melt a hole into their hulls. Such weapons are only usable inside vacuum. With the enemy fleet reduced by 20 ships, that's the moment the Forlorn were waiting for. At our current distance from the gas giant we can't really see what exactly is going on for ourselves, but we solved that problem by leaving a stealthed sensor platform with the Forlorn. From one moment to the next Drazi ships are turning into miniature suns. The Forlorn decided to focus fire them down ship by ship. It's saying a lot about their perception of this kind of warfare. The Drazi were taken by surprise, but that didn't stop them from fighting back. Seconds after the first Drazi ships start counter-attacking a Forlorn ship lights up in blazing laser fire and disperses into atoms. Both parties prove one thing to me. They rely entirely on their shields and lasers to slug it out. The one who can take the most damage while dishing out enough to overwhelm the other's defenses wins. It's understandable if you think about their shields. When we fought that Drazi ship, we forced it into a short encounter. Scylla gestures at the hologram above us. I calculated the energy their shields can absorb. If they fight by doing short flybys, they aren't able to dish out enough energy to take down the enemy. They have to force long encounters. I scratch my chin while watching the two forces. The entire encounter was brutal and took less than a minute. It reminded me of two brutes who are beating each other with blunt weapons. The Draza took a hell of a beating. Much more than the Forlorn anticipated. It's good that we transported as many Forlorn ships as possible. This must be another generation of Draza ships. But it seems like the advantage of surprise is enough. Scylla nods as the first Draza ships start accelerating away from the encounter. With their formation broken, the Draza can't oppose the Forlorn fleet anymore. The Forlorn waited until some of the Draza went down to refuel, which further reduced their fleet's fighting power. The Forlorn still lost 11 ships to the Draza. Now they can wait until the other Draza climb back out of the planet's atmosphere. They'll have a nice head start in dishing out fire while the Draza can't do anything else but take it. I snort and split the tactical hologram into 3, 1 for each group of fleeing enemies. 2 are rising above the solar ecliptic. 1 is going downwards. It's unlikely that we'll get those in time with our fleet's main body. I still order 5 of our ships to hunt the lone Draza and send 10 for the other 2. Their commands are only to hunt and destroy. Even if they don't get them before they go FTL, they'll catch them in the next system. The pilots of the ships in question acknowledge the command and start accelerating. Their superior numbers should be enough to destroy the Draza relatively safely, and it'll give them fighting experience. You don't want to try to capture those? Scylla asks. Isn't it better if we try as many captures as possible? No. I am not sure how feasible it is to capture a Draza ship. Do they blow up their ships before they get captured? Can we even damage them to the point where we can attempt to board them? We'll try it with the third group which is heading our way. We have the weapons platform here. That's the only reason why I want to try it. I explain. Scylla concentrates on the 8 ships which are coming our way. You were right to position the fleet at the point where they entered the system. Apparently they have a tendency to flee back the way they came. I shrug my shoulders. It was really just a guess. If you run into something unexpected and get a bloody nose, you run back the way you came. You don't pick a random unexplored direction, but one that you know is safe. Then I command our fleet to accelerate towards the 8 Draza ships. I designate 7 of them as instant kills for the new disruptor weapons and 1 to be left alone. That one will be taken down very carefully by using lasers. Scylla interrupts me. You've chosen the hunting parties to have a 5-to-1 superiority above the Draza. We've just 35 ships here. Doesn't it make the engagement dangerous? I purse my lips. I thought the weapons platform counts for a few ships. I answer. Only if it doesn't turn out to be just one huge target. Scylla answers a little less optimistic. She's right, but the platform got several layers of highly heat-resistant ceramics as armor in addition to reflective shielding spell circuits. I really hope that it can take a beating to make this plan work. The 2 battle groups approach each other until the Draza enter our maximum weapons range. It doesn't look like they've seen us, probably they are paying much more attention to possible pursuers. It would make sense to have a big part of their sensors on the Forlorn. We wait for several more seconds while our battle group accelerates to match the speed and direction of the fleeing Draza. I give the order. Fire. Then it happens all at once. Our ships aim their disruptor fields at the 7 enemy ships, 5 for each of them. The Draza disappear in a flash of light as bright as a sun and all radiation alarms go off. If I could have done so I would have used my hands to cover the sensors, but the Coeus doesn't have hands. What happened instead was the complete shutdown of the sensor platform. What the fuck? I still try to make sense of what happened as I command the Coeus to roll. There is another sensor platform on the other side of the ship and it didn't get burned out. The rest of our ships report a similar problem. The only ones who still have vision are the pilots on the weapons platform. And that's only because we designed it as a juggernaut with heavily shielded sensors. You can't have a juggernaut which goes blind as soon as it is attacked. Apparently we made some miscalculations. The disruptor field must have created some unpleasant interactions with the Draza energy generators. Scylla tries to explain. Good. But whatever it is, we need some really good sunglasses if we ever use those weapons again. I rub my mental eyes. And a better feedback protection. But this might have worked to our advantage. The ship which we didn't use the disruptor on survived and is still flying on its course. Explosions in space, even big ones, aren't all that scary if they aren't really big. On an interstellar scale you can sit right next to a nuke and be fine as long as you shield yourself from the radiation. Nukes are only a problem if they go off inside an atmosphere or you are practically hugging them in space. The Draza must be blinded completely. They were inside the blast. Proceed with the plan. I order the Coeus on an intercept course with the Draza vessel. If we were blinded, then the Draza must have gotten the outer layer of their ship scrubbed off. Lasers stab into the Draza ship. First one, then more. One by one as it becomes clear that their shields are still holding. This phase of the battle is a very delicate one. Our whole fleet has to close in as much as possible to reduce the time delay of our weapons. That also means that the Draza can fry us if they get a good shot with their weapons. And indeed they try. Their lasers are shooting in random directions, proving that their sensors were burned to a crisp. The Draza shield flickers as 30 beams from low-energy lasers stab into it from all directions, aiming at weapons and other essential components. Then it winks out of existence and we start peeling the ship like an onion. First go the weapon systems, drive modules, sensors. Everything that doesn't look like a piece of hull. After a few minutes the formerly claw-shaped ship looks like a burned potato. Luckily it didn't blow up. According to the Forlorn the claw shape is a necessity of the warp drive. The enemy ship is now a dead hulk in space as far as we can tell. I contact Ed and his men in the living quarters. It seems like we managed to prepare one for you. Are you ready? Ed snorts. As far as someone can be ready for such a stupid idea. Please remind me once more why they shouldn't simply blow up their ship. There is no particular reason. We are hoping to get lucky. I see. 43 Illegal trespassing. Throwing a chicken into the weasel's den is? Feeding the weasel. Throwing a weasel into the chicken house is? A massacre. Making distinctions. System 82456, Coeus. Gideon. Then I'll activate the drones. I inform Ed and activate the swarm while drifting closer to the enemy ship. I already used similar devices not too long ago. They worked so well that I decided to use them again instead of putting the faceless in danger. Ed and his men are as close as it gets to an elite fighting force, but they aren't immortal and we have just a few of them. In addition, we have no idea how many Draza there are on the ship. Do they work like us? Or more like the Forlorn? I fear that the innards of a Draza ship are bursting with them. The Forlorn told us that the Draza tend to crew their ships with as many people as possible to have a sufficient stock of colonists wherever they go. I observe the drones in silent fascination as they flood out of my remaining freight hangar and towards the Draza ship. Priority number 1. Find their computer systems, access them and hack them. Priority number 2. Poke the ship full of holes and remove the Draza infestation. The easiest way to clean their ship should be exposing them to vacuum. At least I hope so. A ringing sound in the back of my head informs me that the drones succeeded in connecting to the Draza network. That's about as much as our previous attempts managed to do. The drones aren't very smart, so I guess they always tripped over some sort of firewall to alarm the Draza of our intentions. This time we'll attempt the hack ourselves. Are you ready, Scylla? Of course, dear. She answers. Dear. Since when am I her dearest? It's like we are a married couple and already have grandchildren. I just tried out how it sounds. Should I not call you that? She asks. Never mind. It just startled me. Let's get this over with. I enter my own virtual reality and dive into the Draza network, closely followed by Scylla. Together we sift through the strange information. It always feels a little weird if you suddenly have to use different protocols. Imagine it like changing from riding a motorcycle to a horse. Being inside the Draza systems feels like working with a PC that's 10 generations behind. You do something and it takes seconds to respond. Of course the Draza systems are as good as electron-based computers can be, but they are still slow. The benefits of quantum-based computing. Scylla and I start copying protocols, intercepting messages, and observing the network until we finally find a way to disguise our data packages as the ship's own system. It takes a short eternity, but finally I manage to map out the Draza network and request access to the main computer core. What I find there is stunning and fascinating at the same time. Another virtual reality. I don't hesitate and request a merging of both virtual realities. A virtual reality isn't really needed to control a computer or a ship. We are only using it if we want to feel our own bodies while we are working. It's just a question of comfortability for a technomage. So why would the Draza need a virtual reality? How do they even link up to a VR simulation? Do they insert ports into their heads? In the next moment I find myself in a room with 5 Draza. They are standing in a circle, facing each other and working on holograms which are representing their ship. The ones who are looking in my direction aren't moving and staring at me. Probably they've some kind of shock. I raise my hand and try to smile. Give up. Resistance is futile. I try to think of myself as a reasonable fellow. So I'll try talking for once. Maybe they are influential individuals. Not that I care, but since we seem to have similar jobs I'll try to be nice. Get it? Intrusion. Kill. 5 little, angry furballs throw themselves onto me. They hack and slice and dice with their claws. I just stand there, somehow a little shocked about this attempt on physical violence inside a virtual reality. They must be incredible stupid to think that harming someone in this world is even possible. At least like this. In case you want to do harm you can force someone into a contest of will inside here. But that takes real effort and concentration. At least more than they are exerting. Suddenly Scylla is there, reaching for the head of one little monster hamster. She yanks it around with an audible snap. The Draza turns limp and is lifted into the air. Before the other 4 can react the dead body is thrown over my head and onto the attackers. Then Scylla is past me, grabbing an opponent, victim of opportunity and breaking him like a stick over her knee. I slowly start getting what's going on. The Draza don't seem to have any training in fighting a combat of will. They believe that they can die inside here, so we can harm them. Either that or they don't have any safety features on their VR. I grab one of the Draza who is struggling in my grip and tear off one of his claws. There is blood and muscles beneath the skin. Whoever created their VR wasted a lot of time on realism. But strangely enough I can't read the alien's thoughts. It's like having an empty avatar in front of me. Was this play solely created to present their minds a situation which they can understand? I stab the screaming alien with its own claw and the high-pitched voice stops. Then I sense the ports of his connection closing. Fascinating. They really seem to die in here. I turn back to Scylla who is using the arms of one alien to beat the last opponent to death. How did you guess that their VR doesn't have proper protection? Scylla drops her improvised weapons. Oh, I just felt like trying. They were very enthusiastic about scratching you with their claws, so I imagined that they are thinking that it works. Maybe they don't regard their crew as a vital part of the ship? I guess they are seeing the individual as exchangeable part of the system. And there are enough of them, so why wasting energy in putting too much protection on a VR? They had enough firewalls and codes outside of it. Or they got it from someone else and don't know how to use it. I offer. Maybe their minds aren't able to deal with VR otherwise. While I do so, new opponents appear. I can't tell if the same ones simply reconnected, or if we are dealing with other individuals. Scylla starts fighting again, so I use the chance to stroll over to the representations of the ship. The first one has incredible similarity to Ao's blueprints of the zero-point generator. Did the Zine give their technology to the Drazi? Probably. Next is something which is painted with green symbols. My eyes wander to the green sea of blood which Scylla is creating. Red is a warning to my species. So green may be bad to the Drazi? Probably it's a station which has something to do with weapons, sensors, or drives. We shot those to pieces. The next two stations are also painted in green symbols while the fifth has fewer of them. It looks like a representation of the ship's innards. There are corridors and bulkheads with symbols next to them. A regulator to the left of each bulkhead shows 3 symbols. There are lots and lots of violet dots crawling through the ship. Some areas are filled with green dots. The green dots are slowly working their way into the ship. Are those our drones? I start interacting with the hologram. 3 symbols for a door can only mean open, closed and locked. What happens if I open the bulkheads towards space and lock the innards of the ship in an open position? The violet dots start vanishing in short order as I open the ship to space. That should do it. At least for the Draza who aren't inside a spacesuit. I turn around and find Scylla standing amidst a pile of dead Draza simulations. She turns slowly in a circle, but the endless respawning stopped. What did you do? I shrug my shoulders. I just played with the buttons, that's all. I think I opened the entire ship to space. Oh. She blinks. At least it seems like you killed their computer crew. Another alarm returns my attention to the Coeus, so I accelerate myself again and disconnect from the Draza network. Having returned my attention to my own ship, it doesn't take long to find out what caused the alarm. Apparently the alien ship launched several small pods at us. I don't know for sure what they are, but the clamps make them look like landing craft. No idea how the Draza saw us, but apparently they managed a final act of defiance. I lose no time and order all my weapons to destroy the approaching devices. The fleet's ships also join in, but they didn't approach the Draza ship that closed for safety reasons. The pods are approaching at incredible speed. Maybe they are burning their fuel without care for a return trip? It becomes apparent that the pods can take a beating. Several of them go up in flames, but it takes long to destroy them. Unpleasantly long. They have their own shields and the hull seems to be made out of some kind of ceramic. We forgot that they are raiding forlorn ships. Scylla speaks inside my mind. If you want to raid someone, you need a landing craft that manages to bridge the distance. Not good. I hurry and request a simulation of the attack's outcome. No matter how I turn the values, we'll be hit by 2 pods. One in the forward section and one in the aft. They'll damage my ship. Scylla. Stay here and control the ship. Try to get a firmer hold on the Draza ship if you can. What are you going to do? Scylla asks. I will put my new spacesuit to good use. You see to the ship. I disconnect from the Coeus and open my eyes. Right next to me is Scylla lying in her acceleration chair with her eyes closed. I run my fingers through her hair and stand up. Then I put on my helmet. We both suited up previously to the engagement. I connect to Ed. The enemy ship launched something like boarding pods. One will hit the ship's forward section in a few seconds. The other will impact the aft. I suggest you and your men go to greet them. I'll also instruct the ship's remaining drones to attack everything that doesn't look human. Ed's voice answers fast. Seconds? How many of them are there? No clue how many soldiers they can put into one pod. I suggest you take the aft. One of the reactors is close to the predicted impact point. I answer. I don't want them anywhere close to it. I'll take the forward part. The command module has its own exit to the rest of the ship. No, you aren't trained for this. He answers agitated. Please don't make a drama out of this. They are just a few vermin. How can I get him to do what I want? Dad. Ed. Now his voice sounds disturbed. Don't call me like that now. My men are listening in. I smirk. There are things a man must do. And there are things a technomage can't let pass. Like someone putting a dent into his ship. I close the connection and hurry to my weapon. Then I leave the command module and stand inside the Coeus. I mean, I was inside my ship before, but I was inside a module. Now I am outside the module, but still inside the ship. There is actually quite a lot of free space between the modules inside the hull. Otherwise the ship wouldn't be able to rearrange its interiors that easily. I sigh and let my head droop. Sometimes this thing is confusing even me, and I am the one who built it. With my good old, stolen pistol in my hand, I run along the metal railway between the command module and living module 1. Currently it isn't used, but normally the modules are able to attach themselves to one of the railways and glide into other positions. Upon leaving the tight space between the modules, I jump off the railway and leave the localized gravity field around it, floating up towards one of the life support units. A slight nudge with my hand to the module's wall lets me rotate and I land with my feet on the unit. Then I walk across it while searching for the point on the outer hull where the pod will impact. Scylla once complained to me that the inside of the Coeus is a gravity maze. She may be right, but I don't want to admit it. The only things which are important to know are that the upper sides of the railways, the ship's hull and modules, pull you towards them. The lower sides of the railways push you away, as does the outside of the ship. And never jump too far into the open spaces because you might end up inside one of the gravity funnels which are running along the ship. They are a part of the gravity circuits and create 10 gravities even if the ship doesn't accelerate. In short, you end up very flat if you fall down one of those. My uplink to the Coeus tells me that I reached the right spot. Our predictive model was very close to reality. 2 pods got through and one of them is currently landing right next to me on the other side of the hull. I brace myself and take 2 deep breaths. This will surely work. The least thing they'll expect is being boarded themselves. As the pod touches down, I estimate the position with a camera on my ship's hull. There should be free space right behind the pod's bulkhead. So the risk is relatively small. Then I jump and teleport. And I appear right above a seething mass of hamsters. Great. Of course I forgot that they are surely readying themselves to storm through the breach in the Coeus's hull. I activate gravity magic and body enhancement, dropping right into them. 2 Drazi are unlucky enough to serve as my cushions as I crush them under me. There is no reason to stand up as I start shooting at Drazi and delicate-looking instruments. One of the ones closest to me raises a strange gun, but I reach forward and pluck it from his claws. The little monster is reluctant to give up its weapon and is carried forward, so I place my foot in its face, driving it backwards. The Drazi are all dressed in tight-fitting spacesuits with glassy face plates. Though none of them seem to be able to resist my bullets. I already feared that their soldiers could have personal shields, but no. A little more than 3 seconds passed since I appeared inside their landing pod. I pull myself up by grabbing a tail which presented itself to me. Still shooting, I haul the tail's owner at one of the faster opponents who are in the process of aiming their weapons. This is really boring if the enemies don't have magic. I wonder if there are some races out there which pose a real threat? I shoot until my gun is empty, then I holster it and draw one of the suit's multi-tools. It unfolds itself into a 1-meter-long blade with a monomolecular edge. The massacre continues by hacking and slicing the aliens to pieces. Some get off a shot, but due to the body enhancement I am faster than any normal biological being. This isn't a real contest. I am too fast and too strong for them to even react. Another magician would have countered my body enhancement in a similar manner. I hack and slice until I recover one of their guns to use it against them. Turns out that they are using projectile weapons too. Not too surprising since lasers are simply ineffective inside an atmosphere. At some point they try to run, but there is nowhere to run inside this confined space. As I kill them I try out stabbing and shooting them in different positions, noting down the effect and time they need to die. One of the Drazi drops its weapon and kneels down. I put a bullet through its head, refusing to recognize the gesture. Maybe I should feel bad about killing them like this, but no. Grandmother always emphasized that her social rules apply to people and I am pretty sure that she meant humans. Drazi are definitely not human, but I am not sure on the people part. So they are fair game. The only thing that disturbs me is that killing these creatures is kind of boring. Killing humans on Earth felt much better for some strange reason. Maybe it was because I was mad at them. If these things hadn't attacked me I wouldn't give a damn and let them walk away. The Drazi are perceived by me somewhere on the level of rats inside my pantry. Other Drazi also drop their weapons in an attempt to give up. One of the last remaining Drazi turns to a door, but I grab it and hammer its head against the ground. The glass breaks, so I turn it around and reach into its helmet to interrogate the creature. Claws scrape on my suit, but are unable to even scratch the strong metal alloy. I make contact and dive into the creature's mind. Normally interrogation via telepathy is forbidden unless you are a faceless, but again, Drazi aren't humans. My victim's muscles convulse as I sift through its memories until its brittle mind burns out like a light bulb which got exposed to too high voltage. Pieces of memory flash through me as I try to make sense out of the alien mind. It's not much, but what I find I file away for later usage. Then I get up, unsatisfied. What I found was some individual and cultural history. Shreds of memories of being a Drazi soldier. Not what I wanted. I turn my attention to the others who are cowering in the room's corners and at walls. Now I recognize their sounds as shrieks of terror and submission. The 24 Drazi who are lying dead throughout the small room might have something to do with it. I let my eyes wander over them and count. 4 more survivors plus the pod's pilot behind the door to my back. Makes 5 more attempts to gain valuable information on the foe. My eyes wander to the camera above the door to the pod's cockpit. Hopefully the pilot isn't too scared from what he saw. Fear seems to make reading their minds a little inaccurate. A few commands to my suit's speakers make me able to convey a few Drazi words. Don't worry. Relax. I approach the closest Drazi and stroke its head, soothing it in its language. It lost its helmet during the fight and has a nasty head wound, so I cast a small healing spell. Giving in to fear makes you unable to make rational decisions. The creature relaxes a little. That's when I force a path into its mind and access its memories. The result is a little better this time, but still no useful information. The Drazi slides to the ground, convulsing and bubbles coming from its snout. Our minds seem to be a little too different. I sigh and approach the next one. Don't worry. Relax. 44 New respect. While it is true that the mages would have never conquered space without gravity magic, the same also holds for various other magical affinities. One example is the ability to create working habitats with an ecosystem. Plants are still the best producers of oxygen and also serve as food bases for various animals. Hence the blessings of nature magic aren't any less valuable for a life in space. Being able to influence the growth rate of plants and animals, as well as having powerful healing magic and the ability to manipulate living matter is one of the most valuable abilities for a life in space. Many young mages with the ability to use nature magic find themselves a job as caretakers of a habitat even without specialized education. The true history of spaceflight. System 82456, Coeus. Scylla. Don't worry. Relax. I watch Gideon's newest flip out in silent fascination and shudder as he carves his way through the last remaining Drazi. The camera inside his suit is transmitting everything. Gideon is somewhat of a special existence and, surprisingly, I don't dislike that. Even though his actions seem to be those of a crazed serial killer from time to time. No, he probably is a crazed serial killer from time to time. I wonder why I have no problem with that. Letting him loose on aliens, monsters, and other scum doesn't feel wrong to me. And he certainly has the strength to back it up. Maybe sharing our thoughts with each other rubs off. He gets to be a little more emotional and empathic while I get a little more ruthless. After the massacre inside the Draze's VR, I was shocked at what had gotten into me. Even more so because I felt nothing wrong about it. I frown and decide to worry about it later. Maybe it's not troubling me simply because I know Gideon better than most other people. Despite being a genius, he is actually very simple. And if you press the wrong buttons, like the Drazi, you end up on his blacklist. In my mind, that's better than having to deal with a too emotional and unpredictable person. Taking over the Drazi ship is going well. Only a few Drazi were in spacesuits when Gideon opened the ship to space, so all our drones are doing right now is hunting down the few survivors. I took over their main computer core and shut it down for the time being. This should stop the remaining Drazi from doing anything too complicated with their ship. The 2 pods which hit the Coeus have also been dealt with. Ed and his men did fine in handling the other one. Ed and his men aren't teleporters, so there wasn't much else they could do besides waiting for the enemies to cut their way into the ship. They didn't give the Drazi any chance to do anything else though. As soon as the aliens opened a breach in the hull, they got blasted with all sorts of spells and weapons. It's like that when you try to force your way through a small, defended bottleneck. The Drazi are a lot like those aliens in one of Gideon's games. I think they are called the Zerg. All about numbers, but no quality. Their chances of taking our ship were reduced to 0 when we blasted most of their boarding pods. We shouldn't underestimate their tactics though. This time we had an entire fleet as backup to blast most of their boarding pods to pieces. What if they attack a single, damaged ship like this? Can the Coeus be defended if the hull is breached in 20 different spots at once? From now on we should keep a sufficient number of battle drones inside the hull to deal with such attacks. An incoming call from the Forlorn Fleet draws my attention. Since Gideon is busy with the pod's pilot, I decide to answer in his stead. The image of the Forlorn Commander appears inside my mind, so I send him an image of myself to return the favor. How can we help you? The Forlorn shifts in its seat and I can make out something like a command bridge behind him. We just witnessed that you successfully intercepted the fleeing Drazi. It also seems that you managed to capture one of their ships. Yes, we are learning a lot about them, I answer. There is probably no point in denying the obvious. There is also a very disturbing broadcast coming from the Drazi ship. They are sending information about you and your boarding action to the other fleeing vessels. He makes a gesture which shows that he is agitated about the contents, but trying to be polite. We intercepted the message since Drazi made a public broadcast to reach both their vessels. It seemed polite to let you know about it. Thank you. But our ships are in the process of intercepting those ships. It's highly unlikely for them to get away. If we don't catch them in this system, then our ships will overtake them and stop them in the next one. They won't be able to carry their information home. I inform the Forlorn. Probably they have trouble seeing our ships at this distance. That's good. We are also hoping that you'll share any information you get from that captured ship. And maybe the weapon which you used against them, the commander asks. We are also gaining information from the pieces of the Drazi fleet. It would benefit both species to share such intelligence. The new ships which the Drazi used were definitely not of their standard type. The ships were much bigger and better shielded. They must have a new shipyard somewhere in the sector. I don't have the authority to share such information. It would be good if you hand such a request to your diplomats in Antares. They can handle it with our diplomats, I answer. That's reasonable. There is no need to take the whole fleet back, by the way. Our commanders decided that our fleet will stay in this region to strengthen the defense. But it would be nice if you take a messenger back to the home world with you. Thank you for your time. The Forlorn disconnects. If that wasn't exceptionally polite? When we discussed our plan with them the first time, they didn't seem to be too happy about it. Though they still don't have a concept of saying goodbye before they cut the connection. I return my attention to the ship's interior and realize that Gideon teleported back into the ship's hull. He is about to enter the command module, but I shut down the airlock. While he is mashing the lock's controls, I establish a connection with his suit's communication. You can't enter the ship like this. Especially not since the airlock connects directly to our living room. I won't be the one who cleans afterwards. What do you mean? He asks, astounded. Look down at yourself. Find a way to clean up. You are a walking biohazard. Gideon looks down at himself and starts trying to wipe away the green, gooey Drazi blood. All he does is smear the parts which hadn't dried yet and scatter the parts which had. But it's clear that he won't get clean like this. After a few seconds he starts grumbling. I guess I'll have to go all the way to the airlock at Living Module 2. They have a decontamination field set up. I smile. That would be wise. For a while I follow Gideon's path through the gravity maze of his own ship, then I switch my attention to the rest of the fleet. The weapons platform is closing in on the captured remains of the Drazi ship. Since it's partly a dockyard, it has enough space to take in the whole ship. Once the ship is safely stored away, we can return Tone Tears. Our 2 hunting parties will have to go home on their own, which isn't a bad thing since they can use the opportunity to seed even more reconnaissance platforms. Once that's done we can hand the problem of dealing with the forlorn to the diplomats and return to Seoul. Going on such lengthy trips is really troublesome. I start giving commands to coordinate the fleet. Then I take my time to lock down the Dreza ship's network in any way I can. After a while my mind wanders back to our journey. Coming out here took us 2 weeks. Going back will take another 2. Maybe our eggheads can use the new technology to establish a direct teleport to Antares? That would be really handy. I hate those long travel times. Gideon and I have already known each other for more than 5 months, and we spent most of that time inside this ship. The problem with teleportation is energy, but the new antimatter reactors should solve that. Hopefully. Why do my breasts feel so strange? System 82456, Coeus. Gideon. On my way back I encountered Ed and his men. They also decided to stop the Drazy at the ship's hull. Now we are waiting at the airlock since the decontamination field can take only one person at a time. So how did it go? I ask Ed who is floating next to me. Since the living modules weren't added by me, the engineers placed the airlock in an area without gravity. They poked a hole into the hull, but otherwise they did no damage. We have to decontaminate the insides of the ship though. We used magic to blast them to pieces while they were still inside their landing pod. Some of the goo flew out and into the ship. No survivors? I ask. Ed shakes his head. Sadly not. We didn't expect how tightly they were packed in there. In addition, the few survivors of the initial blast fought like maniacs. I interrogated some of them, but it got harder with each time I tried. Calming them down became almost impossible after the first 2. I really tried my best, but no nicety was able to stop the aliens from being upset. I even tried simply hugging number 4 and sang a children's song I got from its brethren. That made him completely mad with fear though. It was right to assume that human standards don't apply to the Drazy. At least I got some valuable bits of information from the pilot. He wasn't high in rank, but he knew at least some navigational data. Those hamsters have a long way behind them, I explain. It's probably best to hold a really long meeting after this. I also have to write a report about the language and their society, or not. I'll simply dump all the information to the net. There are specialists for stuff like this. I try to scratch my chest, but the damn suit is in the way. There is definitely something going on. Their star charts have dates added to them. The Drazy flew practically blind until they reached forlorn space. Then the charts got a sudden update not too long before the Oibras incident with Seoul and Antares pointed out as the homeworlds of 2 competitor species. But according to the forlorn they don't even know that Seoul is our homeworld. You interrogated them with telepathy? Ed asks. I raise a hand. Yes, but before you preach to me about laws, remember that the laws don't apply to aggressive aliens. Yes. Though, be careful. Telepathy shouldn't be used that casually. Are you sure that your mind is okay? He asks concernedly. Yes. No problem. Theirs, though, are not. There is some kind of incompatibility between our minds and theirs. It feels like attaching yourself to an old CPU and overclocking it until it fries, I explain. We continue talking on a private frequency until we finally get to use the airlock ourselves. Apparently I caused Ed a few problems when I called him Dad. His men overheard it and are now thinking of me as his illegitimate son. Quite a price to pay for trying to disturb my gene provider a little. But Ed should get no problems besides being talked about behind his back. He is a drifter without family, so calling me illegitimate is overdoing it anyway. According to his story he should be happy to have someone who is carrying on his genes. We continue our conversation with small talk until I say my goodbyes to Dad. On my way back to the command module I instruct the Coeus to deal with the hole inside the hull and the contamination problem. Setting the IMS to incinerate everything organic should do it. Back inside the command module, I get out of my spacesuit and into some more comfortable clothes. Being inside this thing for too long is really uncomfortable. I should try to add a finer webbing for the ventilation tubes. A greedy and dirty thought wanders through my mind, maybe Scylla also wants to get out of her suit to get a bath? I enter the command module, where I find Scylla lying on her acceleration chair. Unfortunately, her eyes are closed, so she is still doing some coordination for the ship and the fleet. I stroke her beautiful long hair and smirk as my eyes wander down her alluring figure. What did I do to deserve someone like that? She isn't just understanding of my nature but also has very pleasing looks. Or did I simply have luck for once? Scylla redesigned her suit herself. To my dismay she removed the see-through parts completely and settled for a less frilly design. In hindsight it may have been the right decision. What's the point in having them when all you get to see is sweaty skin? I've really changed a lot since I met her. My previous self would have never indulged himself in so many dirty thoughts. My attention returns to the suit. At least Scylla kept to the female design which is emphasizing her curves. Those hips and the chest piece are simply perfect. One moment. Did she lengthen suit's frontal seal? It runs down from her neck all the way to between her legs. How dirty, but I can see how that makes it easier to put on the suit. Maybe I should do that too? I find my eyes staying stuck to her chest, which is really distracting. She won't be angry when I feel her up a little? Earlier she tried to call me dearest. It felt a little strange to resort to such a nickname, but if I am her dearest I am surely allowed to do that. Bending over her I use the opportunity which was given to me, but the hardened carbon plates of the suit make the experience a little less worthwhile than I hoped for. It's probably a stupid idea to undo the seals, but she already did a lot of things to me while I was sleeping. If I return the favor she can't say anything against it. I slowly undo the seals and pull the suit open. Scylla, you are a dirty girl. I know that she thinks of herself as a decent and moral woman, but deep down she is evil and a little perverted. She forgot to put on underwear. I pinch her nipples and cup her breasts in my hands. It is really nice to be the one who gets his share. Normally she always wakes up earlier than me. I kiss her collarbone and suddenly her arms grab my head. Then my eyes wander up and meet hers. Her face is red all over, but she is smirking. So you aren't only the ass type. I try to smile. Why does it feel like I was caught? Good morning. I wanted to ask if you want to take a bath. Is that the right way to ask? She raises an eyebrow. If you mean that I have to undo more seals the next time, I reach for her belly. You know that your suit design raises certain questions. Her eyes wander down her own body and her expression drops. Her face turns even redder. Then she jumps up and flees the cockpit. That wasn't the intention. 45 Taking a break. Fire magic is also responsible for conquering the cold depths of space. Especially the energy manipulation spell that allowed creating warmth and power by fusing water to heavy elements. Without fire magic the first mages would have never been able to create the first metallic hulls which were able to stand up to pressure and sealing requirements. Even if energy field manipulation soon made it possible to secure an airtight and radiation-safe environment, metal hulls were never completely abandoned. The true history of spaceflight. Soul, en route to the forge, Coeus. Gideon. I roll my shoulders. After sitting in my acceleration chair for hours I really need to get up. We made our return trip to Antares, dragging the forlorn messenger along. There I happily dropped all the responsibility regarding the gained information into the hands of our diplomats. They weren't happy about the boarding video though. The Draza captured our little massacre on film and sent it to their comrades. That didn't help of course since we caught their ships. That the forlorn intercepted the message is another matter. Our diplomats are calling it a disaster, though I see it as an improvement. The forlorn were never so eager to be on our good side and the bug, AO, didn't chatter us to death for once. All points which I am very happy about. There is nothing as important as having the respect of your neighbors. I also wrote a very detailed report on my theory regarding the aliens. The entire affair stinks of a much bigger game. We can only hope that the player in question drew a bad card when he started playing with us. The analysis of the Draza data core gave us a lot of information about their technology, but no definite proof. What's sure is that the Draza were fed information. That's if we trust the forlorn and their version of the story. Though I can't see why they should set up themselves as our potential enemy. The way the first contact was handled at Oibras could have gotten them into a full-blown war. I don't claim to understand aliens, but they could have handled it in a much safer way. You have to be crazy to risk getting yourself another enemy when you already have genocidal monster hamsters on your doorstep. The Draza got newer technology and navigational data about this sector. And all this so recently that it's hard to believe that the incident at Oibras was an accident. It looks to me like someone walked up to the Draza and said, "Hey, there are two species blocking your path out of the spiral arm. How about trying to set them up against each other? Here, some navigational data and technology so that you are on equal footing." All this was convincing enough to earn me a lengthy discussion with Sanguine. He wasn't happy about the implications and my suspicions regarding the zine, but he listened to the whole story without calling me an idiot. I hold that in his favor. He also brought in his own thoughts, which weren't that far off in my estimation. He concluded that the entire matter might have something to do with the edict regarding the Draza. The forlorn told us that there is something like an alliance chasing the Draza outwards from the center of the Milky Way. But that's a slow and very painful process. The Milky Way has a diameter of about 100,000 light-years and contains billions of stars. The Draza don't have habitat technology, but even so, there are enough habitable worlds around. I dare to say that the guys who are chasing the Draza bit off more than they can chew. It's impossible to wipe out a species by going with an approach like this. The Draza just have to spread out to cover as much space as possible and settle a colony. Then they reproduce like hamsters and build ships until their pursuers find them. Once they get found after 10 or 20 years their ships run away to settle new colonies while the population planetside gets wiped out. Then the whole process starts again, leaving behind devastated world after devastated world. I highly doubt that the Draza's pursuers have the numbers fight a lengthy ground battle to clean the planets. Nor that any species has the resources to transport millions of troops to conquer a single world. What Sanguine suggested was that the aliens are trying to create a counterfire. Normally we and the forlorn would hide ourselves inside our territory and wait out the storm. Exactly what we are doing right now. But that wouldn't stop the Draza. They would simply flow around our borders, given that we are able to hold them off. The aliens made the Draza a little more dangerous by giving them new technology and information. But they didn't give them habitat technology, the very one thing the Draza really need to solve their population problem. Make them just dangerous enough, so that the forlorn and mages regard them as a big enough threat to justify wiping them out. But not strong enough so that they can defeat your unwilling allies. Voila! The Draza are caged between the alliance which is chasing them and us, who just happen to be in the way. I can't say that I like those guys. Especially since it's highly likely that they are trying to recruit several other intelligent species in front of the Draza wave. We'll have to ask the forlorn if there are any other intelligent races in reasonable distance to us. Of course all of this is Sanguine's and my theory at the moment. Completely unproven, so I can't lose a word about it. If this turns out to be true, then it's highly likely that this conflict will last for centuries. Which is a real downer in my eyes. I think I'll join the reserve force once I return. After traveling for months I want to stay at home for a while. And the next point on my list is finally ending my trip around Seoul. I got interrupted and never managed to finish it. I massage the base of my nose and return to the living room where I find Scylla snoring on the sofa. Sleeping is a good idea, so I drop down next to her and hug the woman of my dreams. Soul, en route to the forge, Coeus. Scylla. Heavy. I open my eyes and find myself being flattened under a mountain of male flesh. Are you sure that you shouldn't take a diet? Gideon stirs and mumbles in his sleep. It's just about 80 kilograms. Don't exaggerate. Still, let me lie on top. I rearrange him into a more comfortable position and sigh in relief upon getting to rest my head on his chest. How about staying at my home for a while? We could join the reserve. He mumbles. I've had enough assignments for now and this conflict will last for a long time. I don't think that they can deny us an extended leave from the SDF after we were practically forced to join. They've had more than enough time to recruit people who actually want to do this job. I furrow my forehead. It's not like I would complain about it, but what do you want to do instead? I know that we have more than enough money, but doing nothing is boring. He shrugs. I am always doing research and programming as a side job for StarDrive and my own company. It's not like I wouldn't get bored, but maybe I should return to school for a while. I heard that there is a test for finding the ideal job. Maybe I'll try it. That's the normal way to get a job. You get yourself tested and the system gives you the job offers which are suitable and free. Don't tell me you didn't know that. That's Gideon for me. If it wasn't for his talents he would be completely helpless. Then I'll try that. It may be fun to see what they have available. He runs his hand through my hair and starts petting my head. Soul, Ether Gideon. Freedom. I never thought about it, but being inside a military organization is very stressful. I wonder why the soldiers on Earth aren't rebelling. Their routine down there is even stricter than ours and practically denies them their own life. I would have rebelled without Scylla at my side. Especially being at home is wonderful, though Scylla's new interest in building up her own business causes her to be away for work entirely too long. I really need something to do besides searching bugs in Paul's programs. I venture down into our mansion's living room where I find Galia slurping down a milkshake while watching the news channel. I greet her and sit down next to her. The news are talking about events on Earth and how good the new government is. So they are really going for a unified government. I take the milkshake from Galia's hand to have a sip. She raises an eyebrow. Is that so surprising? A certain someone offered Rob to remove his political opponents. I am still amazed that he really took the offer. And even more that you really went and did it. Those were collateral damage. I interrogated each of them and I harmed nobody who didn't deserve it. Maybe Rob simply found out that being a nice guy in the real world takes more than being a saint. I raise my finger to my lips. Why are you even here and not on Earth? I was on Earth, but I returned to take a few days off before the normals visit Ether. She answers. I almost choke on the milkshake. The normals will do what? The elders decided to allow a few normal ambassadors to visit our colonies. Just to show them what we achieved and how pointless a fight would be. Galia explains. So they decided to follow a tactic of intimidation instead. I ask. If you want to interpret it that way. From my point of view they are simply offering Earth's government a hand. We have official observers down on Earth, so they are allowed to have official observers up here. Galia tilts her head. And Earth's exploration program is currently leaping forward in big steps. If they continue like that for a few more years we'll have to reveal ourselves anyway. Just to tell them that they are settling on someone else's property and have to pay rent. So they'll make everything public. I ask. Galia tilts her head left and right while thinking. I don't think that it'll go that fast. A few more years until Earth's government is firmly established. Then they can think about going public. Until then they'll have to operate like nothing happened. I lean back. Still. I don't get how we can benefit from that. It would be easier to fry their computers to send them back to the Dark Ages. She takes back her milkshake. Maybe we can, maybe we can't. We are still unsure how the whole business with the aliens might turn out. Having Earth as a pool of workforce or as a backup for military ground forces may turn out to be worthwhile. They may also evolve into providers for new technologies once their various factions stop interfering with each other. I snort. For that they would have to change their political system. How much do you want to bet that Rob's successor will be a complete idiot who shatters all his work? I hope not. Galia answers disturbed. Look at what he achieved within a few months. That's how democracy works. For every politician who does a good job and makes things better you get 10 others who are either puppets like Rob or just interested in using their power or are complete morons. Rob wouldn't be a good politician either if we hadn't cut his strings. Just take a look at the resource wars. Would have never happened if they had done the reasonable thing and worked economical. I explain. Maybe purging all radical religions should have been done sooner. There are still a lot of radical groups down there. I feel depressed when I have to listen to your point of view. Didn't you want to go to school and take that test? Galia gestures for the door. When you get political it shows that you don't have enough to do. Maybe you should follow Scylla around and play to be her new assistant. Ah, yes. You are completely right. Thanks for reminding me. I get up and leave the house. On my way to the school I get a call from someone whom I hope to be dead. I growl, but decide to take the call anyway. Audio only. Anything else would spoil my mood. Hi, Sadana. My mother's voice answers. Gideon, why didn't you answer for so long? It has been months since we talked about your future. I've been busy and you were not my top priority. I answered chipped. I understand. I just wanted to congratulate you to your girlfriend. She is such a willful child and full of energy. She even managed to make me consider my own relationship with you. Sadana chirps in delight. Scylla mentioned my mother's call, but unfortunately I don't know the exact details. You don't have anything against her. Why would I? I am just trying to help and develop you. Though you are growing a little faster than anticipated. I admit that. Say, what are your plans for the future? Don't you want to take a little advice from your counselor? And what's that advice of yours? I ask. Take it easy for a few years. She disconnects without further ado. What was that call for? Talking to the crazy bitch feels so random. Maybe I should rejoin the SDF and fly off to a godforsaken place just to be far, far away? No, that may be exactly what she wants. Her hacking skills are first class. She surely already found out that Scylla and I joined the SDF's reserve. And if she didn't hack the SDF, she surely found out about Scylla's new business activities. She knows that we are practically settling down right now. So telling me to do exactly what I am doing right now could be reverse psychology? I shake my head and realize that I am already on Ether's campus. There should be no problem in taking the test. I can always say no. Right? My path leads me across the campus to the test room. While walking I connect to the network and file a request. I really love the fact that this society doesn't place any restrictions on education. That's also a major problem of the humans down on Earth. They are doing their best to keep the population stupid by placing high taxes on books and information. In addition, they ensure with their laws, that changing your job is as hard as possible. No. I've got to stop thinking about it. If I follow this train of though I might end up throwing a few asteroids on that planet. I enter the area with the examination rooms and head directly for room number 4. After typing the registration code into the door's lock I step inside. The white, empty rooms became very familiar during my time here. Since I don't want to waste any time with this business I approach the copper-colored globe which is hovering in the middle of the room. It has the size of a tennis ball and is my examiner. I greet it. Hi, I want to take the test to search for a job. Hello, I am the examination sprite XO4. Just call me XO. Please state your name. The globe answers, repeating a very old ritual. XO4. Long time no see. Don't you remember me? Gideon Alvar. You took my test when I entered the school. Gideon Alvar, 23, scheduled for a full magical and mental examination. XO answers and falls silent again. After a few moments the copper globe shoots towards the door, but I reach out in time to grab the sprite. Hey, where do you think you are going? Mercy. Mercy. I don't want my CPU fried again. Why are you even here? I thought the school had finally become a safe place again. At least for a few years. XO squeals in horror. Calm down and don't waste my time. I just want to take that stupid test and then I am gone. I reply. You won't fry me again? He asks. If you waste any more of my time I'll have to go even faster to get it back. I reply. Finally the sprite returns to its spot. Are there any jobs you are particularly interested in? There is a new course in quantum physics and computing. I am sure that you know enough to get the qualification by taking the test. I wave my hand to dismiss the idea. Just let me take the test and sign me up for the job I am best suited for. I need something to do. 46 A new calling. The first established long-term colony flourished on the dark side of the moon, though it became clear that a permanent settlement there needed more protection. So the entire colony had been moved underground long before Neil Armstrong first stepped onto the moon's surface. The true history of spaceflight. Soul, Ether. Gideon. I yawn as I walk down the street to my family's mansion. XO and I took our time with testing my abilities and my knowledge. I even had to take a psychological test. XO insisted that it's necessary to be sure to get me the right job. He wanted to avoid at all costs that I get bored and come back right away. The sprite informed me that it will take some time to judge the test and that I'll be informed at once as soon as a psychologist manages to take a look at the answers. Unfortunately psychology isn't an exact science. So simply going with a yes or no Q&A test would be pretty much pointless. Taking tests for pure knowledge appeals much more to me. You go in and as soon as you are done you get the results. Having to wait feels ominous. I don't like it even if I am very sure that I did well on the part regarding sciences. I scratch my cheek where the beginnings of a beard are starting to form and turn around the corner. What I find in front of my mansion is Scylla with two guys and one of them is just giving her a kiss on the cheek. A strange knot forms in my chest and I have the sudden urge to skewer him with something pointy, then rain lightning down on him and his friend until they are both well done and just sizzling remains which can hardly be identified as corpses. The street lantern to their left seems just right for the job and I already think about an appropriate spell to cut it to size when Scylla sees me. She waves her hand and calls out to me. Gideon, my brothers came to visit. Her brothers? I eye both men in a new light and smile, hugging Scylla to greet her once I am close enough. You should have informed us that we are getting visitors. It was just a visit of opportunity. We aren't intending to stay. I am Brenton Esteen. The older one of the two brothers replies. He looks like he is in his 30s and strongly reminds me of Gregor, Scylla's father. Brenton's hair is short and of a lighter color than Scylla's while his whole physique screams that he must be doing daily strength training. He offers me a hand and I take it. Gideon Alvar. The younger brother at his side looks more like Scylla's relative. He seems to be in his 20s, but he is definitely older than me. His black hair is slightly too long to be called manly. There are some strange fashions in mage society, and men with shoulder-long hair are something I'll never get used to. His eyes look like he got them directly from Scylla's mother. My name is Martin Estein. I was hoping to find out which type of guy my younger sister fell for. Now that I've met you, I am not too impressed. He introduces himself. Scylla's leg shoots out and hits his shin, leaving him jumping on one foot. Didn't I tell you to be nice? I find my eyes wandering back to the street light, but better judgment tells me that turning my lover's brother into a skewer is socially wrong and would get me into trouble with her. Ha 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 ha. Let him, little sis. A time will come when he is rude to the wrong person. Brenton pats my back. I think you found the right one for you. I had to listen twice to the story about his introduction to our parents. Man, I wished I would have been there. You certainly managed to make Dad look like a fool. Why don't you come in? I ask, trying to be nice. Brenton waves his hand. No, it was really just a short visit of opportunity since we didn't get to see little sis since a few months. But she seems to be doing well. We have a tight schedule, maybe next week. Sure, just see to it to tell us in time. Scylla hugs her brothers once more and the two of them leave after saying goodbye to me. I put my hand around Scylla's hips while we watch them making their exit. Too bad that I didn't get to know them better. We've to invite them properly the next time. Yes. They were really taking their time after having stopped by. She takes a look at her wristwatch. Half an hour ago they already stated that they had to go and they kept finding reasons to delay their departure. But after seeing your face they had no problem with leaving fast. My face? I ask. Did my expression betray me again? How did I look? When you came up the alleyway you looked like you just caught me with another man. It was as clear as daylight that you were intending to use the street light to do something to them, so I called out to you to clear up the misunderstanding. Scylla pats my chest and leans against me. I see. I wipe over my own face and pull on my cheek. I really have to work on this. Scylla nods. Yes. And when Martin was rude it looked like you were reconsidering whatever you were planning to do to him. But don't worry. I am not mad about you being that jealous. Jealous? Maybe I am a very jealous person. But why should you be mad about it? She sighs. Gideon, some girls don't like it when you are really possessive about them. But I like that side of yours. It feels like you are really caring about me. Her voice returns to a more serious tone. Though please don't try to kill people because they gave me a little more attention than normal. I will try. Though I can't promise anything. That feeling back then felt out of my control. Better to avoid the issue. Let's go inside. I lead Scylla into the house into the living room where we find an almost complete gathering of my family. Melon, Rhiannon, Arend, and Galia are all sitting on the couch and watching a news report. Hedion is sitting a little further away on his chair and reading a book. Only Sodden isn't present, but that's nothing to be worried about. By now she is practically living with Paul, so I don't get to see her that often anymore. What's so interesting about the news? I ask, approaching them from the side so that I don't block the view at the projection on the wall. More information about Earth. No. Grandmother calls out. It's the 5-year redistribution of the seat for Aether's governor. What did I do wrong for you being so disinterested in politics? I furrow my forehead. The really high jobs in government are reissued every 5 years to ensure that the current public servants don't become lazy. If they bomb their test or someone with far higher qualifications applies for the job they simply get dismissed without further ado. That's nothing to be worried about. Not many officials manage to stay in their office for their entire life, and if they actually get booted out, they are still highly sought after. Someone who manages to get into a government office just once is assured to be noted down as highly capable for the rest of his life. The redistribution simply ensures that the officials don't get bored or compliant, which is bound to happen to everyone after a few years. It also stops favoritism to a certain degree. Another point is that being a mage means having to deal with a long lifetime. Which smart person with that much time on his hands wants to do the same job forever? I turn back to my family. Somehow it's interesting to watch them next to each other. If a normal would see them he wouldn't believe that there are 3 generations sitting right next to each other. The only family member who allows himself to look a little older than 30 is Grandpa. His hair is actually turning a little grey at his temples. Grandmother though looks not a day older than 30. Will I ever sit next to my grandchildren who look like they are almost my age? The thought is freaking me out for some reason. Hedion scratches his ear. Don't worry, dear. I am sure that I'll be once again the governor, like the 55 years before. We'll simply make 60 out of it and then probably 70. And maybe 100. Grandma glares at grandfather. I swear to you, if you ever bomb that test, she doesn't finish her sentence because the news reporter starts announcing the changes in the smaller government offices of Aether. Grandmother is always proud to be the right hand of grandfather. So if he loses his job as the governor she'll probably quit hers too. The two of them are like a pair of good, old shoes. Once you lose one the other is worthless. She may be a little power hungry too, but to me she is still the greatest person in the world. There is nothing wrong with being proud of having responsibility. And reputation. A high government office is also a job of prestige. I wonder what they'll do if they really have to give Aether's government to someone else? Will Grandpa fly ships again? Finally the news reporter gets to the important part. And after 55 years we finally have a new governor. Hedion drops his book with an open mouth, shock apparent on his face. Grandmother jumps up, runs over to Hedion and starts strangling him. But strangely enough the job stays in the family. The reporter continues and grandmother stops trying to kill her sweetheart. The new governor of Ether is Gideon Alvar. Age 23 and soon to be 24. That makes him one of the youngest people who have ever reached such a high position. It also happens so that he is our good old governor's grandson. So he can be sure to have someone with experience close to him. The reporter finishes. All eyes in the room turn to me. I turn my eyes to the ground, thinking hard about my conversation with EXO. I think I said to him that he should put me up for whatever job seems to fit me. But I didn't mean that I want to get into the government. How did this happen? I am not even good at doing speeches. Gideon, I am so proud of you. Grandma drops Grandpa like something filthy and runs over to hug me. I feel the blood draining from my face. Grandma is happy about this. There is no way I can give this job back. EXO. I'll fry that bastard the next time I see him. Gideon. That means we'll stay here for a few years at least. That's so cool. Scylla hugs me from the other side, stars gleaming in her eyes. I wonder what's going through her head? Being sandwiched between the two of them, I decide to retreat into my own world to calm down. I'll simply switch on my own VR and spend a few subjective weeks with playing games. Who needs the real world? 47 piece of advice. Mars was the second big colony which was settled by the mages. Unlike the colony on the moon, it was moved underground right away. The Mars colony flourished since the planet had all necessary resources available. Earth magic proved to be a very valuable asset in creating the huge underground caverns. The true history of spaceflight. Soul, Ether. Gideon. Here you go. Scylla hands me a plate with lasagna which she personally made. She even gives me a kiss on the cheek before sitting down right next to me, humming happily. We are alone in the mansion's kitchen because I came home late again. To my surprise, Scylla was still awake and waiting for me. While I eat, I try to sort out my memories. The last month as the new governor was a real downer. I did effectively nothing else than trying to come to grips with the job. That included mainly learning the inner workings of the city. As the governor, my job is to deal with everything that's unexpected or causing trouble without being already regulated by the city's laws and protocols. I've tried with all my might to change nothing without knowing the greater picture, relying on my predecessors. We are installing one of the new antimatter generators in a big dome, made out of diamond to make the city completely space-worthy. It doesn't look like we'll ever return to Earth. Until then, we've to rely on energy field magic to keep a bubble of air around the city. Putting up a dome on a disk of ether's size is a big project. I was also informed that the elders are thinking about sending ether on a mission to the Society of Civilized Races. They are intending to impress them as much as possible. I can hardly blame them. If a flying city like Ether isn't going to intimidate the aliens, then nothing will. In addition, we've probably the biggest spell circuit in relation to our size. That means that we could use Ether as a weapon. But all that is only theory until we find out how much power we can really pull out of that new reactor. I made the suggestion to use the new technology in order to set up a long-range teleportation network to get faster around the galaxy. Of course, not in every star, but one node close to every intelligent species would be very convenient. We could even take fees for transportation of material and messages. Gathering intelligence is very important since we are apparently being used in a greater game. There was only this one incident where a new mage immigrant from Earth got into a fight with a bar owner. Apparently the fool is an alcoholic and the bar owner refused to serve him more than just a few drinks. It's a clash of societies. Alcohol is something akin to poison to us since it dims our abilities. On the other hand, it's still regarded as a luxury food. You aren't looked down upon if you order something alcoholic, but people start getting concerned if you order more than one drink. There is no explicit law against drinking, but the bar owner would be seen as irresponsible if he had served the man too many drinks. Who in his right mind wants to aid someone in slowly killing himself? On the other hand, the people from Earth are coming from a completely different society and most of them are getting shipped to Ether. So I could say that we currently have a slight immigrant problem since a lot of mages are leaving Earth at the moment. I've to arrange that they are distributed to other colonies as soon as possible. I don't want any ghettos to form or a society within a society. The only reasonable measure against that is splitting them up as much as possible. Not hoarding them inside a caretaking center like it's happening now. You look like there are a lot of things on your mind. Scylla smiles and tilts her head. I can always help. I force a smile onto my face. It's just that this job involves so many social problems at the moment and I feel kind of inadequate for it. So I tell Scylla about the cultural clashes with some of the immigrants. And there is also the issue with the observers from Earth who will pay a visit to Ether. How we'll deal with them should they cause trouble completely escapes my grasp. I think I'll beg the Faceless to give them a watchdog. We don't want something to happen to them. You'll be doing fine. You have your grandparents as aides. Probably you could simply lean back and let them do the job. She grins at me sheepishly. Yes. But I've to try at least. Luckily the boring paperwork is no big deal to me. I can simply retreat into my VR and take my time with it. I answer. So is there anything else you want? She runs her finger down my chest, electrocuting me a little. How about going to sleep? I ask. I'll be in our bed. Scylla stands up and walks out of the room, moving her hips in a suggestive way. Okay. I am dense, but there is definitely something going on. It's stupid of me to complain about her being nice, understanding, helpful, and sexy. But that's not Scylla. Scylla tells me in no uncertain words if there is a problem. I continue eating while I search my memories. She became like this shortly after it was settled in stone that we stay in Ether for a while. She started getting really understanding and considerate. In bed she's trying to please me as best as she can and otherwise she always asks for my wishes. But I feel that she is forcing herself to do this. It's not good. My thoughts are interrupted by Grandma entering the kitchen. She sits down across from me, supporting her head with her hands. How is it going? How is what going? I ask perplexed, sensing an annoying discussion. You Insula. She clarifies, not breaking her smile. A flashback of memories takes me back. I think Mel and Insula spent an awful lot of time together. I often came home late and saw them talking to each other. I squint my eyes. Something is going on. Suddenly Melon slams her head onto the table. One of her eyes pops out and rolls across the table, coming to rest right next to my lasagna. Then grandmother raises her head, looking at me with an injured expression. Seriously? All this effort and all we got out of you is, something is going on. I put down the fork in my hand, having lost my appetite. Melon's eyeballs popping out like that makes me uneasy for some reason. I am fine with blood and gore and all that stuff, but Melon's rolling eyeballs freak me out. Especially since she doesn't seem to be affected by it. Scylla and you are acting strange. I reply. She was much too compliant during the last weeks. Of course she was. Melon shakes her head and takes her eyeball back. She was trying to get you to confess. Stumped, I push the rest of the lasagna away from me. But I already confessed? She knows how we feel about each other. We are sharing our feelings every day. Melon turns red. You may not tell others so openly about this. Then she puts her eye back in its place. I raise an eyebrow. Why not? She sighs. Sharing feelings and thoughts between lovers is something very intimate. It's the same as saying that you are fucking with each other. You aren't eating that. She points at the lasagna. Oh. And that's against the ethic code. No, eat it. She takes the plate and simply uses my fork. Back to topic. She wants you to confess as in let's marry and have children. Scylla didn't want to tell it to you openly because she doesn't want to be the one who is offensive in this matter. I told her that it would never work with you, even if she plays cute little girlfriend for years. Dense as you are. This is going on since weeks, but after your comment right now I don't feel like watching anymore. I like the girl and if you two continue this someone will get hurt. Blunt enough. Yet? I guess. Seeing it in that light. Isn't it too early? We are still young. Please. You knew each other for almost a year and you are a good team. I interrupt Grandma to clarify. 8 months. She makes a dismissive gesture. Trust me. That girl managed to stay at your side for that long and is still head over heels for you. She has looks and a working brain, though I am not sure what she sees in you. She didn't get that detailed with me, yet. You won't find another one like that for a few centuries, even if you are actively searching. I don't want to search for another one. I call out. How could she get that idea? Then take out your chips and fuck each other's brains out. Tie the knot and be done with it. Marriage contracts can be signed afterwards. Melon answers with a full mouth. What do you think mages are? We may have a long lifespan, but you should be really happy if you find someone that compatible. Use the time as best you can and don't waste it with staying idle. Who knows how long you can be together without evolving apart? Especially you. Melon drops the fork and starts counting with her fingers. Before I got together with Hedian I was together with Lauren. It was a nice time but after 20 years we eventually got bored of each other. We never even thought about having children. A second finger goes up. Then I ran completely dry until I met Ralph. I think I was 80 at that time. He was a habitat engineer. Maybe we could have become more if he hadn't died in that stupid accident with the airlock. I was completely destroyed afterwards, but that's how most mages die. Dying in an accident is much more likely than dying of old age. Third finger. Then there was Siegfried. Oh, boy. I loved that one, he was a stud. Thought there was enough time, so no need to rush. Before I knew it he ran off with that bitch to an asteroid settlement. They have something like polygamy there and he had no interest in women beyond their bodily features. I wasn't open-minded enough for him. Well, sorry that I disliked his fantasies which borderlined on gangbangs from morning till night. I don't swing that way. Was a mistake on my part, I got smarter since then. I endured another 30 years being alone. Siegfried made me a little picky in my partners. Fourth finger. Until I met Edmund. He was a high point in my life. We even had 3 kids until our marriage fell apart after 60 years. Don't ask for the details, some people change after a few decades. But our kids still live on Neptune, no idea where he is, didn't bother to contact me even once since then. I've to visit them sometime. Fifth finger. Fred, was just a filler. Both of us knew that there will never be more between us than sex. But as long as it lasted we could at least comfort each other when another date didn't go as we wished. Sixth finger. Finally I and Hedian got together. I am still a little baffled that he really sold his transporter and stayed with me. That ship was everything to him. Well. We had Rhiannon and Sadina and are playing house since then. Did I forget someone? Probably, but they can't have been that important. Are you still with me, Gideon? Do you get what I want to tell you? Should we find your grandfather and get him to tell his story too? I am sure he has a little more to tell since he is about 100 years older than me. I close my eyes and try to wrap my brain around this outburst. I guess I never realized what over 200 years mean. Grandma doesn't look old, but hell. She never went all out on me when talking about her past. You want to tell me that wasting time with a potential partner is stupid, even if it feels like you aren't under time pressure. Right. She starts eating again. So what will you do after listening to a love life of over 200 years, learning that there were really just 2 memorable high points in it? Ah, and don't tell Scylla what I told you. I have to excuse myself. I answer. There is something I have to do. Thought so. Melon doesn't look up from the plate. I stand up and flee the scene, not entirely sure if my respect for grandma just rose or fell. What will happen if I ask grandfather about his story? 1 floor higher I find the entire floor dark with the lights out. Probably Scylla already went to sleep. There is a limit to everything, I guess. Upon entering the bedroom I find Scylla in a dangerous black negligee on the bed. When I enter she turns on the light and rubs her eyes. I can't help myself and have to comment her dangerous outfit. Holy, where did you get that? I am sure this violates several moral codes. Soul, ether. Scylla. What's took you so long? I take a look at the clock. I already feared that you'll be too tired to appreciate my outfit. I roll over the bed and urge him with my finger to come closer. He sits down next to me. Actually, I want to ask you something. Really? I call out with my voice breaking, then I clear my throat. I mean, everything. Let's be together. He kneels down in front of me and takes my hand, which startles me a little. Do you want to marry me? I don't have a ring at the moment, but we'll buy one right next morning. Yes. Yes. My heart takes a leap and I hug him. Take that, Melon. I managed it on my own and I didn't even need your help. But why do we need a ring? Because it's custom. He asks. Then it makes click inside my mind. Ooh, you mean like in those movies of yours? No. Don't worry about a ring. That's normally not done in mage society. Though it seems like a nice custom. Maybe we will get a matching pair. Once again he is drawing on the wrong pool of experience. Then he pushes me back on the bed and starts kissing me. I savor the feeling and start unbuttoning his shirt. Suddenly he whispers into my ears. Where is your chip? My eyes widen. LL left collarbone. I ask a little insecure and point with my finger at a little bulb under my skin. It's so small that you can't really find it if you don't know what to look for. Just a few millimeters in size. Is he really going all the way in one leap? He grins and hugs me, securing my arms to my body and kissing the spot which I pointed out. I gasp as a sharp pain stings me suddenly, but it quickly fades and I recognize the warmth of a healing spell. Gideon raises his head with the chip between his teeth and a trickle of blood on his lips. Then he spits it aside. Oh, you didn't. I start grinning. That's such a dirty way to do this. Let me go. Where is yours? I wriggle free and give him the same treatment. Just a little spell to lightly cut the skin and that's it. Tasting a little blood isn't that bad. That's the naughtiest thing we've ever done. I plan to do much naughtier things. He pulls away the cloth and frees my breasts while reaching between my legs to use his fingers. That's definitely naughty. I gasp and hurry to free him from his pants. You left me waiting for half an hour. Do you have any idea how desperate I already am? I pull him closer and into me, enclosing him with my legs. We open our minds to each other and he starts moving. At first slowly and then faster until my mind is a total mess. After a while he turns desperate and his movements become rough and hard. All I can do is clinging to him until both of us shudder and a warm feeling starts spreading inside me. Soul, ether. Gideon. I place my cheek on Scylla's, still struggling for breath. I don't know why, but this was the best round we've ever had. Maybe because it was without the drugs from the chip. She asks, refusing to let go of me. Rolling us around I get her to rest on top of me. How about signing the contract right tomorrow morning? She giggles. And then we could throw a party for everyone. I raise an eyebrow. Whom do you want to invite? I don't have that many friends. Family and a few friends. But mainly family. My father in particular. It will be the end of him. Scylla purrs into my ear. A devilish grin steals itself onto my face. Sometime you have to explain in detail how he managed to be on your bad side. That's a long story. Scylla places a French kiss on my lips and starts moving again. 48 all in one. Ether is, like many other colonies, completely self-sufficient. The 1 kilometer thick plate on which the colony's city is built on has several levels with greenhouses, fields, and gardens where food is produced. The walls and ceilings project a complete imitation of Earth's day and night cycle to provide a suitable environment for cattle and all daily necessities. The lower areas of the colony aren't used as living space because it's necessary to have far more free area for plants than for the population itself. The park level is one of the most important recreation areas for Ether's population. Many other colonies follow similar strategies to provide food and fresh air. Ether is currently employing about 10,000 people only to take care of these environments. That's about a 20th of Ether's population. Architecture of Ether. Soul, Ether. Gideon. I try my best to sleep, but the mansion's walls are simply too thin. This Scylla girl is a real bummer, but she is also a screamer. I don't like that. At first Melon and I tried to counter the noise pollution by doing it ourselves. But those two simply have more stamina than us. Or it's the blessing of being freshly in love. I don't know. Maybe I am getting a little old. Turning around I find Melon sitting next to me in our bed. She is reading a book and grinning like the devil. MH. Melon. Honey? What's so funny? Nothing. The book is really good. That's all, she answers distractedly and coughs erotically. I take a closer look at the book. Honey, you are holding the book the wrong way. My eyes automatically wander up to hers. And why is your left eye closed? Melon licks over her lips, thinking of an answer. Because. But I decide to act before she can finish. Bending over to her, I force her eyelids apart to find the second eye socket empty. Okay. Spill it. On whom are you spying this time? I thought you left your old life behind. No industrial espionage anymore. You promised. I am not spying. At least not like you think. Oh. That's so bold of them. Melon gasps heavily. Bold? Them. I furrow my eyebrow, but the moaning from the floor above us gives me the needed hint. That's so low of you, Melon. They are our grandchildren. From now on you have no right to call me the pervert in the family. All I did for Gideon was pointing the way to a nice locality for young people to mingle with each other. She answers in a whiny voice. I just needed to make sure that they are doing fine. So I watched the start. And then 1 minute more and a little longer. And before I knew it they were done and went for a second round. I know it's wrong, but I couldn't turn my eye away. It's like in the old days when I still earned my money with hard work. Sometimes those younglings need a little help to find each other. If I hadn't helped them, Gideon would probably be 50 when he starts thinking about a proper relationship. But he is good. I kind of see why Scylla stays with him against all odds. Then she suddenly turns to me and pulls the blanket away. Time to get started again. You had enough rest. Soul, ether. Gideon. I can't stand this. Why do I get reports on the dome and antimatter projects? I've no interest in them. Hire a competent supervisor and leave me alone. Just tell me when they are finished, I complain to Gideon. Grandfather puts on a bemused smile. Nobody expects you to supervise them. It's just a report. You are only expected to read it, nothing more. It's still annoying me and taking up time. Even if I read them inside my own VR, it's nonetheless using up my ability to concentrate. Please tell the guy who writes those things that he has to limit his lengthy explanations to the essential points. No more than 1 page. I don't need a thesis on particle acceleration, I grumble. I'll try to convey the essence of your words to the person in question. How about greeting the normal representatives? They will arrive today, Gideon informs me. Great. Do we already have an idea how we can deal with them? They'll need a watchdog to ensure that they won't get eaten alive. This isn't going to turn out well. If they get into an argument with a random person and the person in question uses magic on them, I imagine the mess of an unprotected normal smeared across the floor. We've already assigned a guide to each of them. Gideon hands me another report. I doubt that we can do more. I look at the report and let out a deep sigh upon reading the headline. Population density in regard to the city's industrial area. Yes. Exactly what I am looking for. A secretary opens the door and takes a look into the governor's office. My office. I am sorry to disturb you, but there is a faceless and he says it's very urgent. Wonderful. Send him in. We might as well deal with it sooner than later. At least this sounds like something mildly more interesting than our other issues. I wave my hand for the secretary to hurry. She is a small, petite woman and doesn't do much more than being a doorstopper, but at least she has enough bite to ward off people who just want to pester the governor. The one who enters is none other than Ed. I immediately recognize his stature and his voice. Of course he already congratulated me on my new job. He called me right next day after the media announced my new position. Ed doesn't waste time and slams a form with a lot of stamps and signatures onto the table. You have to stop the relocation of immigrants to other colonies right this moment. No, I answer. We need to get rid of them, especially since Ether might journey to the gathering with the aliens. If I could, I would also send most of the population away, but it's a little hard to tell someone to leave the place where he lived his entire life. I would be pissed. It's an instruction from the elders. There are some issues we have to deal with first. Actually, I want you to lock down all outgoing traffic from Ether, Ed says in a hushed voice. I raise an eyebrow. I wanted something interesting, but that goes too far. And the reason? I take the official order and read it, then I connect to Ether's governmental network and issue the necessary commands. After I am done I hand the form to Gideon who studies it with great interest. We've a problem and I think that it was imported with the immigrants from Earth. Ed reaches into his pocket and retrieves a small, transparent plastic bag. It's filled with several black bars, about 2 centimeters in length and 5 millimeters in width. Looks like guinea pig POO. Do we have a vermin problem? I reach for the bag, but a very sinister feeling stops me. This stuff contains power. Is it an enchantment or a curse? I take the bag carefully between 2 fingers and dangle it in front of me to study it. And this is. It's called fog and it's a very potent drug. We found it with a dead mediator who was working for OFA. Apparently he tried to fly to the highest point of the diamond dome that's being constructed and take a close look at it. But he was an earth mage and used up all his power half the way up. So he dropped 200 meters to his death, Ed explains. I blink. I think it would be best if you sit down and start the story at the beginning. I've no idea what fog is and why that guy would even attempt something that stupid. We should be happy that he removed himself from the gene pool and won the Darwin Award. And why do we have to shut down our traffic over this? Gravity magic is on the opposite side of the magical tree from Earth magic. There is no way that this guy had an affinity for it. Seriously? Didn't you take history lessons in school? Ed gasps. And what's the Darwin Award? I wave my hand like swatting away an annoying fly. Of course. I learned what was absolutely necessary to clear the tests. It went into one ear and out the other. I am glad I managed to forget most of the useless information. And the Darwin Awards are handed to people who killed themselves in the most stupid ways possible. Ed takes the chair across from me and sits down. In the earliest days of civilization, there was a group of mages who perfected a certain ability. They bound power inside their own blood by the means of a ritual. We are calling it blood magic. The created fog can be used to control others. If a mage takes fog, the drug will give him a short power boost. That in itself isn't a problem, but it also influences your mind. You feel more powerful, and all your abilities are enhanced together with your ego. It's like going on a trip to heaven, and you feel like a god. It also lowers your perception of danger and heightens your self-assurance at the same time. Unfortunately, you aren't actually as godlike as you feel, and if you do something stupid or impossible you might end up dead. Very addictive stuff. The normals also called it ambrosia, the food of the gods. Once you come down from your trip you feel like shit. All your feelings are turned into the negative. That's why many commit suicide if they don't get their regular dosage. The addiction kicks in almost immediately for normals. Their only advantage is that they are less powerful and have less ways to kill themselves. I drop the bag back onto the table like a venomous snake. No wonder that it felt so sinister. Yes, some are sensitive to it, but most mages feel nothing from simply looking at it. I can sense it too. The blood is a medium for a very powerful hex curse which invades the energy resources of the host. You dissolve the drug in water and drink it. Back in the old days, the mages who created this stuff used it to enslave the normals and play gods. Zeus, Aphrodite, all those Greek gods and other deities all over the world were actually mages. The elders ignored it for a long time. After a while, the idiots who created the drug started to believe in their own myths and started acting accordingly. The stupid normals weren't much help either. They worshipped them and tried to actively spread their religions, fighting wars over differences in ideology. They had their gods and reasons to fight each other before that too, but after being fueled by drug-crazed fanatics, they really lifted off. The elders put a death sentence on everyone who misused his abilities like that. It was the first and only real war among us mages. Well, it's not a good point in our history and most curriculums tend to skip over the events very quickly. Maybe that's why you didn't pay attention. My mind races and I clap my hands together. That's just too good to be true. All the conspiracy theories which I can build on that. If you dissolve the stuff and drink it, then does that mean that all those religions on earth are somehow based on it? The Holy Grail? The Last Supper? Oh, that fits perfectly. Please tell me that Jesus was one of those mages. He distributed his blood among his followers to keep them in line. Wait, I think that Islam has something similar. Most religions have rituals where you drink something or which are somehow related to blood, Hedian throws in. Ed nods slowly. That's true. Jesus was one of the last survivors of that war. It was long, and we fought mostly in secret. Unfortunately, information sharing was very slow back in those days. When we heard of him and put him down, he had already created a new annoying religion. One that turned out to favor killing those who think differently, on top of that. At least in its early days. He gestures with his hand to forward the discussion. You get the gist of it. We need to find the person or persons who are the source of the drug. Once he manages to escape to a random colony, it'll be much harder to find him. But why did he distribute the drug at all then? Wouldn't it have been better if the source had kept a low profile until he was an official citizen? I ask. Ed shakes his head. There are screenings and truth tests for new citizens of our community. Once we have him inside our system, he'll have to resort to measures like the Revelation Wing and hide on some forgotten asteroid. Luckily the drug has a short expiration date. That's why we are sure that it wasn't just imported. The dead mediator had access to his own personal shuttle and had scheduled a flight to the forge for today. I think he was bribed to use his transportation rights to get the source to the forge. From there he could have bribed his way to a new identity and started his own little drug empire. We were just lucky that the mediator killed himself with the drug on his body. The source will already know that something went wrong, even though we didn't let anything out over the media. I see. Do you have any idea how long it might take to identify the person who caused this? I ask. Ed shakes his head. We are working as fast as possible, but we have to do the full questioning. In the worst case scenario it might take until we've worked our way through all the immigrants. 2 weeks at most if the source doesn't go underground. I groan. I can already see the stack of petitions and complaints reaching the ceiling. And all this right when we get the observers from Earth. Sol, Ether. Scylla. I am just about to finish up my work when I get a call. It's Amy, a Jeffrey, pyromage and a major pain in my butt. Also one of my best friends. For a moment I struggle between feelings of jealousy and friendship until I decide to take the call. Amy's smiling avatar forms in front of me. Scylla. I am so glad that you managed to answer right away. Are you currently in Ether? I think you mentioned something the last time we saw each other. Yes, I answer. Oh, marvelous. Please. Let me crash at your place for a while. I really need help. Amy places both her hands together in a pleading gesture. I don't want to sleep on the street or in one of the emergency quarters. I think my face must have shown my shock because Amy starts explaining in more detail before I can ask what happened to her. Haven't you heard what happened? For some reason the authorities shut down all outgoing flights and teleports. Everyone who leaves Ether has to undergo a full screening and there aren't enough faceless to do the job. Travelers are blocking the whole dockyard and there are no places to sleep. I already requested a room at 20 different hotels and all of them turned me down. That's troublesome. I indeed didn't hear about it. Please. You are well off, Scylla. I am sure that you have a big place. Just let me sleep in the drawer and you won't even notice that I am there. We could go on a manhunt like in Oibris. I'll try to find you a good one, she winks at me. Yet, not having told her in detail about the events after Oibris sucks. For some strange reason I didn't want to tell her about Gideon and me when I met her on Mars. I guess there is no way around it now. I am sorry, Amia, but I am currently in a relationship and freeloading myself. But you can come to my partner's house, I'll ask if you can stay until the end of this crisis. It isn't my decision though. Oh, thanks anyway. Where do I have to be? I'll promise to behave. Then she squints her eyes at me. Why didn't you tell me that you are in a one-guy situation? Is he someone influential or a snob? What did you get yourself into? Well, you already spread your legs for that snob. No, I can't tell her that. I snatched the guy whom you set your eyes upon and we indulge every day in activities like baby making and sharing minds? Not a good answer either. What can you say in a situation like this? Scylla? What haven't you told me? She asks with a doubtful voice. Do you remember the cute, depressed guy from Oibris? I ask. Of course, he is all over the news. He apparently became the governor of this place. If I was flexible enough I would bite my own ass for not securing him properly that night. Such a catch is a once-in-a-lifetime chance, Amia calls out. At least it doesn't sound like she is still laying any claims on him. And she didn't call him afterwards, did she? No, even Amia isn't bold enough to do something like that. It would stink of digging for gold. You see, fuck it. I'll simply be blunt about it. That's my fiancé. We were kinda forced onto the mission we talked about and I was his co-pilot. Since then, I've been getting laid every day and we are the best buddies ever. We are also intending to sign a marriage contract, and just yesterday we took out each other's chips. He's been really enthusiastic since then. Realizing Amia's blank expression I hurry to apologize. I am so sorry for not telling you. But back then on Mars it wasn't that serious, yet. As in baby making serious. And I was embarrassed and envious that you got to bed him first. On top, it now feels like I somehow stole him away from you. Even if I know that it's irrational of me. I don't know. So, sorry. Amia stares at me for several seconds. Wow. Then she blinks. Just wow. Not about you and him jumping into the feathers, I mean he and I never talked again after that night and it has been over 8 months. I already knew in that club that he is your type, so I let you try first. But you telling me so bluntly. I am amazed. He has had some influence on you. The old you would have hidden it until I met him at your house. She turns her gaze to the ground for several seconds. Then she looks up again with a devilish grin. Do you think he is up for a threesome? Don't push it or you sleep on the street. I snap back. Even the best friendship has a line you don't step over. She raises both hands. Okay. Just wanted to confirm. So will you tell me the address? 49 meetings. Ether's newly erected diamond dome is a self-repairing crystal which consists of several diamond and plastic layers which are woven together by carbon nanotubing. The material is very durable and can seal small leakages within short time. A workforce of IMS is able to deal with bigger damages until the material can reseal the hole. The entire dome has a thickness of 100 meters to withstand smaller impacts without damage. Architecture of Ether. Soul, Ether. Gideon. There is simply no good way to do this. Are you sure that it's really the right idea to let them come? We've enough problems as it is and they can visit other impressive colonies. They are about to arrive any second and our lockdown of the colony is just a temporary solution. Hedion answers. On top Earth has assigned several observers to us. It's no problem if they get caught up in Ether for a while. A flash of light from the teleporter in front of us signals the arrival of our guests. We travel to Ether's main teleportation port to greet our guests upon arrival. Normally long-range teleportations are received here. It's theoretically possible to reroute their arrival point to any teleporter we want to, but normally we go with the main station. It's the safest thing to do since the controlling quantum computer which submits the coordinates has the main sensor array right next to it. The main problem with teleportation over planetary distances is accuracy. It's no big deal if you are a few hundred kilometers off with a spaceship, but when dealing with teleporting persons you can't even allow meters. The ones who step out of the circular teleporter are an old man in his late 50s and a woman with brown hair and Asian features. She may be 30, but there are visible smiling wrinkles on her slender face which adds some charm. He is one head smaller than her and a little plump with a very prominent chin. Both of them are dressed in suits and followed by faceless. The man's eyes flick from left to right, eyeing both Hedion and me. He is obviously trying to decide our status. I imagine the scene of him stepping up to Hedion to introduce himself to the supposed governor. In the end he disappoints me and doesn't fall prey to assumptions. Greetings. My name is Roderick Waldheim and this is my assistant Candy Freinel. We are the observers who were appointed by Earth's government. I smile and step forward. My name is Gideon Alvar, governor of Ether. I gesture at Hedion. This is one of my aides, Hedion Alvar. It's nice to meet you. Are you two related? Is Hedion your father? You don't look that old. Candy chimes in. I am very interested in this governmental system of yours. I heard that many colonies have slightly different laws and governmental systems. Hedian answers for me. I am his grandfather. And no. We are a technocracy like all others. The differences are very small. Like the number of people in public positions. It depends on the size of the colony. You don't need the same amount of control for a small colony as for the really big ones on Mars, the Forge, or Jupiter. I am 23 and Grandpa is over 300. He avoids telling me the exact number. I step in and shake their hands. Roderick furrows his forehead. I am still amazed by the numbers, but you seem to be awfully young to be the governor. How did you climb that high that fast? That's the difference between a technocracy and democracy. Gideon took all the tests and proved himself to be the smartest available person for the position. There is no one with higher qualifications than him, so the decisions are his to make. Hedian answers. There is no such thing as an opinion of the masses in our culture. What if he starts giving insane commands or makes too many wrong decisions? Candy asks intrigued. Anyone can voice his doubts about my sanity or qualifications. The request will be reviewed by other colonies and if it's decided that the complaint is valid I have to retake the tests to prove that I am still suitable for the job. I answer, proud of myself to have paid enough attention to my new position to be able to answer such a question. I gesture towards the door. But how about taking a look at the city? We've also arranged a party for tomorrow. You can move freely as long as you have your guides with you. Roderick starts walking towards the exit. Yes, about the guides. We wondered if it is possible to walk through the city without them. I noticed that they seem to intimidate many people. That's because they are faceless. They are like police in our society. Their word is law as far as it concerns the average citizen. We just want to ensure your safety. I walk with Roderick to the door and towards the shuttle which we hijacked for this special occasion. Candy follows us on our heels. Why would we need guarding? From what I've seen so far your society seems very peaceful. It is. But you should never forget that all of us are mages. It's like every citizen is running around with a set of hand grenades. It requires a great amount of control and mental stability throughout the whole population. Hedian overtakes us to the shuttle and opens the door of the roughly car-shaped vehicle. But we certainly aren't perfect. We don't expect you to attack or pick a fight with someone, but there is also the chance of getting in between two mages who are having a brawl. I end Hedian's explanations. And what might be a brawl to us is most certainly lethal force to you. Hence the protection. Roderick and Candy take a seat inside the shuttle and we join them with their guards. When everyone is seated Roderick raises his chin defiantly. We appreciate your concern, but can we at least walk through the safe parts of your city without permanent supervision breathing down our necks? Or could our guards at least take off their masks and try to blend in? Incognito, so to speak. We'll stay here for a while and having someone breathing down your neck is getting tiring. One of the faceless interrupts the discussion to answer. We could cast an illusion spell on ourselves to blend in. But it would lessen the impact of our presence considerably. I shrug my shoulders. It's Roderick's decision how much protection he is willing to accept. Thanks. Candy bows slightly and smiles at the guards. I use the short silence to retreat into my own virtual reality. If this is going to continue for the rest of the day I'll turn insane. The urge to kill something grew with each exchanged word. Please let this be over soon. Soul, Ether. Scylla. I congratulate you to having found someone suitable to your character. After what I've heard it might not have worked out between Gideon and me anyway. At least not long term. Amia takes another sip from her coffee. He seems to be far too driven and focused for my character. I've roamed around and kept a low profile for my entire life. Gideon and you seem to stumble from one high position to the next. Thanks. I smile and let my eyes wander through the living room. You may be right. I kinda like that side of his, even though driven is too hard a word for it. In that moment the door to the living room opens and Gideon steps inside and freezes upon seeing Amia. She raises a hand waves her fingers at him. Hi, long time no see. Amia. You are alive? I thought you are dead. He squints his eyes at her. What are you doing here? The outgoing traffic is blocked and Amia is an old friend of mine. I explain. Since the hotels are all over their capacities she has nowhere to stay. Is it a problem if she stays until the problem is solved? He raises an eyebrow. If you don't have a problem with it, neither do I. His voice has a questioning undertone, like it always has when he is confronted with a complicated social situation. Don't worry, Giddy. Your girlfriend and I are old friends. There are no problems between us and you. I thank you nonetheless for letting me stay. I wouldn't know what to do otherwise. Amia answers in a teasing tone. Giddy. I ask perplexed. Just a nickname I gave him back then. It somehow seemed to fit. Amia smiles at me with a devilish grin. Certainly not. Use my full name or you can sleep in the cellar. Giddy sounds I am a Pokemon and I hate that game. Gideon calls out with a red face. See? I told you that I can make him angry. Amia raises her tea and takes another sip. A night of talking is enough for me to measure a man's heart. Wow, you won. And I thought that I am the only one who found out that secret of his. I reach into my pocket and hand Amia a credit chip. Gideon is obsessed with solving games himself. He doesn't cheat or uses any guides. Pokemon was one of the very few games which he never managed to solve completely. It wasn't his fault because he accidentally triggered a bug which made it impossible to collect all the monsters. He kept trying without noticing it though, getting angrier and more annoyed with each attempt. It is hard to imagine Gideon as a small child throwing a tantrum metagame. At some point even his almost godlike patience came to an end and he resolved to cheating, taking a look at the code. I think it was a great luck that the game's developers were long since dead at that point. Otherwise a small, skinny boy would have risen from his deathbed to bring the apocalypse over them. But right now I've to calm down my boyfriend. Why don't you sit down and we play a game? Something like Monopoly. We could also recruit Galia, then we have 4 people. I pat on the sofa right next to me and he sits down. Like that we spent the evening playing games and bickering with each other. It's late in the night when I and Gideon finally get to lie down in our bed. I pull him closer and put his arm around me from behind, while using his other hand as pillow. This is my favorite sleeping position. Nothing is better than a tight-fitting Gideon jacket. And you are sure that this is okay? He suddenly asks. I mean, I slept with the girl. Once. Gideon, you shouldn't rub that into my face. I sigh. Amia is a good friend and feels like a sister to me. In addition that was before we got together, so don't wreck your brain about it. Do I have to make a list of all my previous attempts at a relationship before I met you? He is silent for a while, then he answers casually. That would be a good idea. If I know whom to skin alive it's less likely that I accidentally grab someone innocent. Like your brothers for example. Really? The idea is repelling. You don't have to worry about competition. The guys whom I met so far weren't worth to be considered for a real relationship. He pulls me closer. Somehow that's not reassuring enough. Okay. I think we have to restart this level. How did we manage to turn the conversation away from your mishap to mine? Well, it sounded like you had a lot of experiences in that regard. I feel like I am the one who is a few steps behind. I've only 2 to compare to after all. He answers. I grab his free hand and guide it to my chest. By all the one-night stands in the world, Gideon. Can we just cut it out and do something worth the time if you aren't tired enough to sleep? Preferably something naughty. And what's this compare thing you are talking about? He runs a sparking finger over the best of all places and chuckles. That's what I was hoping for. And you are definitely the one with the better equipment and skill set. 50 coffee. It is very clear who was the target of the witch hunts between the 13th and 17th century. What's not widely known is that shape-shifting magic is mainly responsible for most fairy tales which ended in the myth of vampires, werewolves, angels, demons, and other mythical creatures. The ability to shapeshift is a very rare gift and only a few mages are able to change their whole body. It's so rare because it isn't an inherited ability, but rather a trait which is achieved by the body's mutation due to high exposure of magic. Mages and their influences on the normals. Soul, ether. Gideon. Sadhana, you always call me when I am busy. Do you have some kind of sixth sense in regards to that? I start rocking in my office chair. It's the same one I stole from Earth's president and I've yet to find a better one. No. I simply had the urge to speak to you and congratulate you to your new assignment. You took my advice to heart. Her avatar squirms once more in that strange motion she is always doing when she is thrilled. So it's just another call to piss me off. I conclude. And how does my current job have anything to with relaxing? You told me to relax. She stops the squirming and smiles. I just wanted you to take an official test to search for a job and brought the experiment to a success. I squint my eyes at her and try to think while grinding my teeth. Did she manipulate the test results or influence EXO? It seems rather unlikely since I spun a tight personal security web around everything that had anything to do with my new assignment. The only result I couldn't control was the assessment of the psychiatrist. It's not like you think. I really just wanted you to take the test and I've manipulated nothing. Nothing. It would be against the experiment to interfere with the result. She states. I raise an eyebrow, remembering something. Ed once told me that the reason for her actions are to prove that technomages aren't worth any less than any other mage. Although I only experienced that during my time at school. Adults have the decency of not mentioning any differences in status. Now I get it. You want me to rise through the ranks as fast as possible. Maybe even becoming an elder. And it has to be fast because you want everyone to see that a young technomage can be strong and influential. Acknowledge. She freezes up. You are a smart one. So simply forget what you've just found out and continue as if nothing happened. It's influencing the experiment if you know. So it's just about displaying power. I run a hand over my forehead. Could you do something productive for a change and help me out with a little incident? We've someone on the station who is spreading fog. Any idea how we can catch him? Sadhana's eyes narrow. Fog? The blood magic drug? That's the reason why ether is shut down. I nod and let her continue. I won't help you with something that easy. If it's that easy, then give me a hint. I throw up my hands. She tilts her head as if contemplating something. Fine. The answer is blood magic. Then she disconnects and her avatar vanishes. I let my hands hang and lean back. The answer is blood magic? What's that supposed to mean? Crazy bitch. I wish she would be a little more forthcoming. And my attempts at tracking her aren't very successful. Blood magic. The drug is made out of blood and the process requires blood magic. Or maybe she played with the words and meant blood and magic. If that's the case, then, no. That would be too easy. Ed surely already thought about that, it's a basic forensic measure. But maybe such processes never made to mage society? Who needs to analyze the blood at crime scenes if he can rely on magic to truth read everyone around him? I open a channel to Ed and his avatar appears right away in my office. What? Is there a possibility to analyze the fog and find out whose blood it is? I ask and cross my fingers, waiting for a positive answer. But Ed just stares at me. The fog. Didn't you say it's blood? If that's true, then the source gave us a sample of his or her blood. Can we analyze it and build a few machines which are able to test someone for matching blood? It would be much faster than inspecting the minds of everyone to interrogate them. At least we should be able to find out if the source is male or female. Ed looks startled. I don't know. I am not a doctor. But I'll ask one right away. His avatar vanishes. So the faceless don't have basic forensic methods after all. A wide grin starts spreading on my face. Old crime thrillers rock. Oh, I'll use this to embarrass him every now and then. It's just too epic than not to use it and rub it into their faces. The door opens and my secretary dances into the room, a smile all over her face and akin with a cup in her hand. Do you want coffee? Sure. I concentrate once more on my reports while she fills the cup, humming a happy tune. Then she leaves the office. Absent-mindedly I reach for the cup, but a strange feeling makes me stop. My eyes wander to the cup and I try to remember from where I know that feeling. I sniff at the cup, but there is no strange smell. Then I press the cup to my cheek and explore the strange signature in the coffee. It's the drug? But why should someone want to make me an addict? Stupid. I and my staff are very influential people. If the source can get us under control, it should be possible to escape ether despite the lockdown. And the secretary was awfully cheerful right now. I've seen her almost daily for over a month and she was never that cheerful at work. She is the earnest and timid type. With a smile on my face I stand up and leave the office, entering the reception room in front of it. My secretary is still humming her song while sitting at her desk, sorting her documents with incredible speed. I approach her until she notices me. I just realized that we never really talked up until now, Alessia. She smiles, showing off her perfect teeth. I guess you are right. There was no chance. I was just asking myself why you are so happy. It's been a while and I never saw you that energetic. I gesture at her desk, still holding my coffee. Did something really good happen to you? Her smile widens even more and she nods. I guess that's true. Today everything I do works out and I never felt that good before. It's like my perfect day, my true self. I also feel very good. Maybe it's the coffee. It tastes exceptionally good. Where did you buy it? I ask. Her eyes move to the cup in my hand. It's from the store down the main street. Strangely her longing eyes remain on the cup like in trance and I don't fail to notice it. Really? Could I know the brand? I ask. Sure. Alessia rolls her office chair over to the coffee machine and opens the drawer beneath it. Then she bends down to retrieve a bag with coffee beans. I step around the table and reach her just when she looks up again. Grabbing her head I slam it against the drawer and her body goes limp. It's highly doubtful that she even realized what hit her. To be sure I check her pulse. I lean her back in her chair and adjust it to a lying position. Then I place both hands on her temples and invade her mind and make sure that she is unconscious. It doesn't matter to a good telepath if a person is awake or sleeping. A sleeping mind is even easier to invade since the person can't actively defend. With exceptional care I push away mental defenses and lay bare her long and short-term memories. This time I really want to avoid damaging something. Not that I care about Alessia, but if someone finds out what I did I could get in great trouble, like being hunted by the faceless trouble. 2 days ago she met a man who offered her a way out of her dull life. She was always a little depressed since her husband left her a few years ago. At the age of 60 she was madly in love with him, but it was mainly one-sided. She blamed herself for the failure and never tried to get into another relationship afterwards. The man offered her a medicine which makes all the pain go away to bring out her true self. Desperate, she took it and it worked. With her bad conscience gone she immediately managed to hook up with someone, but the drug didn't work long and she fell into even deeper depression right the next day. Her craving was so strong that she had to meet the man again. But this time he wanted something. And the price was making me addicted. The plan was to slip me the drug for several days, then put me on withdrawal to extort a passage away from ether from me. Alessia never realized that she probably fell victim to the same strategy. I move the bad memories which pushed her over the edge even deeper down the sea of her memories until they should be nothing more to her than faint and distant knowledge. There is no real reason for doing this, but since I am connected to her mind I feel somehow bad about her needless suffering. And such a manipulation is small and subtle. It should help her to get over it. Then I shift everything back into place and make sure to wipe her short-term memories. After a last check I decide that nobody should be able to recognize my work and let go of her mind. My hands pull away from her temples and I start rubbing my own. Doing this so carefully and considerate really gnaws on my mind. I had a lot of opportunities to train this skill while running rampant on Earth, but since then I only had regular contact with Scylla. Scylla is different. There is no effort involved in merging our minds. If both partners are willing participants it's not exhausting at all and everything simply clicks into place on its own. After a few moments I call Ed again and he answers immediately. Sorry, but you are too fast. I've enlisted the help of the hospital and other resources, but it'll still take a while. You had a really good idea. Not that. There was an incident here. My secretary tried to give me fog. I need your people here in an ambulance. I answer. His expression turns shocked. What? What happened? No, wait. We'll be there right away. His avatar disappears. I nod slowly and think about the memories. According to their plan, Alessia was scheduled to meet the drug dealer again in 2 days, but I've the feeling that the dealer is just another addict. According to Alessia's memories, he is a very happy and cheerful person. I start walking in circles and continue doing so until Ed and his men arrive with a crew of medics. Pointing at Alessia, I start explaining the situation to the medics. I think she was also drugged. She acted very strange today, and if the story about the fog is true, she'll surely need special care once the withdrawal effects kicks in. I rendered her unconscious to keep her from doing something stupid. I point out the cup of coffee to Ed's subordinates. The coffee is drugged. She must still have a stash of the stuff somewhere. I would be grateful if you remove it from my office. Gideon, what's going on here? Grandmother enters the room with a disturbed expression on her face. Then she sees Alessia. Alessia. What happened? I click my tongue, then I gesture for Ed and Melon to speak in my office. This entire story is really starting to bother me. If the drug dealer is targeting my secretary to get to me, then everybody around me is a possible target. Once we are safely behind closed doors, I explain everything to Ed and Melon. But Grandma's reaction makes my mind cringe and squirm. You rummaged through another's memories without consent? I thought better of you, Gideon. Her eyes flick to Ed. What are you thinking? There is Faceless here. I didn't do anything else than looking at what's important to stop the drug dealer. Who knows whom else his actions might affect? Mainly people whom I have feelings for. Appealing to her feelings might work. One person is already dead and others are being blackmailed and forced to do things against their will. To my astonishment, Ed calms Melon down. It's okay. We would have done it anyway, and Gideon is obviously a very strong telepath. He also managed to read aliens. Now I know at least which questions I've to ask Alessia once she wakes up. It'll keep her stress levels down to a minimum. Our truth spells aren't half as sophisticated, and we don't have someone on Gideon's level in ether. The next one is on Mars and she is very busy. Her expression turns relieved. Are you sure that you are a Faceless? Ah, shit. This whole discussion might take even longer than I thought. Ahem. I am sorry. Grandma. That's Ed, you know the Ed from my story about the Revelation Wing? I guess in a genetic way you could call him my father. Ed, I think you know my grandmother. I step a little further away from them to gain some distance. I swear, if this was a comic there would be sparks flying between them right this moment. It looks like Ed and I will get a chew out of epic proportions.